Welcome to what should have been game day, but it never happened. And because it never happened, and because all of the other streams that were supposed to happen aren't happening, I've found myself a little slot to come at you today with a conversation, a debate, and I've got the very best of people from the Tottenham community that are going to come in and join me when we talk about whether or not Tottenham can finish top four. It's a divisive debate. It's going to be interesting. For those of you who don't know, I am Sean Butler, and this is the Spurs Talk Show. If you want to find me, you can find me at Spurs Talk Show on Twitter, all one word. And if you want to find me on YouTube, it's also Spurs Talk Show, all one word. And the reason why I have to say it's all one word is because if you are like any other person who speaks the English language and you want to put spaces between the words Spurs and Talk, or spaces between the word Talk and Show, then you might find other versions of Spurs Talk. And you know what happens if you do that? You might find other Tottenham content. Or you might find the San Antonio Spurs content. And we don't want you to find those people. We want you to find this person and the people that we have on this show. And I'm about to bring them in. But just before we get started, to everyone that is here, I really, really appreciate you spending your Sunday night with us. I'm Sean. And guess who I'm about to bring in to the chat? Ladies and gentlemen, the first person is the wonderful Ben Coffey. Ben Coffey. How are you, sir?
Very good. How are we all? It's a very interesting evening, isn't it? It's time for a debate, a glass of wine, and we're going to have some fun. I'm going with Sean tonight. I've got the wine out.
That's what we do on this channel.
We're going to be classy.
I got a glass of wine. It's half full. Cheers, buddy.
Clink.
When this one finishes, I've got a can of Stella.
Oh, no, that's not classy.
Oh, you know what? But before we go any further, Ben, I really appreciate you stopping by. Let me bring in the next man, the next superstar to come in and say hello. It's Cuba99, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Cuba?
Doing well here. Thought I'd join you. A little bit of rum and coke.
Yeah, buddy.
Clink.
Clink, 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 clink. How are you, mate? You good?
Yeah, good. Enjoyed the stream earlier. Thank you, Sean, for popping on. That was good.
Oh, well,
good bit of debate going on.
Always like to have a debate.
It was nice and controlled for a change. That was nice.
Coover and controlled? What's happened?
I don't do anything. I'll just let Sean get on with it. Argue with somebody on our stream.
When I go live on the Tottenham Tantrum Gold, it starts off with all best intentions, but inevitably gets heated. And
yeah, it does.
It always
does.
It's
never from me. I'm taking no responsibility for this.
No, it's always me. I can't shut up when I make mistakes. Let me now bring in the fourth man. Speaking about debates, speaking about contentious issues. We're promised. I've had a conversation with this man slightly before we came on live, and I want to give him a little, because I want to make sure that everyone knows that tonight is not the night. Tonight is not the night, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to happen tonight, as much as we try. It's not going to happen. You know who he is. He needs no introduction. It's Mr. Tottenham on tour. It's Mr. Brian Daigle. How are you, Brian?
All good, lads. Just a shame I can't join you with the wine. I'm on my favourite. I'm on the Iron Brew. Which is all good. How is everyone?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Good.
So just to let people know, my camera's going to be off, and my mic's going to be off for 2 seconds. So I've got to go down and get my beautiful homemade casserole that my mum has made, and I'm going to bring it up, and then I'm going to have my camera off whilst I'm eating, because you don't need to see that and be jealous of my mum's home cooking. So camera will be off shortly, but I will be with you, okay? So I will be able to hear you and comment. It will just be camera off for a bit. And thanks to Sean, because someone doctored my goddamn my screensaver, as people would have seen on the Irish yesterday, to some random person eating steak. Sean has shown me how to put it back to the real screensaver. So screensaver on. I'm going to turn my mic off just whilst I run down, but I'll let you guys know when I'm back to join the debate. Give me 2 secs.
Brian,
That's better, Sean. Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that was Danny Kiriakou.
I'll be having words with that man, and it won't be the words that will begin with a song. That's how that one's going to start.
Danny Kiriakou. All right. So we got some powerhouses in the panel tonight, and I know we've got a couple more people joining us shortly, and the option is open for anybody who wants to step in at certain points. We don't know how long this is going to go. We're going to talk about Tottenham's top 4 chances. We're going to look at, fixtures that we haven't played, fixtures that we do have to play. We can look at fixtures that our rivals are playing. We can drag in a whole bunch of variables here. We can think about whether or not Arsenal played the teams. I've got a horrible stain down my top and I feel embarrassed. I might need to go and clean that in a second. My dinner was particularly delicious, but I dropped a little bit. But we can talk about a bunch of things. We can talk about, whether certain teams who are competing with us, whether they played as strong teams as we have and who they have left to play. We can look at that. I've got their details in front of us. We can think about whether or not the COVID issues have affected some of the results in some ways or not. We can go through the whole thing with an open mind. The one thing I would like to not do tonight is turn the show into too much. We can talk about transfers and what may or may not be, but I really don't want it to get into a debate about bigger picture stuff, because there's
who.
No, it's me, right? It's me that will take it. So I'm saying this: if anybody in the chat finds me taking it down that path, then feel free to remind me that I'm saying we don't do that. And talking about the chat, ladies and gentlemen, there are some people that have joined us. There's 20 people that are watching. I think this is a record number would it be within the first 5 minutes. I'm very impressed and I'm very proud and grateful. And we're going to go through a few of them right now. We're going to say hello to people in the chat. Phil Bourne. Hello, Phil. Nice to see you, buddy. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you very much for stopping by. He was in there before the show even started. And I asked the question, can Tottenham finish top 4 this season? And this is the Sunday night discussion. And Phil Bourne says, straight out of the bat, we can finish in the top 4. But it's a realistic challenge, and that is exactly what we're gonna go through. Phil Bourne saying, "Start, please." I don't know how long ago you said that, mate. I'm sorry if that wasn't.
I'm back with you guys.
He's back. Okay, I'm just going through some people. Brian, George, this is ridiculous. Romero stating we need to tell players when Levy in his last statement promised investment. It's nothing more than a circus.
Oh, we need to sell players. Yeah, not sell. I think he's just mistyped.
Okay. Yes, and we can. I can already tell where this conversation is going to go.
Yeah, there's going to be a problem.
All right, well, we'll do our best.
Should I hide under the table already? I've only just got in. I need to hide under the table.
Kane the long shot. Big up, everybody. Big up, Kane. How are you, my friend? It's good to see you. MA86. Massachusetts A6, I'm guessing, saying
A6, maybe.
Eventually, I literally just got up the stairs.
He hasn't turned his mic on.
He hasn't turned his mic on. The mute.
You're a crazy woman. You're a crazy woman, mother. Yeah, I know everyone could hear that as being my mother. She's having fans up. Listen, literally, my beautiful mother just gave me this beautiful casserole that she makes. That's my sister's favourite. I've literally just come up the stairs and sat down, and my mum was like, "Is it good?" And I'm like, "Mum, it's just come out of the oven. It's boiling hot." And then she waited 10 seconds till she goes, "Brian, is it good?" So she's doing it again.
This is Brian. Is it nice, Brian?
Shaket Vavaka Shah.
Listen, yeah, exactly. Listen, my mum's cooking. All right, Mum, listen, I'm going to try it live on air right now for you to try. 1 second. Mum is absolutely fucking banging.
Oh, God.
It tastes like an Adama Traore signing. Sensational.
Yeah, moving on, Sean, moving on.
All right, let's go. Move on. Evening all from Cuba. He's in the house. Good evening, Sean. Derek Hutchinson. Mate, appreciate you stopping by. Although I know And evening
Very
between
good.
us would be Levy out, Levy in. Good, Scott M. Good evening, Sean, and everyone in the chat. Scott M. I know is also very much a Levy out man because he left a very pleasant comment on one of the videos that I posted saying, Sean, I really enjoy your content, but you are entirely wrong on Daniel Levy.
That don't sound like Scott.
Well,
That don't sound like Scott.
There's a
What
lot
are
of
you
people-
talking about?
there's a lot of people that sound very similar with the. It's always fun. Scott, thank you for joining us, buddy. Kane, the long shot, cheating scum are cowards. We can talk about that. We can talk about how much more they can take advantage of that as we go through. Louis 2705, how you doing, Sean? I'm doing well, my friend. I'm doing well. How are you doing? And I think that everybody else on this chat is wondering the same thing. So let us know how you
I'm
are.
nodding my head just in case I've just realised my camera's off. So I'm nodding my head saying, yes, we're wondering how you are. You just can't see that.
Yep. Finish your dinner, and then we'll put your pretty
Nod
face
louder.
on. Nod louder indeed.
How to nod louder? Headbutt the table.
Just do this. Just tap the microphone, and you're all good.
Ugh.
Dara. I don't know where you are in the world, Dara. I think you might be Irish. I think that question is up to our owners not being able to afford a Dharma for 20 mil, just lack so much ambition. We will get to that, my friend. No doubt. The content and the people on the panel this evening, I know where this is going to go. As much as I have best intentions and best laid plans, I know what's going to happen. So we can talk about it as long as everyone is, having a reasonable night. I don't want to end up sweating and screaming and shouting. It's going to be one of those evenings, though, I can tell. Oliver Freeman, hello, my friend. Double thumbs up. Good double thumbs up back to you, buddy.
Big up, Ollie.
Ollie to Ellie. Aglea
Big up, Ellie.
Gagrados. How are you, Ellie? No spaces. End of. Oh, that's for the Spurs talk show. That's exactly right, Ellie. No spaces. Hashtag 0 spaces.
Zero time for spaces.
George is saying you need to improve the squad to finish top 4. I might be wrong, though. No, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. Although I have had a couple of bets this evening with one of the men in the chat regarding, we've had a £50 bet, and we'll talk about this, Brian and I. There was a long, drawn-out discussion about with other people involved that ended up with certain people making conditions and things on overcomplicating bets. But in the end, Brian's got a really great charity that he's trying to raise money for people in the UK, and I believe Brian is also in Canada, and we'll talk about that. But we have had a bet this evening that Tottenham will finish somewhere between 4th and above, or 4th and below, and depending on where they finish, either I'm going to be paying towards the charity or Brian is. Neither of us are going to make any money out of it, but we're going to put 50 quid in to Brian's charity based on whether or not Tottenham finish top 4, regardless of whether we make signings. So, George, we do need to improve the squad, but regardless of what happens, the charity of Brian's choice is going to benefit either way. So that's a nice thing. Carl Simpson is in the house. Big up, Carl. Love you, man. You're always here. You're one of the first to arrive. I'd actually consider you a little bit late, buddy. You're usually within the first 3 or 4 people. Where you been, bro?
Yeah.
Where you been?
Why do you hate Sean so much?
What's going on? Have I fallen foul of your favour since that late night show on Tottenham Tantrum Gold on Friday? Probably lost a lot of. I think I lost the favour of Truth Sets You Free. He's always been a big advocate of mine, but I think I might have said something on that night that made him judge me a little differently. But I hope he's going to come and say hello. Derek Hutchinson, big up Kuva. And Ellie saying, I've just turned into the Alcoholics Anonymous. The future is called the FAA. This is somewhere where we start. We learn the processes, but we come back. Oh, Cody Mack's in the building. Oh no, wait, where is it? Cody Mack.
Cody Mack.
Cody, you're more than welcome to jump on, mate. I love to continue the conversation. I appreciate that you tried to get on the call with on Brian's channel last night, and I jumped off just before you jumped on, and I did hear you say, "Where's Sean? Is he running away from me?" I wasn't. I kind of was, but I wasn't.
You just said that in his Cody Mack voice, Sean. It's so like he sounds disappointed every time he says it. It's just like he's disappointed before he's even heard the answer.
Yeah. Well, Cody, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to join. I think the link is in the chat. I can put it back in there. You're more than welcome, buddy. And tell your wife I said hello because I know she's been asking after me. So I thought I'd say.
That's a bad thing.
Guys, I'll be back in 2 seconds because this casserole is so goddamn good. I'm going for seconds. And Josh King, my brother from We Are Tottenham TV watch-alongs, I'm going to be doing a watch-along and meeting him for the first time. And I cannot wait to meet this dude in person. Josh King, top dude. I'm going for seconds. I'll be back in a second.
Josh King, I know Josh King. You're going to come and say hello at some point, mate, aren't you? The right at the very top. I can grab the StreamYard thing if you want to jump on, buddy. Let me get the thing going. Let me get the thing going. I've got to crack through it so we can get something going because otherwise we're spending the whole time saying hello to people.
Hello to everyone. It's great.
But you got to do your thing. Derek saying hello, Brian. Ellie saying going in to see Scream, so it'll be in the comments till 8:45. You're going to be in the cinema, looking at the YouTube stream. I love that about you, Ellie. It's particularly
hello, everyone. You're live on the stream.
Yeah.
She's going to find a way to cast it to the cinema. It's just going to be us four on the cinema screen. Right. So this is the entertainment this evening.
Yeah.
We're here to play a game.
Dara is saying, no, I think our ownership is showing such a lack of ambition. I can't see this happening. We have a Rolls-Royce manager with 4 punctured tyres. Like, regardless, Dara, I appreciate your point. I appreciate your comment. I certainly feel the same as everybody, regardless on the Levy in, Levy out debate. I definitely want us to see signings to shore up every part of the squad. But the conversation of whether you finish top 4 doesn't entirely depend on how Tottenham does. It also depends on how other clubs do. And you have to acknowledge that this weekend has been a wonderful weekend to be a Tottenham fan, albeit because of the cancellation. We didn't get to see our team smash the scum, but we have seen Aston Villa snatch a point and a well-deserved point against one of the top 4 rivals in United. And we also saw probably one of the games of the season this afternoon where Leeds were dominant against West Ham. And so it hasn't been a bad weekend for Tottenham fans. And we can talk. This is one of the reasons where we're going to go through this tonight. We're going to look at the fixtures. We're going to look at the other rivals and see what's going on there as well. But thank you for the comment, Dara. Ishak Tarafdar is saying, who else is coming? Are we not enough, Bo? Are we not enough?
Yeah, apparently Kaufman isn't enough. I'm going.
I'll just be 1 minute, Sean.
Well, if we weren't enough, we're certainly not enough now. We've dropped 2 people in the last 2 seconds. But Ishak, we're hopefully going to see a couple of people. Maybe Josh King's going to jump on, who's one of the We Are Tottenham TV regulars, and I think Dave Hotspur might be able to swing by. And it's been put, the link's been put out there with some interest from a few people. So we'll see what happens, man. I hope that the form and the format will satisfy you. Ellie's saying our top 4 chance got a whole lot better after Leeds did us such a big favour beating the Spammers. Yes, they did indeed, Ellie, and we're going to talk about that. Dara, evening all. Ellie, Cody in the house. George, hello all. Zoe, welcome.
Big up, Zoe.
Welcome, gorgeous. Be up, everyone. Bunch of legends. Let me just get through a couple more, and then we can get going. Carl Simpson. We can get top 4. It will be a difficult challenge, but it's not impossible. Just need a couple of players to strengthen up the team. Let's hope for a transfer miracle. It's going to be interesting, Carl. We're going to talk about all this in 1 second. I'm just going to go through these last people that have come in and we're going to get going. Top 4. Excuse me. My voice broke then. Top 4, we have a chance, but only if we get a progressive CM and a backup striker. Completely agree. Oliver Freeman's in the house. Hello, Ollie. Thanks for stopping by, lads. Arsenal fans, I know have actually got under my skin this weekend. We'll talk about that as well. Thank you for stopping by, buddy. Hotspur, hey, yes, mate. Hello, back to you. How's Bolsberg doing? I'm sure Brian will inform us once he's got his second helpings.
Yeah, well, once I've stopped eating and I come on the camera, I can most definitely speak to. Yeah.
What our financial panel tonight? You are top 4 guys, and we can all make top 4. Cheers, Ellie. Enjoy the movie, mate. I'm about to hit the road for a bit. We will meet again. Oh, you're running away.
Cody Mack's a Kaufman supporter. He wants Kaufman to say something.
So
Brian
don't worry, Ben. We've always got a game of cards while they're at it, haven't we?
Yeah. I got to download my top trumps.
This is the thing. I felt so bad because I know I was, when you've got like 8 men or 8 people coming at you with different opinions, and you feel like you would need to reply to every one of them, but it ends up. No, you're right. Yeah. You should try it sometime, Cooper. It's a real experience. It's a fantastic experience.
Yeah, try Soho.
Yeah, exactly. Soho is a fun time. Brian C. Socrates, big up Sean, legendary panel. 15 days, lads. TikTok! Tick fucking tock, Brian. I totally make you right, bro. It is time to spend. It's time to build a squad. I don't know how much is going to be built. We can work this out. Ishak saying, do you agree with Stel's comments on the Conference League? I haven't heard them. Oh, is it generally about like we should never have left? If so,
yep, I agree with him on that.
So do I. Yeah, so do I, Brian. If that's the comments you're talking about, Ishak, then yeah, there's lots of debates that happen on the WhatsApp chats that we're on, and Stel is generally he wants to be in all competitions all the time, and I genuinely agree with him. I think that if you're gonna participate, you should participate, but. We can talk about that as well, to be honest, because that may or may not have impacted our top 4 chances. And, I think teams like West Ham are still in the Europa Cup. Teams like Manchester United are still in the Europa League. So, there's an upside to us not being in it. And the purpose of this debate or this conversation is going to be about top 4 only. But, of course, we're going to draw in the benefits or the negatives of not being in Europe. But we're going to look at it from a top 4 perspective. So, and we're going to go for the last couple here. Fabrizio Romano tweeted about Adama. If anyone can get that up, that'd be great. I'm just going to go through these quickly, and then we're going to get down to the first conversation. The first question I have: Spurs Debate TV. Hello, mate. Hi, Spurs Debate TV.
What's up, Josh?
Who is it, Josh?
Josh.
Yeah.
Josh,
come on, Josh.
Group.
Come on, buddy. Come on if you want to come on, mate. You want to have? We'll go 6-way. We'll have a proper orgy.
Where'd you get 6-way from? There's 4 of us here.
Yeah, but there's 2 Joshes that want to come in and
okay,
people,
that makes sense. That makes sense. Sorry, I must have missed that part. My bad.
We're so big that we're actually 6 of us. That's how big we are.
I put on that much weight. I put on so much weight in the last 6 months that I do feel like I'm twice the man I used to be.
In that case, we're up to 7 counting me.
All right, so thank you for everyone. Oh, we've got royalty in the house. Royalty in the house.
I've got to hide.
Who would that be? Is that Ben?
It's Ben.
Come on, Ben. Come on in, bro. Come on in. This is like I'm moving up in the world. This
is going to be a Passover Seder at this rate. It's going to be order. Brian, get the matzah out, mate. Get the matzah out.
Listen, I don't know where we're going to go with this. I'm new to this. I certainly don't have the structure, the organization, or the responsibility that I should have to be able to orchestrate such a thing. But we do have 30 people in the house, which I've never had. I've never had before. 30 people watching this. So before we get into the start of the content and the debate, I just want to say thank you to everyone that is watching. It means the world. And if you don't mind, you haven't got to smash the like button. You haven't got to thump it. All you got to do is lick your little finger or your thumb and just give it a little caress, a little flick of the bean. Just do something where it ends up with a like button. And if you wouldn't mind subscribing, it would mean the world to me because I'm just getting going. And it's all thanks to all the people in the community that have found me via all the other people that have the best channels in the world. And we're going to go through that stuff as we go along. Let's start, ladies and gentlemen, with the obvious question. Just before we get into any specifics, we're going to start with the overall, just so I can see where Ben, Kuva, and Brian feel about the general topic. So I don't want to get into too much detail here, but I'm going to start at the top. I'm going to go clockwise round. So I'm going to start with Ben, Kuva, then to Brian.
Yep.
Can we finish top 4? Don't go into the detail as why you think either way, but just kind of give me like an overview. What are the influences that you think, and we'll go into them, but what are the influences that you think that are going to shape your decision? But right now, is it possible? Is it plausible? How likely do you think it is? Would you bet on it? How hopeful are you that Tottenham are going to be a Champions League fucking team in 9 months' time? Ben, go.
Okay, so yes, we can finish in the top 4. All the games that we've got are, except for Chelsea next week, we're starting to run down. We're going to have a good run of teams that are not on our level in terms of like the Newcastles, the Burnleys, the teams at the lower end of this. We've gone through a lot of the bigger teams in the last couple of months. We still have to play Arsenal now because those cheating bastards. But yes, we can finish in the top 4. Will we finish in the top 4? It depends on the end of the transfer market. If we sign 2 or 3 quality players, or even just 2 quality players, I think we can get in the top 4. West Ham and Arsenal seem like they're absolute bottle jobs. Arsenal wouldn't even turn up to the game today. That shows how little bollocks they've got. So let's get in it. Let's be full delusional. We're winning the treble, according to Cuba.
Full delusional straight off the bat. Okay.
Full delusion. That's what.
Down to the
Yes,
double
we
now,
can.
mate. Down to the double.
We're getting back in the Conference League and we're winning the treble.
Yeah, the treble's on. Treble's on.
Treble is still on, mate. We're doing it.
Right. So it comes. So you're positive. I love the glass half full. It comes with caveats, and you think it depends on signings.
Yes, because I think if one player gets injured, it ruins our entire squad. With Romero coming back into the team, if he can stay fit for the rest of the season, we're absolutely in a brilliant position. If Harry Kane, who can stay in the team for the rest of the season, that's brilliant because he's starting to find form. If Sonny can get back after this couple of months and he can be a bit of fresher, yes. Lucas Moura, if we can keep our key players fit, we can go for the top 4. We've got enough quality there. It's just getting those reinforcements like the cavalry coming in.
Yep. Okay. Kuba, do you agree it's entirely dependent on signings? Do you think it's also dependent on injuries that we can or can't keep fit? Do you think it's other variables? Are we worried just about ourselves, or are we concerned with what happens to other teams as well? What are your thoughts overall, just generally to get us going?
With threadbare squad wise, because if anything happens, like Ben says, any of those key players go out the window, and we've got no replacement. That's it. We're finished. That's why the signings are so damn important. We've got nothing to fall back on. What if something happens to the likes of Hugo? Who's going to replace him? Galini? Do you feel confident with Galini taking us through the Champions League? I don't. Kane as well. That Skip. We've got a few key players. If we're missing them at any point, we're going to kiss things goodbye. And we've got a very difficult run of games coming up as well.
I'm actually going to write down the injury before we move on. I'm going to write down to come back to this. Anyone, if I forget, please remind me to come back to the Lloris injury speculation, because I do think it's worth reminding everybody or discussing what might have happened to us last season had we not had Lloris break his elbow or dislocate his elbow. What could have been was an interesting thing. But yeah, okay. Appreciate that, Kuba. Brian, just generally speaking, before we get into details, what's it going to take for us to finish top 4, bro? Is it going to be, is signings enough, or is it also going to require luck from other teams having bad runs of form? What do you think, buddy?
We're not getting top 4. That's what I'm thinking. With signings, without signings, I put bets on. The mentality of this club is toxic, is cancerous. One injury, even if we do bring players in, let's say one of them isn't a backup or competition for Kane, and Kane gets an injury.
Yeah.
And Son doesn't come back firing. You can sign 3 players. Doesn't mean they're the right players. And I just think you can see, all I'll say, when Conte even played as quickly as Morecambe, he had to play the big guns. He can't trust the players that are there to do the job. And what Romano was actually saying, I've just heard the video. It weren't a tweet; it was a video. He's saying that it could be a big week for Tottenham, but if players go out first, a Dele, a Tanguy, and who was the other one? Just Dele, a Tanguy.
Bergwijn?
That's the one.
Yeah, Bergwijn.
So first of all, Josh, brother, I actually get to see you face to face, and it's all good. I can't wait doing the game. It's all good to see you. But yeah, I just like why are we still here where players have to go out before players come in? A big club gets the players in to make sure they're covered for the players going out.
Yeah.
And it's got it written all over it again that we're going to pussy about with the money, wait for it to get, and then by the time we get to act, it's going to be too late. So no, we're not making top 4.
Interesting.
saying 2 different Jews, 3 different opinions.
Wow. Okay, that's a statement and a half, then.
That looks like pure whiskey there, Brian. Is that what's that you're drinking?
That's iron brew, mate. That's iron brew. Mate, if this was whiskey, my 14 years of being alcohol-free are right down the window.
Fair enough.
I thought you were drinking Barocca, because sometimes I get accused when I'm drinking this. I get accused of drinking cider all night, but it's really just Barocca because it keeps me going. You know,
Barocca, Flack Flame. Yeah.
Josh, mate, welcome to the channel, man. I appreciate you stopping by, bro. It's good to see you face to face. Good to meet you, and let's get going. Let's start with. I want to come back to some of the things that have been said, but before we come back, let's finish the circle. Josh, just generally speaking, before we get into any specifics, how do you feel about the concept? Top 4, is it possible? What are your major, before we get into the detail, before we get into the weeds, is it possible? What are your hopes for it? What's it going to take for us to get there?
I just thought I'd have you can see my face has just gone white there. That's because I've pulled up the Premier League table in another tab. Are
you panicking? Are you scared?
No, I just wanted to have a look, and really think about it properly. It's silly, the fact that we played 4 less games than the current person the current team that's in top 4, and we're still only a few points behind them. So if anyone says that we can't get top 4, I know you're saying that, Brian, but I think that's more. That's more. Huh?
I'm trying to point to Brian.
Yeah.
How can I point to him?
Work it out, mate. Work it out. He's right there. He's there.
Yes, that's a team effort. I'm right here. I'm right.
It's harder. It's quite hard, isn't it?
I'm right here.
It's actually really hard.
I can see. This is the good thing with me and Josh being at the bottom. It's very easy to point out. It's very easy.
But yeah, no,
Josh,
I think we definitely can do it. Will we do it? Is a different question, isn't it? It's I'd like to say yes. I try and be an optimistic fan. Do you know what I mean? So I'd like to say we are the favourites, aren't we? We're the favourites at the moment, I think, with the bookies.
Ben, what are you doing?
On the bookies, yeah.
That's called my anxiety talking about Tottenham.
You look like you were having a wank. You look like you were looking at a picture of 5 boys, 2 of them Jewish, and having a wank.
Talk about that. Bring the
okay, Sean, I came onto your show for some intellectual debate here. You can get this on here you go, Sean. What? Your show is turning to what the hell? It's gone absolutely off the rails within 37 minutes.
Let's reel it back in.
I'm joking.
Josh,
I'm joking.
I'm not. We need to bring it back in. I don't want it to be a ludicrous thing. I do want it to be a good debate. I think it will be. I think we've got some great talent. But Josh, so you think the league table doesn't lie? If we win the games in hand, we're second, right?
I doubt we'd win all the games in hand, but even if we win half of them, we're already top 4. Do you know what I mean? That's it. We only need to win 2 of those games, and then we're 4th on the same amount of games played as everyone else, kind of thing. So, it's silly to think that we can't. I think that this past few weeks...
Josh, let me just stop you, Josh. Let's say one thing, because you know what's been going on in the WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
Do I think we can? Do I think we can? Yes, I do. Of course we can, with the points that are available on the board and math. Of course we can. And do I think we can? Maybe. But do I think we will? As you said at the beginning, it's a different conversation. And that's where I'm at. No, we won't. I think we'll just fall short.
And I can get that. I can get that. But I'm trying to be more positive about it in the fact that do you know what? It depends more on injuries than signings for me, honestly. Like if we continue without Son, without Romero, without Dyer for large parts of this season, I don't even know, can I swear on this stream?
Yeah, go crack on.
Yeah, we're fucked, basically.
Yeah.
So, you just had a reference about little boys, so I'm sure I can swear.
Do you think? Okay.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, so, that's what I reckon anyway. Like, it's more about injuries than signings for me. Signings would be nice, and after what, I know you were just talking about what Fabrizio said, Brian, innit? I don't think the way I interpreted that. I didn't think he said that we have to sell players. He said we're trying to sell players, and next week is going to be a big week for us. He also said that he's going to make a big announcement about Tottenham.
Yeah, Hugo signed a new contract.
Do you think that's what it is?
Well, I've heard now from.
Though, is it?
I've heard from a couple of places now. First one was Kim had heard it when I was on. Kim is in Bob's partner. I was going to do an update on Bob, but we can do that later.
Yeah. No.
We'll do that. So we were. Kim had heard it, and she said I couldn't. It weren't a lot, but it's now festering a bit that apparently a 2-year deal has been agreed. So listen, mate. You know how this guy manipulates shit, and he'll go, "Yeah, big announcement coming."
He did say that incomings though. He did say incomings. He didn't say like that the announcement was about. Do you know what I mean? He was like, "Don't worry, next week we will talk about incomings. I will have a big announcement for Tottenham." So
yeah, whether we might put a bid in for a Adama. Might have thought about it, thinking about maybe. Oh, shall we? Yes, we're going to. Yeah. Yeah. Now we're going to do it. I'm just not convinced. I know for Bridgeshow's stuff, like let's face it. Until he says "Here we go," then you're kind of like, okay, you've heard this, you've heard this. Until he says those 3 words, and I like listening to Romano. I think he's a nice guy. When he talks sense, and he does what people do in ITKs. But unless when he says "Here we go," you know it's done. You know it's happening. There's no arguing. There's no. Until then, it's up in the air. So that's how I stand on Romano. Sorry, Josh, didn't mean to cut on for you, brother.
No, that was it basically. Like, I think injuries are more important than transfers, but transfers are important as well. And if you're saying like you have to say yes or no right now, just being optimistic, I'd say yes. Just because we've got Conte, we've got the best manager out of the people that are going for it by far, the best manager. So if he really is this world-class manager, why can't we win it? Do you know what I mean?
So before we get into
top 4 ain't a trophy.
I think a lot of people think that top 4 isn't anywhere near as valuable as a trophy. I understand the people that are the trophies are the eloquent way to demonstrate success of a club. I totally get that. I know there's a lot of people like on your channel, Dermot, Ben and Kuba, like Dermot, for example, he values trophies above anything else. He thinks that a trophy is more important than a top 4. And I respect the opinion, totally understand it. My argument would always be that in a world where it gets increasingly hard to do anything in football, then finishing top 4 allows you to earn more money. It makes you more attractive as a club that can bring in the players that then allows you the following seasons after that to actually go on and have a better chance of winning success. But before we get to specifics about other clubs, I just want to go on Hotspur's comment here. He's saying we need to either sign depth or become and remain incredibly healthy, right? Yeah, let's take the second half of that statement, and I'm going to start again at the top and work our way around, if you don't mind. Ben, do you think... Let's imagine that all of the teams, and I'll put this out across the thing, all of the teams, so we're talking West Ham, realistically, we're not going to talk about Chelsea, Liverpool or City, but Chelsea, United, West Ham, Arsenal, Tottenham, and maybe now we have to start worrying about some late runs from Leicester or Villa, right? If all of those teams were full strength, so if every team became incredibly healthy and incredibly sustained that, does Tottenham's first 11 have enough about it versus West Ham's first 11 versus Man United's first 11 versus Arsenal's first 11 versus Villa's first 11? Do we have enough about it to finish top as it is? No signings, but no injuries. Everyone comes back. How do we fare? And then all it comes down to is form, managerial quality, and appetite, energy, mindset. Can Tottenham do it versus those threats, Ben?
I mean, the problem with Tottenham isn't the first 11. If our first 11 was fit all the time, like the Romeros, the Dyers, the Reguilons, the Sessegnons, if they were all fit, we'd be absolutely guaranteed top 4. It's just our medical team seems to be on the pull wins all the time, as we would say in my family. Our medical team has been shocking since 2003. We've always had poor medical staff. We always have terrible injuries. I can't remember a Tottenham team that didn't have terrible injuries in my lifetime. So if we keep our, like with Romero, if we can have our world-class centre half in and the rest of the players, if Harry Kane stays fit for the rest of the season, we're in the top 4. He's just going to start scoring and he's going to start scoring because he's already heating up. If Sonny stays
regardless
fit,
of what else happens, if we can
our
keep
first
Kane
11, our first
fit,
11, the team is better than West Ham's and it's better than Man United's because Man United are a shambles. They are shocking.
Yeah.
People like the only reason Man United are in the conversation for the top 4 is because they're Man United. Let's be real. They are shocking. They are awful. Like pathetic even. Like even their best players calling them out. That's how bad they are. And West Ham, they've shown against Leeds today, they're bottle jobs. They've shown it. They should easily have wiped away Leeds today.
So you're saying that because Man United, I would argue that Man United's squad is probably like if Wreck-It Ralph could get the best out of Man United, then their squad is stronger than Tottenham's. I'd agree with you that Tottenham's squad is probably stronger. First team squad is stronger than West Ham's. Arsenal's, I'm not sure. I think it's a very close argument. But you're suggesting that where Man United are going to fuck up is just because the energy in the team is toxic, right? Like there's something missing there these days, isn't there?
I mean, Brian said the Tottenham team is toxic, and it probably is because Brian's saying it. Brian doesn't say things for a reason. But the Man United squad, if we're toxic, that's a whole new board game. They are toxic times 1,000. They all hate each other. I bet there are fights getting it. I bet they get out the cars, all of them, and they start having a fight. That is toxic. It's a toxic club. It's a toxic fan base at the moment. Everything about that club is toxic. So if we finish below Man United, in my opinion, I think we're looking at failures because they are poor. Their captain is poor. There's only one player that's actually performing week in, week out, and that's Ronaldo. And it's the only reason they're in the conversation. They are poor. If they didn't have Ronaldo, they would be miles behind.
A lot of people, though, and I'll tell this to Kuba now. A lot of people, Kuba, would argue that whilst Cristiano Ronaldo scores a lot of goals for Manchester United, the fact that he won't press, the fact that he won't do the teamwork that a pressing team requires will mean that Ralf Rangnick or Ole Solskjaer before him are limited in their defensive options because unless you have all 11 men willing to press, then they can't press. And Ronaldo, whilst he might offer lots of offensive options and he definitely scores a lot of goals, he also is potentially the reason why they're limited in their ability to do what they could do. Kuba, I'll take that to you. Do you think that Man United's full strength squad are as capable as Tottenham's full strength? Are you worried? Like I say, hypothetically, if everyone stayed injury free, who do you think would make that top 4 spot? Who would you get the last 4th spot, presuming that the first 3 are already decided?
I agree with Ben on this. Ronaldo looks like the jewel in the crown for them, and their crown's lacking. There is something fundamentally wrong with the way they're playing at the moment at United. That the balance isn't right. They're not going to sort that out in a hurry. They've got Ronaldo, so you've got to play Ronaldo.
Okay.
So they're kind of stuck with it. They've got an imbalanced squad, and it's not doing very well. I don't see them as a threat at all.
Okay.
West Ham maybe could be a threat, but they're bottling it at the moment as well. They should have been looking at Champions League last season, shouldn't they? But didn't do that.
It's uncommon for them not to fail.
The one I've been saying all along, and lots of people said, they'll crumble and fall away. But unfortunately, it's that lot down the road. That's the ones I'm worried about because somewhere along the line, after signing Ramsdale, he got them to fluke a few results through his outstanding saves, and they gained some confidence while doing that. And all of a sudden, they're starting to look like they are actually a team, which is not good news. So we're up against it with that. But as for finishing top 4, if injury-free, I think we can do it. I honestly do. I think there's enough about the squad and Conte can drag enough out of that first 11. The thing is, injury-free. How likely is that? Just cannot.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course. We're just getting through the kind of the clause.
Yeah, it would be with all. even of the standard sort of amount of what you call injuries, it would be the equivalent of Captain Bligh from Mutiny on the Bounty when he navigates his little tiny life raft full of loyal sailors and gets to port. It would be that. It would be on par with that. A magnificent feat against all odds.
Okay. Yeah, I take your point, mate. It's entirely unlikely, and the hypothesis is a moot point. But just wanted to figure out how everyone feels about the squad quality and a full strength thing. And Brian, I'll come to you and I'll ask you to also comment on Oliver Freeman's, if you don't mind, mate. He's saying, lads, United, Arsenal, West Ham, they won't finish top 4. We will finish there because they are crap. So he's saying that don't worry so much about Tottenham. The teams that we're competing with, they're all going to fuck up and fail. How do you feel about that, Brian?
Listen, this question is if everyone's 100% fit. Well, everyone could be 100% fit. Doesn't mean they're going to be 100% match fitness every single game. Doesn't mean every single player is going to be on their game every single game. And also, what you've got to look at is, like I said with Morecambe, we've seen when we need to have the big players alert all goddamn time. Because if they're not, the people like a Dele Alli, who is in our squad, is not going to do it. If a Tanguy Ndombele is going to do it, he's not. A Joe Rodon, it doesn't matter if we say, like Cooper said, injury-free is just a myth to even contemplate it. It's, especially at Tottenham, it's a myth to even think about it. You got my Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, who is way off his standard right now. So even if he is 100% fit, and believe me, Højbjerg is 100% fit all the goddamn time. I swear he's the Energizer Bunny or whatever. He's literally, or a Terminator. He's 100% fit, but he's not playing well. And you look at it, listen.
He's tired. He's tired, right? He's exhausted.
Manchester United, Cristiano Ronaldo, everyone's saying, oh, look, he's not pressing, he's not doing this. You signed Cristiano Ronaldo. You know what you're getting. You're getting the greatest player on the planet and has been for years, or up there with Messi, obviously, because he does what he does. You don't sign the greatest player in the world and go, well, I want you to chase back and stop doing what you do the best. You hired him to do a job, and he's doing that job. You blame the other people around him for not pulling their weight or being at that level. If you sign someone at that level, like Harry Kane, you have someone at that level, he needs players around there to help him. If signings or no signings, we have no creativity. So where are all these goals all of a sudden coming from? Where's our creations coming from? Listen, I want us, believe me, I'd love nothing more than to be in the top 4. But when you're talking about just having everyone injury-free, our squad is shit.
I get that.
Our squad is shit. We have some good players, but a majority of them right now, a lot of people would say, look at it, we want to talk about our squad. We have 2 left-backs, one that's just coming back from injury. God knows what's happening to Reggie. He's fallen off a cliff somewhere. But we think we've got Sessegnon, we've got Reggie somewhere, but we're going to play Matt Doherty as a left back.
Yeah.
I think that's just unfortunate, though, Brian. So, sorry to cut in there.
No, go on, Brian. I was just finishing. It's just the point where when we say our squad is not good enough. Our squad is not good enough.
I agree with you. Sorry, Josh.
The first team is good, but the depth isn't. The first team is great.
I'm going to be listening on my phone after my meal. I need a much-needed cigarette. So, Josh, I am not pissing off just so I can't hear you. I'm always listening,
yes,
mate. I'm always listening. Look, I'm listening now.
It's okay. Go have your smoke. It's okay, man. You can smoke in front of the screen, man. I don't care. Like
you can't.
That's what he just was.
I can't smoke a cigarette in the house.
But we're going to play Matt Doherty. Okay.
His mother would kick his ass.
Got it.
She'd sling him across the room. I know this.
He's not allowed on the sofa either.
It's like that Everybody Loves Raymond program where they put the cellophane over the fucking the seats. So
we can hear ourselves on his mic now. We can hear his mum come in and ask about the casserole again soon. I was listening to you guys off the phone.
All right, Joshy. So yeah, let's hear your view, mate. Like, I listen. I totally get it that it's unrealistic to think that all the teams in the top 4 race, of which there's probably 7 or 8, can go the rest of the season injury-free. But I guess my point is more kind of broadly speaking, our first 11, how does that compare to the first 11s of, West Ham, with Arsenal, United, Villa, if they go on a run now? Like, do we have a chance? Like, how? I guess what I'm saying is more like, how much in a world where we don't sign anybody and we're left with what we have, injuries will always play a part. But how much are injuries going to determine our success at the end of the season?
Well, I think that everyone apart from Arsenal, we definitely have the better first 11, I'd say. And, people are starting to talk about Villa and stuff like that. We're 10 points in front of them with a game in hand or 2 games in hand or something. So it's like, they're not, and we're not even in the top 4. So they're not catching the top 4. Like, it doesn't matter who they sign at the moment. But when it comes to Arsenal, the reason I'd say we're better than them is because we've got Kane and Son in that first 11. They don't have goal scorers or proven goal scorers like that. They've just totally done away with Aubameyang, haven't they? He's never going to play for the club again. So,
yeah, he's done. Yeah, he's out.
So even though I think that they've got a couple of good defenders there now, I think they're actually decent. Whatever their names are, Ben Shite, whatever. They've got some brilliant youngsters. They've probably got a better midfield than us because that party looks good. Just kind of top heavy wise, it makes us better because we have 2 world-class strikers in their prime. Do you know what I mean? Or forwards in their prime in Son and Kane. And Brian was just talking about, where's the creativity coming from and stuff like that. I'm a bit of a...
George is asking the same question. He's saying, Brian's right. Where are the goals coming from? What do you think?
Well, I'll tell you, if we didn't make any signings now, but we got to have our first 11, we were creating chances for fun under the early games of Conte, not the Everton game, but after that, Prem games. We're not going to talk about more or anything like that, but we were creating chances for fun. It was, look at the way we split Liverpool open constantly in that game. We should have been gone far and away. We do have creativity in this team with the way that Conte plays. Conte actually falls out with a lot of creative players. He fell out with Fabregas. He fell out with Eriksen when he first came to Inter. And there's actually been articles on Conte that he doesn't work well with creative players because Conte actually tells you where and when to pass. And creative players like to have their own, freedom. They don't want someone saying, oh, you can't make the pass to the back post. I have told you to cut it back there every single time you get in this position. So he actually works better with players that can actually just make a little pass like Winks. Do you know what I mean? He might not have the most creative, or even like Dyer, who can make a short pass, even though they're a defender kind of thing. So with Conte teams, you don't need a huge creative player or a creative force because he sets the patterns for you. So basically, if we had our first 11, also, I'm a bit, like I said, I'm a bit of a stats head, and we were averaging, or we are still averaging in the Premier League 2.5 expected goals.
XGs,
I don't think, I'm not saying it's the be all or end all and that it means that we're definitely going to score that amount of goals every game, but that just proves that we were cutting teams open. Do you know what I mean? Everyone has those struggling games like Watford. Everyone has those games where they nick it in the last minute. We were doing that under Poch loads of times. We used to do that. Do you remember when we were in our best season under Poch, and we nicked it against Burnley in the last 10 minutes when Kieran Trippier scored? We did it against Palace. We did it. Doesn't mean you're a bad team. It doesn't mean that you lack creativity or whatever. I do think this team can get better, but I think that, long story short, we can score goals. Not City level goals or Liverpool level goals, but above average. And I think that defensively, we can actually be good under Conte if we have Davis, Dyer, and Romero. Do you know what I mean? I think that back three is all right. Like,
Josh, you know what, Josh? You just put in a good point whilst I was downstairs, and I put it in the comments, and it shows back again that when you say Liverpool, we were creating. You're right, we were creating, but then we weren't taking them. So we either don't create. Or we create, and we don't have the players in that squad to punish it.
Yeah, but Son was one of the people that.
Well,
was
yeah, exactly. When you show, and Ali was one of the others.
And Kane.
Exactly. And how worrying is that we're creating them and they're not being taken? Like 2-3 years ago, if Kane went through 1-on-1 or Kane had a shot, people are walking back to the halfway line because they know full well that's in the back of the net. It's just not happening right now.
Do you put that down?
Scored 2 goals as well against them. You got to remember that. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, of course. I mean that game was about. Let's call it as it is. That game, we all thought after Liverpool game, right, here we come. This is it. This is going to be it. This is what we had with Poch when it was building. Oh my God, this is what Conte's going to do. This is what we're going to see. And it's kind of when you get that first high and you're chasing it again. That's what we want, and we just haven't hit that high again with the squad, and we need depth to sustain it.
The games against Chelsea in the past couple of weeks have really put a downer on everyone.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's reality. I think the truth is it's somewhere in the middle. We're not like the level we were under Poch, but we're not as bad as we looked under Chelsea. And if we get our defenders back and maybe Sonny, we'll look good again.
So, Josh, it's a great segue because the next thing I was going to ask before we start to look at the other teams, right? I do want to talk to you about, or to all of you about, I've got the Arsenal fixtures that are coming up. We can go through them. I've got the Man United fixtures in front of me. I've got the Villa fixtures and I've got the West Ham fixtures. So we're going to talk about what their predicted outcomes can be, as long as you guys can hang around. Before we get to that, right, you did make a good segue based on Brian's point, right? So the Chelsea result, the two games certainly took a lot of the breath away from Tottenham fans, right? And everyone suddenly went from a super positive team after the Liverpool result, and then you had the Southampton game that was away, all right? And I'm going to ask. The reason I mention this is we are going to talk about the away gap. We've got a lot of away games to come, and there's certainly some problems that we're seeing away from home, and the Chelsea form. We were, albeit, playing against the champions of Europe, right? And so maybe a lot of, like myself included, glass half full fans thought that we were walking into a Chelsea team that under Conte, with our undefeated Premier League run, that we could go on and do something. It didn't work out, right? Like I'm honest enough to be able to hold my hands up and say on all the shows I was on, I was going, "No, we're going to smash them. We're going to figure it out. We're going to do it." It didn't happen. We were beaten by the better team, but there were variables that you have to factor in. A lot of injuries, a lot of problems to key positions. Putting Chelsea aside, right? Putting the League Cup to one side, we are still undefeated. We still have got the second best form in the Premiership in recent matches over the past 6, behind Man City. So we've got lots of things to be positive about, but lots of games, tougher games away from home that were postponed and are trying to be rescheduled. So I'm going to start this by going. Let's start the same way. I'll come to you, Ben, first, and we'll work around. Do you how do you feel the home form seems to be far better than the away form, right? But we got Chelsea on Saturday. We got Leicester, the rebound. Chelsea's not a rearranged. Chelsea's not one of our games in hand. Chelsea's just a standard game. I'd imagine that we're all going to agree that it's going to be tough or difficult to get something from it. But how worried are you that the games that we have in hand are away from home? And based on what you've seen from our away form under Conte, do you still think that we can use these games and catch up? Or are you thinking that some of the people are thinking that, you know what, the away form is worrying, and we're not going to be able to catch up on the gap between us and Arsenal, us and West Ham? How do you feel about the away fixtures that are in our future schedule?
Well, come to think of it, our away form has been poor for 4 years. It's been poor since before Poch left. It's been terrible. I mean, it sort of peaked. It came up again after Mourinho came in, but our away form has been shocking for years. But this is the reason you get a world-class manager. You get a world-class manager who can sort these problems out. And the difference between us, West Ham, Arsenal and Manchester United is we've got a world-class manager in his prime. So I see Conte fixing these problems. Of course, we need to be worried about playing Chelsea because Chelsea are a supremely good team. They've gone through a bad patch with Lukaku and all that nonsense, but they are still a very, very good team. And of course, Dr. Tottenham will see you now. They've woken up again. But we have to. The reason you play football games is to see how they play out. So we might turn up against Chelsea at the weekend, and we might beat them. Who knows?
Do you think so?
It's a long shot, but it can always happen. It depends what team turns up on the day and the mentality of the team on the day.
Yeah,
I've seen us. It's the problem with Tottenham. Sometimes we beat Barcelona or a team of that ilk, and then we lose to Burnley away. So we could beat Chelsea. Who knows? We don't know.
This is the same mentality that I had going into the first leg, right? So, I feel like I've learned a little bit. My expectation to kind of temper expectations. Do you actually think that I don't know if Dyer's going to be back. Romero's probably not fit. Do you think we've got a realistic chance against Chelsea, or are you expecting a loss?
If Chelsea turn up, they'll beat us. But if Chelsea don't turn up, we've got a chance. It's the end, because Chelsea have been very hit and miss this season.
Yeah,
they've been very hit and miss. Especially if we turn up and we've got our form going, we can win.
Do you consider the Leicester game more of a better way to kind of measure the temperature of the Tottenham form? That's Leicester's what? Leicester's on the following Wednesday, right? So
it's this Wednesday, isn't it? It's this Wednesday.
It's Thursday. This Thursday.
Oh, so Leicester's before Chelsea. So would you learn more about Ben? Would you learn more about Tottenham's chances from the Leicester game result or the Chelsea game result?
We'll learn more about Leicester, because Chelsea are a very good team, but we can't say Chelsea are a bad team. As long as we like to say that Chelsea is shit, and that's a perfectly factual statement, Chelsea is shit. They are. They are a very good team. So we do well against.
They're
Leicester.
still shit. They're a good version of shit.
I mean, I'll say that to the end until I die. But we usually do well against Leicester. We usually do very well against Leicester. So I think we could take it as if we can get a result out of Chelsea, I'll be happy.
We haven't played Leicester yet at all, have we?
No, that's the first game. Yeah, the first game.
No, and we usually do well against Leicester. We're one of Leicester's bogey teams, except in that year where they did they won a title or something. That's the only two games they didn't
a couple of years ago when a couple of years ago when Aurier gave a penalty away for no reason whatsoever.
Oh, actually, Brian, I want to come on to remind me again if I forget, please, because I want to speak about is Japhet Tanganga the new Aurier is a question I've got lined up because I worry about that. So I want to come back to that. But Kuba, just quickly, how do you feel, mate? About not quickly, take your time. How do you feel about the coming up fixtures? Do you worry that Leicester is a banana skin? How do you feel like is our away form? I worry about the away fixtures that we have. We've got so many away fixtures to come. Do we need to set a statement against Leicester more than we do against Chelsea? Would you take 3 points at Leicester and a loss against Chelsea? How do you feel about the next two games?
I'd happily take 3 against Leicester and lose to Chelsea. Much as it's painful to lose to Chelsea. It really is painful.
But it's a likely loss, right?
We've got such a horrendous record at Stamford Bridge. It's not really a realistic one to look at now and think, yeah, that's where we're getting 3 points from. It's much better to look at the Leicester game and think, let's put in every ounce of effort to get 3 points out of that game. Then at least we know we're back on the rails again. Because at the moment, the most important thing is just get a win against anybody, because we're in a little bit of a slump. There's a deflated atmosphere around the fans, the club. You can see it on Conte's face. You can see it on Paratici's face. We just need that little bit of a lift, get us back on the track. And a nice away win at Leicester, who are no pushovers by any means. We have got a good record against them, yes, but still, that good records don't last forever anyway. Except for bloody Chelsea's against us, obviously. So we need that win. I would take the win against Leicester all day long. If that meant losing to Chelsea, I'd just have to take that on the chin. But it sets us up for the other games coming up, because we've got a few juicy little home games before our next big away games as well. If we're back on form, we're back thinking, we're in this race. Couple of home wins strung together. Pressure, cruising past people, putting pressure on the teams above us and below us to keep up. It could make the whole run into the end of the season a lot easier for us. But for me, it's that Leicester game. That's where it all starts. If we go and lose that and then take a beating against Chelsea as well, suddenly those 4 games in hand, it's only 2 games in hand. Doesn't look so impressive then.
And the fans, mate, the fans, right? Like if we
Yeah.
lose to Leicester on Thursday, I think it's already going to be pretty scary. And I'm someone that tries to always find the positive.
By the way, it's
Wednesday. Someone's saying it. Oh, it's Leicester Wednesday, is it? Okay,
yeah, I got it wrong.
Thanks
for saying that, because I'm going with Simeon, and if we turned up Thursday, Josh would be vitally pissed off.
Brian, listen. I'm someone that always tries to find the positives, and I think you're more realistic. Sometimes, you're more just happy to call a spade when there's negativity there, when there's reasons to be upset. You're happy to call it out. So if we lose at Leicester, tell me what you're going to be thinking, bro, and how do we beat Leicester?
Well, first of all, if we lose to Leicester, you'll know what I'm thinking because I'll be there. So you'll know full well. There he is.
Oh, you're going to the game, are you?
I'm going to Leicester with Simeon. So yeah.
Oh, amazing. Oh,
so they'll be cool. They'll be like, okay, there's something going on. There's Daigle. Let's home in. Yep, there he is. Listen, when it comes to it, if there's any Spurs fan over the last 30 years that can honestly say we'll gauge our away form by our performance at Chelsea, then you don't know what you're talking about. Because in 30 years, we've had 2 wins. Mm-hmm. 2 wins in all competitions. Chelsea, listen, you see these things where strikers have these patches, like Didier Drogba did against Arsenal, like Harry Kane has against Leicester, and he will score against Leicester again. I've always said every time he scores, I put money on Harry Kane to score because it's a fact. And he had Shearer against Leeds. Chelsea are just one of those teams. It doesn't matter what we do, we can outplay them, we can batter them, but somehow at Stamford Bridge, something will happen. Leicester, we have to win. We have to win. And the reason I say that,
how do we do that, Brian? Like, what's the formation? What do we?
By scoring more than Leicester.
What's the point in spending the money on Conte when you got Brian there?
Statement.
No, mate. You know what? Football's an easy game. Put 11 players out in the best position and go off. You go play. Now listen, Leicester, who have now started to hit a bit of form from what I remember. James Maddison has come into good form. When James Maddison's playing well, Leicester seem to play well. Harry Kane will score. Harry Kane will do what Harry Kane does. But you got to remember, whilst this window is open, and if we don't get off to a good start, and we keep saying Spurs need to come out all guns blazing, and we just don't. I'm sorry, like it or not, there's going to be an atmosphere in the Spurs fans, and they're going to be baying for blood, and one person's blood in particular.
Yeah.
And believe me, I will be the cheerleader, president, chief, and everything. It'll be me. This is the thing. We need to come out all guns blazing. We need to come out firing. So as long as they do that, we should get a win. But the thing is, and there's no getting it, especially during January, if things don't start off well or we don't start off brightly, like we said, we needed to come out all firing against Chelsea on Wednesday. We didn't. We had 15 minutes in the second half. Too late. We need to set the tone in these games and say, right, we are Tottenham Hotspur. We want top 4. We think we're good enough as we are right. Yeah, hopefully, and this is a me saying it, hopefully additions will come. And then that will set a box and it will set a standard where the players are right, we're up for it. Let's do this. And if we do, we will win. But if we start off slowly again and let Leicester play or don't have any intent, it's going to get very, very intense in that stadium once again. And that's going to keep happening until either this window closes and we know what we've got, or signings come in, and it gives it like a boost to the fans to go, right, here we go. Let's see what we can do. Leicester is huge. As Koo said, our away form hasn't been great. It just has not, even under Nuno and now under Conte. All right, we haven't had a lot of games with Conte because of COVID ban or COVID games being called off away.
Yep.
And we need to set a precedent and say, right, this is what we do when we're away. And Leicester is a huge marker to put down, and we have to do it.
If we Josh, I'll come to you now, mate. If we talk to me, or first of all, I'll leave it open to you, mate. I'll let you steer it how you want. But Leicester, we all agree, Leicester is possibly the most pivotal, most telling result, right? Hopefully, I don't know what the latest is on Romero. We know he's back in first team training. I don't know if he's going to be ready by Wednesday. I don't know if any of you have any update on that. I haven't seen. I know that he's first team training, but I've also heard, injury specialists saying if you rush that injury back, the specific injury that he has, if you bring it back too soon, he could be out for the end of the season. I don't know about Dyer right now. I haven't seen anything whether he's going to be fit. First of all, do you know? If not, how would you manage the squad? What sort of formation would you play? How pivotal do you think the Leicester game is for our prospects? And and how would you go about it, knowing full well that we have Chelsea on Sunday? Do you go full strength, whatever you can get, and then if it means that we have to go weaker against Chelsea and just accept the loss, are you happy with that? Or would you kind of manage the squad, the first team, knowing how threadbare we are? How would you go about it if you were Conte?
It's a hard question, to be honest, about managing the squad. Do you know what? Let me just take it back a bit, because everyone keeps saying our away form is poor. It is poor. Like, if you look at Tottenham as a whole, yes, but under Conte, we had his first game, which was Everton. We drew, which it was his first game. He literally had 48 hours with the player. I think it was even 24 hours with the players, was it? So I'm just going to write that off. I'm not going to, I'm not counting that in Conte's away form. Then we had the Southampton game, which in my book we won because we had 2 goals disallowed.
Yep.
Which shouldn't have been disallowed. We had
2 goals that were disallowed, and we had so many chances. I know that was an away draw, but that should have been an away win. Yeah, we outplayed them in the second half, blah, blah, whatever. Then we had the Watford game, which we won. So he's only had 3 chances and we haven't lost any of them. That's all. Like, do you know what I mean? And 2 of them, we should have, one of them we did win. The Southampton game, we should have won. So I'd say away. And if you go through the Premier League, nobody's away form apart from City is great. Liverpool lost to West Ham and Leicester in recent weeks away from home. And they're still at the top of the table. So there's no team that is fighting for top 4 that is going to have a perfect away record. So having 2 draws and a win under Conte so far away from home, a draw that we should have won as well, I think it's actually, I think it's something to be upbeat about. I don't think it's terrible. Do you know what I mean? Leicester in particular, look, Conte was saying over a week ago that Romero's really close and he's trained with us. That was over a week ago. I know that Romero was only pictured in first team training this week, but he was saying that he was basically really close and he was training with them over a week ago. So I think there's a chance for Wednesday. The fact that they've had more rest as well, the whole squad, because no North London derby. He's been saying Dyer was a minor injury, but he's been saying that for a week. So I'm hoping that he's back. If we've got one of them back, Romero or Dyer, then I see us doing all right against Leicester. Leicester don't have Vardy, they don't have Iheanacho, they don't have what's that?
Ndidi.
They don't have Ndidi. They don't have Ndidi or Daka. Where's Ndidi playing? Which in AFCON?
AFCON, yeah.
Yeah, he's Nigerian. Yeah,
he's in the AFCON. So
look at that. Like they've got Barnes and Maddison. That is the only threat they've got. Yeah, I'm not saying that we're brilliant. If we're playing,
what they're saying is Leicester are going to pussy out like Arsenal did. Is basically what we're saying.
What you reckon they will?
Everyone's a pussy.
No, they can't do the Premier League. Not allow them to postpone again because this is a replay of the postponement. For them.
I'm just joking. Just give them the 3-0 loss. Give them 3-0 loss. Sorted. Anyway,
I think that we. I think we should beat Leicester. I don't like being too confident because I'm Spurs, but I think we should beat Leicester. I think we can beat Leicester. And I would go full strength for that Leicester game. And I also think that these games that have had us downbeat, these Chelsea games, the reason that the whole fan base is in a slog right now, we're in a slump, you got to remember the teams that we were putting out. We're not going to have Galini in goal against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Hopefully, we're not going to have Tanganga in the defence as well. And we in that second half at home, we did make some chances. I know we had that offside goal, whatever, and they didn't really care as much. But I'm not saying we're going to win up at Stamford Bridge, but I think these next 2 games, playing our first team, no mucking about, no Skip's on the bench, Hugo Lloris is on the bench, whatever, all that. Playing our first team as strong as we can in these next 2 games, I'm hoping and I think that we will see a better performance than we have in the past few weeks against Morecambe and the 2 Chelsea games. Those are the things that have put us down. Before that, we'd just won our last league game. We're not on a bad run in the league. So hopefully, full strength, we can do well this week. And if we get 4 points out of these 2 games, that'd be fucking amazing, wouldn't it?
Would you all take 4 points out of the 2 games?
Hell yeah.
Would you take 3
What,
points?
Leicester and Chelsea?
Would you take
Bite
2
his
points?
goddamn hand off.
Would you take 2 points? Would you take a draw at both?
Yeah, I would.
I'd take 3 points. I wouldn't take a draw on both.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with Josh.
All right. So
I would, purely because that means we don't lose at Chelsea.
I think we need someone. We need someone else.
Ooh,
who's gonna be
he's got in
delusional.
the 11th hour. Josh Cooper got in there in the 11th hour with a very bold statement there. No, I'm sticking with Josh. I'm sticking to my guns.
We need someone that's going to be totally delusional and say, nope, 6 points is what we're doing. We need someone else.
2 points means the unbeaten run keeps going in the league.
No, but that's a load
It's
of
a good
rubbish
thing.
as well. Honestly, I think unbeaten runs can be so bad for a club sometimes.
Yeah.
When you've seen United when they under Mourinho, when they drew game after game after game. Even us in that 16-17 season under Poch, we had a long unbeaten run, and most of them were draws at the start. And then we had a little bad spell, and then we went on our 14-game winning streak. It's better I'd rather lose and win games than just keep drawing, in my opinion, anyway.
Later on, but
Draws
get past the Chelsea game first. I'll be happier.
I don't want to draw
I
against
just hate them
Leicester,
so much. I can't bear losing to them anymore.
Yeah,
It's just.
But there's no shade. There's no real. I don't have that many Chelsea mates, so it don't really bother me. Do you know what I mean?
So speaking about fixtures, right? This is where I want to come on to next, if you guys don't mind, unless you want to jump in anywhere. But I want to just show. First of all, I'm going to add the Tottenham fixtures that are coming up through February, and then we can talk about that briefly, and we can go around the houses and see what everyone thinks about the various results. But then behind that, I've got the West Ham fixtures to look at. And I've got the Arsenal fixtures to look at, Manchester United, and I thought I'd throw in their Aston Villa as well, just in case they're on the rise. And we can even look at Wolverhampton Wanderers if we think that there's any kind of threat there. Maybe they're irrelevant, maybe they're not. But I want to start with the Tottenham fixtures, okay? So, and let me just get rid of Luca. I appreciate your comment, mate. And let me just see if there's anyone else that I need to get through before we go any further.
So is there sorry to jump in. Is there an international break after Chelsea then?
Yeah. There's a break
okay, so
Don't let a single player go away. They're all got ill. They're all ill.
Yeah.
Get the Coca-Cola out. Pour it in your COVID test. Everyone's got inconclusive. Nope, everyone's got COVID. No one's leaving.
This is the problem, Ben. Right? This is the thing that pisses a lot of fans off with what happened between the Spurs and Arsenal game. Is a lot of the reason why Arsenal had the ability to threaten to cancel or to apply to cancel was because they had 6 players that went off to the AFCON. And
that's poor squad management, though.
It's massively poor squad management. If you go out and buy 6 monsters from Nigeria that are going to be worldies for your squad, they fuck off every 2 years for a month. Like that, you have to factor that in. Tottenham did it years ago under Harry Redknapp. We had a few players that disappeared. Freddie Canute, I think, was one. I can't remember who else. Adebayor, maybe. I don't know. But there were loads of players that disappeared, and it fucked us over. Arsenal, everyone focuses on the fact that they didn't have that many. The general gist of the complaints about the whole Arsenal situation is they had 1 COVID and they loaned 2 players out a week before the game. But not many people are talking about, well, it's one thing to loan players to AFCON, but Tottenham lost 3 players to the South American.
And we shouldn't let them go. We should not let a single one of the South American players go back to Argentina. I'm sorry. I know it's a massive, massive honour for the Argentinians as a people. They love playing for their country, and it's incredibly brilliant to see them play for their country. But they are paid by Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. And if Tottenham Hotspur Football Club don't want you going and getting injured, like Lo Celso did and like Romero did, it's not happening. That's what big teams do.
Option B is we should be able to postpone games when we lose 3 or 4 of our most key players that happen to be Argentinian or happen to be Colombian or happen to be Brazilian. You know, like it's not fair is the idea of fair is a concept that, you know, I don't have much time for people that say things aren't fair because life's not fair. But when Arsenal are able to cancel a game or postpone a game because 6 of their players are at one system of international tournament, then Tottenham should be able to do the same if it doesn't suit us. And this is what's going to happen. To Josh's point, in February, looking at the sheet here.
It's the precedent has been set now by Arsenal. That is the most horrible thing about what they've done. They've set a precedent that now all the other teams can now do it. And so if you don't let us do it, why did you let Arsenal do it?
Well, Ben, Ben, sorry, brother, you look at that. Do you see Leeds bench today?
I know, and they won. So
and they didn't even moan. But he also was like, "No, why are we doing it? We got." It just goes to show Arsenal now. Arsenal think they've been clever, but what they've done is they've just put such a level of hatred on them from all other fans, not just Tottenham. That they're embarrassing. They're irrelevant. They've done more damage than good.
But here's my opinion. They shouldn't during a time where we're trying to get over COVID and COVID is now slightly creeping back into society. There shouldn't be international games. We should be keeping the bubbles of the teams, keeping the bubbles, getting everyone COVID free. There should not be international breaks. I don't know. Are they qualifiers or are they friendlies? I don't know. Are they qualifiers or friendlies? Because if they're the international breaks. If they're friendlies,
no. The South American games are qualifiers for their CONCACAF or whatever it's called.
It's CONCACAF. It's not
Argentina have already qualified though.
If they've already qualified, no, you're not going.
Yeah.
If you've already qualified, you're not going. If it's a friendly, you're definitely not going. Keep the bubble, get COVID out of the football world, and then we'll restart.
Yeah.
One rule, it's so difficult to go anywhere at the moment. So why should football players be able to go and gallivant across half the world?
I agree. It is what it is, though, Ben. Unfortunately, mate, it is what it is, right? So,
but if Romero goes and gets injured again, which is what's happened the last 2 times, we should be suing the Argentinian FA because it shows that they've got poor medical teams, which is why he's always getting injured.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, but I don't know the legalities of these things. I don't know if any of you guys do. I don't understand whether or not Tottenham have got any actual ability to restrict or refuse release.
If he gets injured, I would just cancel his loan. He's actually technically on loan.
Who, Romero?
Yeah, he's technically on loan from Atlanta, isn't he? Sorry,
yeah, he is.
I'd cancel it if he gets injured again.
If he does, it's a fucking shame. It's a fucking shame. What I'm going to do, boys, before we get into these slicks, and we're going to walk through. Listen, we can move past this. We can breeze past this if it's boring. But I just want to show. I want to show the relative fixtures coming up. And we can talk about this. As I say, it's building up to the top 4 ultimate debate of whether we can do it or not. But I just want to say there's 34 people in, as far as I can see. That is a new record for my channel that are watching concurrently, and I massively appreciate that. It's a wonderful thing, and it's all down to the people, the quality of the people in the stream. I go 1, and I look down here, bomb, hang on, dosh.
Are you doing the EastEnders ending?
Since I said that, 3 people have dropped off. But the people that are remaining, if you haven't liked or shared or subscribed, please do. And also all of the people in the chat, we're going to come to their names. We can do it right now. The Coffee Company is a new YouTube channel for Ben. Right, please, his name's in the thing there. He's got his own YouTube channel. He's very much visible every day on Tottenham Tantrum Gold, who is the man below him, Kuva. He's a mainstay on Tottenham Tantrum Gold, the best channel if you're looking for archive footage and a very breezy, kind of relaxed atmosphere on all things, kind of remembrance of the better days. You got Brian from Tottenham on tour. He's below Kuva. I'm sure everybody that's watching this is already subscribe to all of your channels, but if you haven't subscribed to any of them, and Josh King, is that a YouTube channel you got, Josh, or is that your Twitter handle?
No, just my Twitter handle. I don't have my own channel at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to give the boys a chance to plug their channel properly, better than I just done. But I just want to make sure, because it's better to do this every now and again. If anyone is watching, before you drop off, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. But also, please like, share, and subscribe to the channels of the boys in the chat, because they're making this possible, and I'm so grateful for them to spending some time with me on a Sunday night, and they're absolute superstars for doing it. Is there anything you guys want to say quickly before we get onto the fixtures? Brian, you want to say something?
I'm sorry, Josh, go on.
No, Brian, it's all yours, mate. Crack on.
Yours.
Oh no. Well, the studio was to say, well, what? I'll do the thing that I was going to ask about this list first, but obviously we went off topic again. I was going to give a Bob update, wasn't I?
Oh
So
yeah, please do. Yeah, it's a perfect time.
Let's use this opportunity to give a Bob update. I mean, I don't know where everyone was from when I was speaking last night. Bob's awake, but when I say awake, he's heavily sedated. He's still in ICU. It's still no change, but he is awake. And he's awake so much that he's asking the hospital to stay for his phone. So,
amazing.
So the fact that he's still very, very agitated. He's still apparently tried to rip out his food tube again, but it's back in. He's still got a very, very long way to go, but he is awake. And when I say awake, he's still under heavy sedation. They're easing him out of it. But he has started his oxygen dependency went up from 45 to 50% on the oxygen tank. It's back down to 45 as we speak. He's winning the fight. Let's just put it that way. So we are finally getting progress. Hopefully, I should be able to see him very, very soon, which is the main objective of me being, or the only objective of me being here. But hopefully now, because I've extended my stay, I'm going to be here till 20th of February. That I will get to spend some time with him, help him recover, help Kim and Tammy as I have been. And yeah, he's coming back to us slowly but surely. So I don't think he'll be doing his stream as soon as he comes out. It's a lot of therapy and a lot of physio and whatever needs to be done. I'm sure he will come on streams or at least pop onto or be in the chats. But the great man himself is on his way back to us. That's all I can say at the moment.
It's amazing.
So we're all good on that. And then the one thing I wanted to ask regarding this with the fixtures is that Brighton won the FA Cup?
Yeah.
Or is it Premier League?
FA Cup.
That's the FA Cup, yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, it hasn't made that clear, is it? Yeah, FA Cup, yeah. What are your thoughts on that one, guys? How much do you prioritize? This is actually, it's an interesting point, right? So we could talk about the top four, the path to the top four. Can we do it? Can't we do it? And like I said earlier on, it was only a few hours ago, and Ben and Kuva will know this. I was on your channel, Kuva, and Ben, and having a little chat with Dermot as we do, and Dermot's a very much I don't give a shit about top four. I want to win trophies, and I posited the idea. Well, if that's the case, do we prioritize? If we're playing against, in our case, Chelsea on the Sunday, and the following week we got the cup game. If all you want to worry about is winning the FA Cup now, should we? Maybe it's different because there's a week break, but general terms, what and I'll reverse the question. Sorry, I'm rambling here, but 3 days later we're playing Southampton in the cup. We probably got a game between the three. If we got a rearranged game between the Sunday with Chelsea and the cup game with Brighton, maybe they'll squeeze a game in to try and recover us against whoever it was, Burnley or someone. Like, what do you guys? How do you prioritize right now? Right, so if we're trying to squeeze 2 games a week in, some people are all about winning a trophy. Some people are all about winning top 4. A lot of people are about both, but you've got to be realistic with the squad that we've got. What do you do? Do you prioritize the first team against Brighton? Do you if there is a game between Chelsea and Brighton against Burnley, for example? I
don't think there'd be a game because that's the international.
Oh, I'm sorry.
break.
You're right. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm rambling on it because there's an international break there. You're right.
And because of that as well, to your question on Brighton, you just got to go with what you've got, because I imagine that we'll probably have COVID cases coming back from their countries. They're like, as soon as they come back, we'll probably just have to field whatever team we can at that point, because it's bound to happen. Someone's going to get few people are going to get knocks on international duty. COVID cases. It's just like we'll just have to field whatever we can against Brighton and play the same team. Like basically, you go full strength against Brighton. For me, you have to because we're at home and it's the FA Cup. Like I wouldn't be resting players, but how full strength will actually go because of the fact that we've just had an international duty break. I don't know how full strength we actually will be, but we should go full strength. That's my point.
Yeah. Hey, just while I've got this up, does anyone have the knowledge on how to put me to the bottom of the stream and bring Josh up? I don't want to
drag yourself there.
Yeah, just drag yourself there.
Sweet. Okay.
Oh,
That
nice.
works.
That's the one.
Perfect.
Josh has been promoted. Josh, you're
Right,
top
I'm
of the
in the stream
league.
now, guys.
You're top of the league. You're top of the league.
Josh King Coys, he's top of the league.
I like that me and Brian thought that at the same time. It's just
Yeah, very good.
telepathic.
Very nice, very nice. I've got a lot more people in the chat now. I haven't said hello to anyone, so I don't know how you say this. I haven't worked it out yet.
That's years since we won a trophy.
Very good, Brian. Roman Fabrizzi Maruniones. That's I love it. We can't bring in top talent with an FA Cup win. We need top 4, plain and simple, to survive the rise of Newcastle.
I think
Newcastle going down.
I love this person because I see him in a lot of, or her in a lot of the chats and love their contributions. But I beg to differ this. But maybe it's because I'm one of the guys that grew up with the FA Cup and know the magic of that cup. Obviously, people that are of a younger age and since it started losing a bit of its nostalgia with resting teams because of Champions League and all that, this cup is magical. This cup is magical to me, and it still holds as much glamour to me as we did when we won it in 1991. Now, forget about the players coming in. We need the players that we got there to get over that hurdle and win a trophy and believe that they can win something.
Okay.
They need to believe, because listen, no matter what happens, whether we get top 4 or not, we're not bringing in 15 players that will go, yes, I'm playing Champions League, I'm top of my game. We need to get a trophy under our belt. The A says to the world, Tottenham have broken this curse and they've got a trophy under their belt. And B, it will show the players there all the hard work or work that I've done, depending on the players we're talking about. I've achieved something at Tottenham. Tottenham have won something. Harry Kane can say, do you know what? At least my 3 girls can see there's a golden boot, but there is a winner's medal.
I hear you, man.
And that will give them the drive and the motivation to think, yeah, we can do it. This club I can win things at. Because we hear a lot of players, like Kane did in the summer, I want to leave and I want to win stuff. That's what the players are there for. Don't get it wrong. Yes, they're there for the money, but they're there to win trophies. That's the whole aim when you join a football team, to try and win stuff.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So I think the FA Cup is imperative to us. I think it's absolutely massive. And the question, do we go all out with Brighton? I completely agree with what Josh said about there could be new COVID cases coming back. More than likely there will be. Mm-hmm. But for every FA Cup game, I don't care. I want the first 11 or the strongest 11 every single. I don't care who we got next in the league. I don't care.
Yeah.
The FA Cup is what we go for. The FA Cup, look, 6 games and we're at Wembley. We're talking another. How many games we got left?
No, it's not 6 games. This is the 4th. We got the 4th round. If we beat Brighton, we're in the 5th round. Then you got the 6th round is the quarterfinal.
Quarterfinal, so it's a 5.
So it's 4 games. 5 games we're at Wembley. Yeah, 5 games we're at Wembley.
If we were in the Champions League, we would be playing our first team in both competitions. So I'd say the same with Brian as well. It's not. We're only 2 competitions now. Just play your first team.
That man, he's correct.
Ben, you figured out the.
Oh yeah, but Josh, you see, being at the top. See, Sean, you come down with me. It's like Spider-Man. Having superpowers comes with being on the. No, don't put me on the top. I don't have the power. I don't want the power. This is a lot easier. This is a lot easier. Being at the top comes with great responsibility, and I don't want that responsibility.
Yeah. Amazing.
With great power comes great responsibility.
So, Kuva.
Right. Okay. About FA Cup, go for it. Absolutely hammer and tong at it. It's everything. Absolutely everything. This
Okay.
chasing top four, we've been doing that over and over and over again for 20 years. What does it ever get us when we do achieve top four? We buy a couple of players in until the point where we're nice and comfortable, don't need to buy anything all of a sudden, don't bother making any signings. Then we fall away, stagnate, too late, can't get back up again. We do this all over again, and Levy convinces everybody this is the way to go. It's top four or nothing. How many times do we sacrifice competitions just for that pointless chase? Never gets us anywhere.
Okay.
You watch teams like Wigan win the FA Cup. We've got nothing. We're not even close to doing it. When's the last time we've been in a final? It's 30 years ago. It's just unbelievable. We've got to go for these things. The other thing with that Brighton game is it's the first of 3 home fixtures in a row. If we haven't got time to recover in 4 days for another league match on home games, there's something seriously wrong. You could play the same full-strength team in all of those games. There's no problem whatsoever. Go for it 100%. I would sooner us go down all guns blazing than watch us limp along trying to sacrifice competitions we should be going for yet again. It's absolutely disgrace.
Cooper, do you know? Obviously, like the players go away on the Monday, right? So we play Chelsea next Sunday. They go away on the Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know, like, do they have to play 2 games or is it 1 game? Do you know, is it like a game on the Wednesday, game on the Saturday, or a game on the Saturday, game on the Tuesday or Wednesday the following week? Like, there's a 2-week break there. But do you know how many games the players have to play? Or does anyone know? I don't know. I'm not familiar with the international setup. Does anyone know?
I don't even look at it.
Yes, 2 games.
That was 2
games. 2
games,
games, is it?
I don't look because it's bullshit.
I wouldn't send them. I wouldn't send it. I wouldn't send any of the England lads, the Argentinian lads. I wouldn't send any of them.
There's like I said, they've qualified already as well. The Argentinians for a start.
Yeah.
Why do they need to go? We desperately need those players fit.
The squad is thin enough. If they need to be old enough to really understand that the squad is thin. The squad is on its arse at the moment. We need them. And they're being paid a good wage.
Yep. I agree with you, Ben. I just want to quickly get through a couple of these. There's a lot of messages here, Brian, for your buddy Bob.
Oh, sorry, Sean. I do need to nip off now, mate, I'm afraid.
Okay, mate. Oh, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, no problem. Enjoyed it.
Coover, brother.
Appreciate you, Coov.
See you,
Good luck, cheers, everyone. Cheers. Right.
Cheers,
see you soon.
Cheers,
See you
mate.
later, buddy.
I appreciate you, Coover. Thank you so much, mate.
Oh, when did I go top of the league? Loving it.
Well, you're top of the table. But Brian, there's a lot of people here that are. So George saying get well to your mate Bob Smur. Saltcould 212. I haven't actually said hello to you, mate. Thank you for stopping by and sending prayers for Bob. It's awesome news. Catman Jess.
Oh, I love that person. Catman, what's up, buddy?
Hello, Catman. I appreciate you. Yeah, you're awesome. Thank you for stopping by, Catman Jess. And it's good news. And the Roman numerals is also saying, keep going, Bob. And Hotspurious also saying, get well. Great to hear. As is Brian C. Socrates. Brian C. Socrates, the philosopher in name and by nature. Every time you come on, bro, you always live up to your name, man. You come up with some fantastic comments and you keep the mentality of the Spurs fans going strong. So I appreciate you stopping by, buddy. And it's great to see your positive feedback for the Bob Spur.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, I just want to take this opportunity as well to say on behalf of me, Cam, and Tam and Kim, the love that this man has been getting. Like I keep saying, people may have only seen him on a stream. Some people may have been on a stream with him. Some people may have only interacted with him on social media. This man, honestly, my world became a brighter place that the day that man walked into it. My life is not would be like people know exactly what I think. Look, face facts, I'm here in London because of him. He is, listen, you come into contact with this guy, the birds are singing, the sky is bluer. The love he has been getting.
Yeah, it's amazing, mate. It's amazing.
And it's got everywhere. But not just that, the love that Kim's been getting, Tammy's been getting when she's jumped in chats, myself. Obviously, I've got this platform, so obviously I've been the mouthpiece behind it. Kim and Tammy in the background have been sensational. And obviously, I get a lot of praise for doing what I'm doing now. This is just people that know me behind the scenes, like you two do. This is the kind of guy I am. When I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to be there for you. I'm there for you. That's how I'm. How I'm made up. And listen, I listen. If someone said to me, top 4 FA Cup, Spurs sign Vlahovic, or you get to hug Bob, I choose that one every single goddamn fucking time. Listen, I just need him out of the hospital so I can kick his ass for making me be here this long. Because my wife is killing me when I get back. But no,
there's divorce papers might be waiting for you.
No, my wife has been. She knows. If I'd been at home during this, she knows I would have been a nightmare. I'm very lucky to have that wonderful wife. I'm very lucky to have the Spurs YouTube community behind me, as in the YouTubers and the streamers, and of course, most importantly, what makes us is the people that sit and listen to us and put in comments and respond to us and chat with us on social media. So everything you say in regards to myself, whether it's negative or I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, it means the world that you just even take the time to communicate with me. And Bob Spur, believe me, when he's back up and running, and he does his first stream, which I am definitely going to be with him. There's no fucking two ways about it. It's just going to be a sight for sore eyes. It's going to be a sight for sore eyes. But like I said, just a big shout out to everyone in all the chats, in all the Spurs YouTube community. Even when I'm not there, I see it with people saying Bob. Yeah. Believe me, we can't wait to tell him just what you've all been thinking, and he thinks exactly the same. That, I mean, you got to remember, before he actually went into hospital with COVID, he just lost his father, and I helped him put up the GoFundMe page because he was too emotional for obvious reasons to do it. Then COVID, and the fact that he raised up £3,000 within 48 hours just goes to show what this community thinks of him. And believe me when I say he's going to come back twice as strong, and he will be. Expect a very emotional, probably pre-recorded Bob thanking every single person, and yeah, he loves you all, and we all love him. So hopefully, very, very soon, he'll be like right here next to me, or I'll be there right next to him, and he'll be with us.
It's going to happen, mate. It's going to happen before the end of the season. I've got a feeling in my stones.
Oh, mate, it's going to happen before the end of the month, hopefully.
Well,
not the end of the month. Yeah? Sorry, not the end of the month. So I got wildly. Whoa. Okay. So when we spoke last Saturday, when we spoke to last Saturday, when we spoke to the doctors, they said they reckon by a month's time he may be good to come home. So that's where I got the end of the month. So I meant a calendar month from like last Saturday.
Amazing. I can't wait to meet the guy. I don't know him. I've sent my well wishes. I've tried to support where I can, but he's clear to me just looking amongst the community. I'm new to the community, Brian, as you know. As of like November the 1st, I didn't know any of you. Didn't know a single person. I'd never done a stream, and in 2 months, I felt the love of everybody. I felt how much people. I felt the power. It's the power. It's not always love. Sometimes it's just like support. That you can have opinions, you can agree, you can disagree, but everyone just is like all about Spurs. And when you've got one of the kind of leaders of the community, I guess, that are I didn't know Bob. I've never seen Bob before he went down, but I can't wait to meet the guy. I can't wait to see him because it's a. He's a powerhouse. He's like one of the Illuminati when it comes to the Tottenham chat, and it'd be amazing to see him back. Speaking of getting people in, though, getting people back, there's someone's going to join us now.
Evening, lads. Mr. Daigle.
My God,
Mr. Kaufman, Mr. Sean.
Sean, put yourself back at the top. I need to be on the bottom with Chris. Move me, relegate me. There we go. What's up, brother? So this way. What's up, bro? Fist bump me.
No, Daigle.
Fist bump me.
There you go, mate.
There you go.
There you go. What's going on, Daigle?
All good, brother. Yourself?
All good. Just finished work, man. Just finished work. Mr. Sean, good evening.
Good evening, mate. I appreciate you stopping by, buddy. It's good to see you, mate. I know you said you were going to come in, so we haven't got to the things I want to speak to. Okay, so it's awesome. By the way, new record. There's 38 people now in the chat. I don't think this will happen. This is amazing for me. I really appreciate everybody stopping by. If you haven't liked or subscribed or shared, Or
Do you know what? Let me just share it on a tweet.
anybody wants to come on, anyone who wants to join, we can see where this goes. It could be over and done within 10 minutes, or it could keep going. But I do want to get through because there is some plan. I did have a structure to this. And Chris, I'm going to bring you in on this.
It's all
as well.
gone out the window. It's
Oh,
all
is it?
gone
Yep.
out the window.
Go for it, man.
Chris, I'm going to bring you to the top. Actually, I'm going to bring Brian to the top. I'm going to bring Chris and then me and Josh. Okay, I know we got myself to the bottom. So I just want to talk about because this is important, right? The whole structure of this plan, this conversation was about can Tottenham finish top 4? And it depends on a lot of variables, right? We haven't spoken about transfers. We can do that, but I want to leave that to the end because I know that if it gets to the transfers, I know where it's going to go. It's going to be in a debate of like why we're not signing anybody. And I'm happy to get into that and we can do what we want. But for the time being, I just want to keep it structured. And if you guys don't mind, I want to talk about, let's look at Tottenham, right? So we've got Brighton coming up in the FA Cup. After Brighton, we've got a few games that have got to be rearranged. Chris, you've got a lot of background noise, mate. Is that are you?
Yeah. I'm just sorting my stuff out, man. Just getting myself back in. There you go. Sorted.
Settled down? Okay, mate. So I want to talk about the next 3-4 games we've got outside of reschedules. After Brighton, after Chelsea, after Leicester, it's going to be tough. They're going to be tough games. Brighton in the cup. Hopefully we can squeak ourselves through to the 5th round, which I think we can. After that, we're apparently playing Southampton at home. Then we got Wolverhampton Wanderers at home. Right, so 2 more games at home. So first of all, I want to come to Ben. I want to ask you first, mate. You've been waiting patiently, and I want to get your opinion, and then we'll come to Chris next. Josh, I'm not even sure if you're still listening. Are you still there, mate? Okay, perfect. So we'll come to you after that, and then we'll swap back up to Brian, and then we'll go through it from there. But just looking at the next fixtures, okay, so we've got the second best form in the Premier League behind Manchester City. And, we've spoken about the Leicester game, how important that is. And I totally agree that that's going to take a lot of definition about how we get on in the top 4 race. It is a standout fixture. If we fuck that up, then it's going to create toxicity. It's going to be a nasty affair. But if we win it, it might suddenly turn some people heads around and there's more positivity. And all that stuff penetrates through to the crowd. So I do want to talk. We've spoken about that. We're going to put Chelsea to one side because I think we all agree it's going to be a tough one. Once we get past Brighton in the FA Cup, Ben, I want to come to you. How do you think we fare against Southampton at home, Wolverhampton at home, Wolves at home, who are under a lot of they're a new fucking team all of a sudden, and then you got the City away at the start of February or halfway through February. Where do you see us? How do you see us getting on in these upcoming fixtures, and at least the scheduled fixtures? I'm sure there's going to be games that are scheduled in between, but as the fixture list looks right now, how do you feel about that?
I'm not so much worried about Southampton and Wolves, especially Southampton. We should have beat them at their place, and the only reason we didn't beat them at their place is because we were cheated. I see our home form is good for a reason. The fans behind them, I think we can beat Wolves and Southampton. Especially if we can nick Adama Traore off of Wolves. It gets rid of one of their better outfits. He's been playing quite well the last couple of weeks. Other than their sitter that he got in the last game they played, 2 days ago. So I think we can beat them. I believe in this football team. If we've got as many players as we got fit, I think we can turn these guys over. The problem is playing Manchester City away from home. It's sort of almost a free hit, really, because they're so good at the moment. I don't think we'll get anything away from Man City. But if we can get something away from Man City, we've got to look up. But I see us beating Southampton and Wolves. I see us beating them.
Okay. So you see no complaints there. 6 points from that. Let's go to who was next. It was Chris next, and then Josh, and then we'll come to Brian. Sorry, Brian. I thought Josh was on a timeout, but he's come back in. So we're going to go down before we come back up. Chris first.
That's fine. That's fine. It gives me time to think about it.
Yeah, perfect. So Chris,
I'm going for another cigarette. See ya. Bye.
Love that. He's only here for his own. It's amazing. Chris, talk to me, bro. How do you feel?
Right.
I haven't heard your opinion on the Brighton game. So, do you prioritize Brighton? It's an FA Cup game. Do you prioritize it? But either way, then after that game's done, we got games thick and fast. Southampton, Wolves, City. How do you think we're going to fare?
Right, we better not lose on Brighton because the day game of the Brighton game is my birthday, so we better not bloody lose.
Absolutely.
That's my birthday, so we better not lose on that. Right, but Southampton Wolves, we should beat them, man. We should beat them. We were, as Ben said, we were robbed this against Southampton, and Wolves ain't really great, are they? They've only started picking up a little bit of form now, but we still got enough to beat them.
Okay, just whilst I'm there with you before I pass on, because it doesn't take too much to. Let me just swap this one out, right? So Leicester. I want to compare our run in, our like Easter run to West Ham. This is West Ham on the screen right now. Before I pop down to Josh, I'm gonna offer. Sorry, Ben, I should have offered you the same opportunity, and I'm going to come back to you. But so Tottenham have got a fairly like. I'm sure there'll be after we've done with Leicester. I'm sure, and Chelsea. I'm sure there's going to be some games that we're missing that are kind of like peppered in there somehow. But we have to think about how we're going to do versus our competition now. We're looking right now at West Ham. So, we're going to, Manchester United is next, right? It's Saturday the 22nd. And then you got their game in the FA Cup against Kidderminster Harriers that are in Herefordshire. They should be able to handle that. But then this is their next games, right? They got Watford at home. They got Leicester away. They got Newcastle United away early or mid-February, and then they got Wolves. So, Chris, I'm going to expand the conversation to you. You remember the screen we just saw with the Tottenham format? How do you think we're going to do relative to West Ham?
We've got a better chance than West Ham because some of the West Ham games are quite difficult. They've got Newcastle away. Oof. That is a tricky one because now they've started to sign a few players and they're looking starting to get a bit more stable. Yeah, they dropped points against Watford yesterday. It don't matter, but some of their other games are good. Man United difficult. The FA Cup game might be a thorn in their side as well. Might tire some of their players out. So, and plus they've got their European matches coming up as well. So it all depends on them.
So would you say that run-in is harder for West Ham than our run-in is against Tottenham before we get into the final 6, 7, 8 games of the season?
No, we've got a slightly more difficult game running because we've got a lot of games that have been abandoned and rescheduled. So we're going to have a lot more games in a lot tighter spaces. So it's going to be a bit more difficult for us.
Okay, mate. Okay, Ben, I'm going to quickly come back to you.
Yes.
So you think we're I know how you feel. We've got to beat Leicester. We're probably going to lose to Chelsea. Brighton game we're going to put to one side, like we're going to put West Ham's game against Kidderminster aside. And after that, we've got Southampton, we got Wolves, and we got Man City at the end of that stretch. How do you think comparisons? West Ham have got Watford, Leicester away, Newcastle at home, and Wolves at home. Do you think that's a fairly decent, not a bad little spring break, not a bad little Easter tie for West Ham, or do you think they're going to struggle? Where do you see them doing? How do you see them doing?
I mean, West Ham, it's an enigma because are they getting any of their centre backs back in the next couple of like Ogbonna and what's his name, Kurt Zuma? Because that's the real thing. If they've got those two in the team, all these games they win them all. Because they look a really good unit with those two in the team. If they don't have either Kurt Zuma or Ogbonna in their team, they're finished. They look ropey at the back. They're conceding goals left, right, and centre. I mean, it all depends on whether those two are in the team, in my opinion. I see them beating Man United because Man United are shocking, as we said earlier. Watford, that's an easy win as well. Leicester. I don't know how good Leicester are against West Ham. I see West Ham.
It'll be a great game.
Games.
It'll be a fucking good game. That one, Leicester against West Ham, will be a good game.
Newcastle. I think as much as I don't want West Ham to win that game, I think they're going to batter Newcastle because we all want to see Newcastle go down. Yeah, especially Chris.
Interesting.
Agreed.
So you'd rather see West Ham beat Newcastle than Newcastle win?
No, I'd rather them both lose, but I think they'll get a draw. Hopefully, they get a draw in that game.
A draw's a fair. Yeah, that'd be a good result. Yeah.
I think they'll win most of those games. Again,
even Wolves. Wolves are a tricky outfit, mate. Wolves are very
but I think West Ham have got a bit more than them. Jared Bowen is in top form at the moment. I think they've got a good team. The only game they don't win there is Liverpool, and Liverpool will sweep them aside because Liverpool are now on form, and it's after the African Cup of Nations when they'll have Salah and Mane back.
Let me before I go on. I'm about to come down to Josh, but Mr. K is saying to me because he's trying to educate me. He said, "How do I make chat mods? Click on my name in YouTube, and you'll see the options pop up." Okay, so I'm going to do that. Josh, can you take over from here, mate? Can you just for a split second go through? If you remember the teams that we've got to play, we've got Leicester.
Yeah.
Well, how do you think we're going to compare? And I'm going to bring in Arsenal. I'm going to show you the Arsenal fixtures, and then we've got to figure out how we're going to do.
You just want to make us all sick, Shawnee boy.
Sean, I can see my dinner, man.
It was like
my dinner. You're gonna put them on.
We're gonna have to memorize all the fixtures of all the teams.
I should have done it in a better way. I should have had one screenshot.
It's revolting.
Sorry.
I reckon.
Sean, you shouldn't swear.
I don't give a fuck about swearing. I'm fine with that.
No, don't say the A word. Can't be saying that on our stream after what they've done today.
Call them Woolwich. That's it.
South London squatters. South London squatters. That'll do.
Well, yeah, I think that I've got a fun look. If it's so weird because if we beat Leicester, then I think we're going to do well in the whole run. Like I actually think that there's a small chance of a draw at Chelsea. The only reason that I don't think we're going to do as bad at Chelsea as we have done for the past couple of weeks is because when you start playing a team like 3 times in a month, it's very unlikely that you lose all of them. Like we've seen it before where we've had Man City 3 times in a month and we beat them in one of the Champions League games and made it through on away goals and stuff like that. Like even if it's a team that's much better than you, like the fact that we played them 3 times, our players get to know how their players play and all, near the end of the last game, Kane started looking like he sussed out Rudiger a bit and he was making runs and stuff like that will all carry over into the next game. So on our run, if we can just get this first result against Leicester, I think we're going to do well. We're going to beat the teams at home. And then also we're a little bit of a bogey team for City. I'd like to know, out of all the teams in the Premier League, I reckon we've probably beaten them the most in the past 5 years, if you include all competitions, like because those Champions League games, and we get silly results against them. So there's a chance that we can do something there. On the West Ham games, I think what Ben said was a really great point. It depends. I'll have to check up their injuries, but I don't think they're getting both of them back. One of them was quite a long injury, wasn't it?
Yeah, Zuma.
Yeah. I think that one might have been even coming back in March.
Ligaments, maybe.
Yeah. So we'll see. We want to draw in that first game. They'll smash Watford at home. But then again, Watford are on a similar level to Leeds at the moment, aren't they? Like as far as position wise, so you never know. They struggle against the more rubbish teams. I could see them beating United away and then coming home and drawing to Watford or something like that. That's what they seem to do this season. But yeah, I think the other thing is they're going to play all these games, and in between these games that they've got, we will probably have another rescheduled fixture. We've got to play Burnley at some point. I reckon we'll play them in February. And City and West Ham will both be coming back into their European competitions. So far, we haven't heard anything from the club, but it looks like we're not going back into our, Conference League. So we'll just have the league. Not happening. Yeah, we'll just have the league and FA Cup to worry about. No more travelling, no more anything like that. Playing City at that time that we do, they could be like 15 points clear at that point. And they'll have a Champions League game the day, the week before and the week after that they have to worry about. So they may rotate for our game and we get a cheeky draw or something like that.
Love that, mate.
Same for West Ham. They've got barely any defenders as it is right now. They're going to be having to play defenders week in, week out, Thursday, Sunday. And yes, it's going to get tough. Well, one sec. When do they actually come back to? Because I see there's a few Saturdays there. I wonder when they actually start the European.
February. Yeah, the
middle of February.
So they'll reschedule those Saturday games for Sunday, won't they? They do that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So this is just like the kind of arrangement as it is. And just whilst I've got you, Josh, just because I don't want to, I'm gonna. So I hope everyone's paid attention to what West Ham have got going on. I think that they've got a tricky set of I think Wolves is fucking tricky, right? Depending on what happened with Newcastle, they're probably going to beat Newcastle, but we hope for the draw. I think Wolves, if they continue their form, right, then that's a place where West Ham might drop points. Leicester, West Ham, who knows what that'll be a worldy game to watch. So I just want to kind of keep that fresh in everyone's memory as I show you Arsenal's run-in over February. So I've got 2 screens for them because they've got these postponed matches against Liverpool because of their particular clashes. But they got Brentford to play as it is. They've got Wolves away coming up after the international break. They got Burnley coming up next Sunday, and they got don't worry about that. That's the cup game. But then so just remember they got Burnley at home, Wolves away, Brentford at home, and then the second lot of formations, a second lot of things for Arsenal to worry about as we move into March. They got Watford away, Leicester at home, and Aston Villa away. Right, so I want you to keep those sorts of games. I know this is going into April.
My memory's so poor, Shawnee. I can't remember this stuff. I can barely remember what I ate 20 minutes ago.
I might. Sorry, I might be making
screen before though. Why was it saying postponed for Chelsea and Liverpool?
Fixture clash. Apparently,
it must be because of European games that Chelsea have got. I guess.
No, it's Saturday. It's really weird. I think that's
FA Cup, maybe. I don't know.
They're out of the FA Cup.
Final. Carabao Cup final.
That's not in February, is it?
No. Yeah, end of February.
It's usually February.
Yeah, but why is there 2 then? There's one for Liverpool and one for Chelsea. 2.
Isn't that Chelsea's game in the Champions League? They'll be in that. That'll be the last 6
on Saturday.
That's a good point. Yeah.
No. There's something going on there. So I think they're going to play those Chelsea and Liverpool games. That's 2 losses for me. I think Wolves will give them a good game, especially if they still ain't. They haven't got these players back from AFCON, like they're missing Partey and stuff like that. Burnley they'll batter. If those games go ahead, then I can see them getting 6 points in that month. It's a tough February for Arsenal, right? We're going through the toughest January that Spurs have had to go through in 5-6 years. But that to me, this is the reason why I wanted to bring it up, because I don't know. You're right, Josh. Maybe they'll be rescheduled. Maybe they'll be rescheduled within the February. But for me, Arsenal have got, like, a lot of people are claiming Arsenal are doing something special at the moment, but I don't think they are. They're not doing. One sec. Chelsea are going to the Club World Cup. What are Liverpool doing? What are Liverpool doing? I don't know. Man.
Probably
they'll play, but Arsenal will then play one of the teams that they've had rescheduled, because they're almost on the same amount of fixtures as us now. Like, we're one off them, aren't we? I think. Yeah. So, but either way, right? Let's just look at it on face value. These are the games that they should be playing, and to me, February would look like a fucking tough month, because Wolverhampton Wanderers is a super tough game at the moment, right? And to play away Arsenal, I don't know if you get much there. I think Wolves.
I could tell you, my boys. So first of all, there's 2 leaving out people in the group. I just want to big them up. One is Graham, whose birthday is in 2 hours for 23 minutes, and the second one, the second one is my boy Ryan Isaacs Kenyon, who has just literally solved the riddle to this. And the reason that the Liverpool game is that's the day of the Carabao Cup final. And Arsenal or Liverpool will be in it.
Okay, yeah.
Gotcha. Right, okay. So if Arsenal lose on Thursday, then they will have a game that week.
No, they won't, because Liverpool will still be in it.
Oh, right. Okay. So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Well, they could no, they can't reschedule, because every other team will be playing that week, won't they? Yeah. That they're meant to reschedule with. Will they? I don't know. Depends. But can
we stop talking about Arsenal? I hate.
Well, do you know what they'll do? What they'll do there, Josh? If any of Chelsea, Liverpool, or Arsenal, whoever aren't in it, have had any games postponed because of COVID, they'll pencil one of those in there. So if it's Arsenal that don't get to the final, let's hope it is that, then they'll find a game that Arsenal couldn't play and they'll put that in there.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly Mate, it's a couple of things because I want to move on. I want to move away from Arsenal. I'm going to bring on the Man United scripts in a second. But a couple of things I want to call out. First of all, Mr. K, I've made you an honor. I don't know what it is.
Moderator.
A moderator. So I really appreciate if you can help me out with this stuff, man, because I'm trying to learn it. And if you think you can help me do it, I massively appreciate that. Secondly, if you want to jump on, you're more than welcome to at any point. And if any of the other guys need to drop off, obviously it's just the more the merrier. Also, I've just got a text from Lazy 8, who's the guy who does Nick at Lazy 8, right? He's sent me a text message saying free swag if you want it, brother. And he has created a Spurs talk show logo. I can't put it on. I don't know how to get it onto the shop. But Lazy 8, you're a fucking legend, bro. First of all, I didn't even know you were in the chat. I haven't seen your name, but the fact that you've created a logo for me that looks fucking awesome. It's like a
Nick is fantastic.
It's a cockerel with headphones on and a microphone right in front of it. You're a legend, mate. Because my logo is dog shit. But mate, you're an absolute
Nick is
legend.
a great guy.
Such a fucking superstar. Thank you so much, mate. And jump on, and I will definitely put that on. And I'm going to hire you to do all the other shit I need, hands down. Let me get in touch with you after the show. So I appreciate you, Mr. 8. Please come on whenever you got a chance. Right. Anyone else I need to call out quickly who's jumped in recently? Spurs 72. Legend, mate. Big up, Spurs 72. Love you, mate.
Also, a usual big up to the Truth Sets You Free as always.
I haven't even, sorry, I haven't had a chance. Truth. You're a fucking
Truth. Big up, mate.
Love that guy.
Big up the guy.
Yeah.
I worry whether I've offended Truth recently because his love for
you
me
can't offend that guy.
His love for me seems to have he's less support. He's always supportive, but he's less like full love supportive. Now he's calling me out on certain things. I still love you, Truth.
My ACDC brethren, Mr. Shamu.
Yeah, Shamu's in the house.
Shamu.
Top dude.
And Ryan Isaacs Kennard. I've seen you.
That's my boy.
He's a Levy out guy, isn't he?
He is, mate. He is a Levy out. You know what? He was. I have to tell you a funny story about Ryan. So he was around my house before we went to the Chelsea game. We went up to Tottenham together, and he was just chilling around my house. He actually came on Tottenham Tantrum Gold with me for a little bit before I had to sign off. But he didn't realise how Levy out I was. And then I left him to go have a shower, and he was downstairs, just watching the snooker downstairs while I had a shower. And then I came out and he goes, Brian, you're fucking much more Levy out than me. And I go, why? And I didn't realise I was singing my Daniel Levy songs, my Daniel Levy out songs in the shower. He was like, Brian, you fucking sing about Daniel Levy out in the shower. And I was like, do I? I was like, do I? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, okay. But he's a top dude.
For being in there, mate.
He's a top dude. Mate, do you know what it is? I've said to myself, I want to go on to America's Got Talent because obviously living in Toronto, I'm going to get in front of Simon Cowell and I'm just going to sing We Hate Levy, Daniel Levy, and just sing that, and then they'll all give me the buzzers, but at least it's out there.
I want that album. Brian, I want that album.
Oh, Mr. K's here.
Yeah, Mr. K's in the house.
Mr. K.
Hello, Mr. K.
Hello guys. Thank you very much for inviting me on. Absolutely pleasure. I think Josh King over here is one of the only people I've not really joined the stream with. So good evening to you, Josh. It's a pleasure to be next to you,
mate.
And Chris, absolutely miss you, mate. And lovely shirt, mate. Lovely shirt indeed.
I miss you too, Mr. K, man. How you doing, sir?
Not too bad. Guys, listen, Brian needs to bring out an album because he's got some amazing songs. I swear, over the last 12 months, I've heard so many.
Oh, mate, the best one, which Brian Ireland and I are going to do, is, do you remember Meatloaf, I Will Do Anything for Love, but I won't do that?
I was singing that song today, Brian, for some reason.
I actually came out with a Levy version, which is I will do anything for the club, but I won't do that. But we're working on it, and Brian Ireland's a sound engineer, and people might not know, but when we do our intro for Tottenham on tour, and there's a guy, I didn't even realise it's me.
Yeah, your name.
He clipped me saying Tottenham on tour, and he's done it. So he's going to play with my voice. Watch out for, that's why I call music. We're going to have now, that's what I call hating Levy. And we're going to have a double disc set. It'll be released in all good shots for Christmas.
All right, so Mr. K, just to get it, we're not going to take too much more time on this particular topic, but I just want to get it done because I did have it in the plan, and best laid plans need to be fulfilled. So the last thing I want to show, and then
Just want to answer. No, Sean, I just want to answer Shamu's question, mate. I am a New Orleans Saints fan all day long, and the reason I support the New Orleans Saints, when I moved to Canada, I loved my NFL, but I didn't know who to support. So a family member, I'm not going to go into detail just in case, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, this guy moved to America, and I hate this guy with a passion. And he moved and he found a rich whore on a cruise and married her for the green card and now lives in Carolina. So Carolina in America is now like my Arsenal. So it got to the playoffs and it was whoever knocks Carolina out becomes my NFL team. So I'm now a New Orleans Saints fan. But basically I support every team that Carolina's playing against. But the New Orleans Saints is my team.
Okay. There you go. Who was that for? Shamu, was it?
It was.
Shamu, there you got your answer. He's a Carolina fan.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You're the opposite of a
Carolina is Arsenal. Listen to your guest there. You know Graham Norton, are you? You know Graham Norton.
No,
I'm a New Orleans Saints fan, and I hate Carolina.
Oh, you're a New Orleans Saints fan. Sorry, you're a New.
Lads, I'm sorry. I've got to go. My son's just waking up.
In a minute.
Yeah.
Right.
Take care.
Josh, mate.
Josh,
Josh.
I'll see you at the watch along.
See you later.
Later, Josh.
Right, I'm gonna head off as well, boys. It's been a couple of hours. I need to eat some more food, but
it's been a long one. Already. I haven't even finished my reel of statistics and things. But Ben, mate, I appreciate you coming on, buddy. You're a superstar. Thank you very much, mate. Let everyone know where everyone can find you.
So as usual, you can find me on Tottenham Tantrum Gold in the morning at 11:30. And debuting tomorrow is the coffee company is going to start our own streamy thing in the afternoon. So if you're around in the afternoon and you just want to chat and just, a bit of therapy, a bit of jazz music, feel free to come by and have a chat and just get away from the world. So you can find us at the coffee company.
I'll be there.
Ben, just first of all, what time? And second of all, be careful when you put music on in the background.
Yeah, I'm looking out for it. I know my stuff. I'm looking for the right stuff.
Okay.
Does
What time?
It matter? Does it matter?
Yes,
Does it matter what time?
Guys,
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
Ben, and the most important thing right here in your coffee shop when you do your streams is making sure you put 2 sugars in for me, and they're going to be brown sugar, okay?
Sugar goes in my coffee. No sugar. I'm sweet enough.
You're a sweet boy. Good luck with that. Honestly, can't wait.
Benny Boy, everyone can also find Benny Boy on Tottenham Tantrum Gold, right? It's the archive content. Benny's reaching out and doing his own thing. I'll be there tomorrow morning. I've already subscribed. Anyone in the chat who hasn't, please make sure you go over to let me get the YouTube channel up and I'll put it in the chat for you.
So it's going to be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's going to be after Tottenham Tantrum Gold and all that. So I've got to do some coffee roasting in the morning.
Is it called the coffee company? Yeah,
it's called the coffee company. Let me.
I think you got a link, haven't you? You got like a little link, and I think we can put it into the chat. If you put it into the private chat, I'll put it straight into the actual chat. So all the viewers out there, if you haven't liked already, please do like. This is absolutely fantastic, up and coming channel over here, Spurs Talk Show, and I'm going to put a link in. Everyone out there, please pop onto Ben's channel and do click a like, do subscribe. Anything that's on there at all. There we go. I'm going to quickly copy that and put that across. Okay.
Amazing, Mr. K. Now I know the value of having a moderator.
Mr. K is a pro.
You're a fucking absolute pro. Please, everybody there's 34 people watching, or 30 people. There were 34 people watching.
Smash that like.
Absolutely, please smash the like, but also more importantly, right now, because Ben's about to drop off, can you please make sure that every one of you just goes and clicks on the link and subscribes to Benny's channel, because he's a wonderful, wonderful human being. He's full of amazing insights about Tottenham, but he also is allegedly, I haven't experienced it, but I've heard from people, he's a coffee connoisseur. He knows everything about it, and that's what the channel's going to be about. A little bit of Tottenham, a little bit of coffee, a lot of caffeine. And so make sure you click on that link for us all and go and press the subscribe button, because Benny Boy is part of my family. So I love him to pieces. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Shawnee, as always.
Right. Viewers, can you see the link inside the comments? If you can't, then I'm going to get Ben. I'm going to quickly get...
I mean, Sean has to do it because he's the channel owner.
Oh, I've got to do
No,
it.
a moderator can do it. A moderator can do it.
I can. I've already done it, so
Mr.
therefore
K,
hopefully
it's there. It's
Yeah.
there. It's
Brilliant,
there.
brilliant. Viewers out there,
Brilliant.
please do click onto this particular link. Pop onto Ben's channel. Let's help him get more notoriety. I think it's absolutely amazing to do streams like this directly from your workplace, especially with coffee. Amazing. And Ben, he's always got a few words that are going to make you chuckle. So yeah, always worthwhile popping onto his channel. Please do so.
Awesome, mate. Mr. K, you're a fucking superstar.
He
and
is.
Benny boy, you are as well, mate. So if you've got to pop off, you've got things to do. Thank you so much for stopping by. And so just let me ask you a question quickly. What's it going to take for Tottenham to finish top 4?
200 million.
Win their games. Win some games. Score some goals.
All right, so let's get it. Now we're going to get down to the. I wanted to get onto the Man United stuff, but you know what? We can look at this. We can look at their league. You know what? The real interesting thing. Now that we're getting there, Benny boy, if you're going to hang around,
Yeah. I'm going to pop off.
Okay.
So I will catch you boys later. It was great to spend time. Thank you for having me on, Sean, as always. Mr. K.
Hello, Tom, Aki.
Chris, Aki.
Ben.
Tadarabah.
Thanks, Ben.
All
right.
I'll see you later. Shalom.
Shalom.
Take care, brother. Take care.
All right, so now we're down to 4, and the 3 that are left are probably on the wrong side of my aisle. But now let's get down to it. Let's get down to brass fucking tack, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a fucking debate. What's it going to
Leave it out.
Brian
Mate,
Daigle.
all I've got to say, Sean, is I'm loving the Bollywood dancing.
Listen, this is not going to be a debate. This is going to be a choir.
Brian, let's start with you. Then we're going to go to Chris, and then we're going to come to Mr. K. And we've got. I'm going to give you both 2 minutes each. Tell me whatever the fuck you want to scream from the rooftops. What is it going to take for us to get top 4? Is it possible? What does it require? And I'm not going to say a word. If you want to call Daniel Levy a cunt all day long, call him a cunt all day long. I don't care. I'm not going to get involved.
Sean, I did, and I got banned from Twitter for it.
Yeah,
you know, there's a hashtag called Levy the Cunt.
Oh, well, listen,
Listen.
I'm not in monetization world, so I don't give a fuck what the fucking YouTube community think. Go for it, boys. What's it going to take?
I'll be very quick. I need 10 seconds, if that. What do we need for top 4? Daniel Levy to sell the club. Finish.
Okay, but realistically, that's not going to happen.
Daniel Levy to sell the club.
It's not going to happen.
So we're not getting top 4. There you go. That's my argument.
There's not a single way that you can ever see Tottenham.
Not right now, because what Conte wants and what Conte needs, he's not going to get. So he can go and spend 100 million right now. I guarantee with Daniel Levy, it's always quantity over quality. So he'll go and buy more players to fill in the places that don't do the job. And just because we got 4, 5, 6, whatever players, doesn't mean that because we got 4, 5, 6 players, they're going to do the job. We need elite players to do an elite job to grab us up from where we are and get this mentality out of the squad and do everything. And you haven't got a magic wand. You haven't got a magic wand. So it's not going to happen this winter, this January. It's not going to happen in the summer. And then let's say we lose Conte.
Oh, it's not going to happen this summer. It's not going to happen this summer. You think even next season we're not going to finish? If Daniel Levy's in charge, you're saying top 4. Even in next season, it's not going to happen.
No, because Conte won't get the. Like I said again, it'll be quantity over quality. Can I give assurances on that? Not 100%, but can I back it up with years and years of managers and
who's going to finish top 4, Brian? Who's going to finish top 4?
Well, I think we know. I think you can safely say Man City and Liverpool are done.
And Chelsea, right?
They're
top
done.
3. Top 3
Chelsea are probably third. Let's face it. Chelsea are probably third.
I agree with that.
And you talk about Man U. Man U just need to sort out their mentality. They just need it. They have got winners all over that pitch. They need a holding midfielder, or they need a midfielder that can solidify them. But if you look at it and you say Ronaldo, Rashford, Greenwood, Van der Beek, if he starts getting played, which is ridiculous how he isn't. Why haven't we made a cheeky loan bid for him? He's blatantly not being played.
I agree with you there.
He's blatantly unsettled. He sold everything that we need. Go put a loan bid in for him to get him out, or a bid for him, whatever. You look at a Fernandes. You look at a Varane. You look at the Gea. If they can get their arse in gear and sort their fucking egos out, they will finish top 4.
Okay.
They will finish top 4.
Brian, we're going to continue this right now. 2 things I want to do. Mr. K, I need you to fucking get on the camera, bro, because a picture doesn't doesn't do its justice. I know how passionate you are. I'm going to come to Chris next. I'm going to come to Chris right now. I'm that way. Chris, I'm going to come to you right now. We're about to get in it. The four of us are about to get deep fucking dive.
I can get deep into it for about 25 minutes. Then I've got to go on to Tommy's stream.
25 minutes is all I need. There's 40 people watching live. It's a record. It's a fucking record. Okay, so we're going to get 25 minutes of arguments and debate, and we're going to get crazy. Chris, tell me what it's going to take to get top 4 before Brian's got to go on to another channel. Let's go, bro.
A fucking miracle.
Oh, no. Come on, get specific. Get specific.
We need players. We need to win. We need Daniel Levy gone or sink on his boat somewhere. And we need Inic to sell up quick time.
It's not going to happen in the next 6 months. It's not going to happen in the next 18 months. So do you think that we're never going to finish top 4 with Daniel Levy in the helm?
Not with his shit investment, no.
Sorry, Sean. I just want to very quickly. I just want to put a kind of caveat into that. The only reason I say that is, let's say Conte walks. Let's just say he does. I'm not saying he will or he's going to. No, there he is. Look at the man himself. Let's have Mr. K for another 2 minutes. But yeah. So the thing is, if Conte walks, and now I'm being serious, Sean, and I'm being deadly serious. You look at it now. There are 4 elite managers, I would say, in the world right now, or 3.5. I'll go as far as 3.5. 3 of them are obviously the Klopps, the Contes, the Peps, and the other one, the 0.5, is probably a Tuchel. If you look at it in football, if Conte walks, and like I said, it's not happening. If he does walk, the only way Tottenham Hotspur go is downhill when you're looking for a manager. The amount of players that this player could, the level of, big up Simon, the level of players you can attract goes down. Everything goes downhill.
Correct.
So if this man can't do it, and back to back of 2 managers that can attract them, as in Mourinho and Conte, they can't get it done. It's certainly not going to happen under another manager with the way.
Agreed.
This, you know, I mean, if we had a new chairman and it was a different manager, and this chairman said, right, I'm going to back you, where do you need or what do you need, within reason, then you can say, right, you've been given the tools. This is what you wanted. Go ahead, prove it. But until we're at a place right now, he's backed himself into a corner where right now he can't go higher than what we've got. So that's why I'm so it's not happening without him, because it looks like he's not getting backed in January. If he doesn't get backed in the summer, I feel he will walk. And if he does walk, then the only thing is downhill under him.
Perfect, Brian. Perfect, right? So I'm going to come to Mr. K. I'm going to come to Mr. K in a second to hear his point, and then I'm going to change the argument. I'm going to change the question to what happens, right? What happens?
Okay, but let Chris finish, because I interrupted Chris.
Hold on, Sean. So, Sean, I would say the only way we would actually get top 4 is if he actually did pull his finger out of his ass and actually made some signings.
In January. In January.
We need 3 key signings in January, but we know it's not going to happen. A backup striker for Kane. We need a right wing back.
Yeah.
And we need another centre back. But realistically, we're not getting any of them.
Okay. Do you think just for argument's sake, because I asked this question earlier, if we get our full strength team back, Romero, right, and Dyer back, and we get Reguilon back, and we get fucking Ndombele, fuck Delhi, but we got the 3 in midfield that we've got, right, like the kind of casual 3, and we can maintain Sonny comes back, and we maintain Harry Kane's fitness. Is that team strong enough? No signings. Is that team strong enough to get top 4, Chris?
No.
It's not.
No, Sean, I'll tell you why. Harry Kane is guaranteed 150% to get his winter injury. Every season for the last 5 years, he's had his winter injury. So it's guaranteed this year he will get his guaranteed winter injury again.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's more than likely. Yeah.
Luca, bang on.
Yeah, and I agree with Luca. I agree with all of you, right? I don't think the top 4 is likely with the signings we haven't had. I agree with all that stuff. But what I'm going to change, I'm going to pivot now. Because I know the audience that I've now got. The 3 of you are.
And Sean, before you Sean, I didn't mean to cut in. I just want to do something. I just feel there's something I need to do right here whilst I'm on this stream with Sean. Now,
Yeah, crack on.
Sean and I discussed this earlier, and now you've got your bigger audience, Sean. I want to get this out there. Listen, people know that Sean and I are completely different ends of the spectrum. Completely different ends of the spectrum. He's not Levy in.
Not completely, yeah, not completely.
No. Let me finish, Sean. So on certain aspects, we are on completely different ends of the spectrum. Sean looks at what I give Sean a lot of credit and a lot of respect for is he looks at it from a very strategical point of view. He looks at it from a very, very financial point of view. He looks at it from a very, okay, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. And I've got so much respect for him for coming out and doing what he does, especially when I've been on tons of streams with him as well. And obviously, me and my Levy out, I've got Levy Tourette's. I go from 0 to 60, and I fly into rage when it comes onto this. Now, Sean is a great, great guy. Respect him beyond belief. He's like, we speak a lot off camera as well. Got a lot of time for this dude. And like I said, where he comes from, and a lot of people seem to be saying Levy's love child or Levy this and Levy that. That's just because let's call it, Sean. They do say that. You see it in the comments and whatever. He looks at it a completely different point of view. Obviously, he thinks in ways I'm wrong, and I think in ways he's wrong. But I respect everyone's opinion, like he does with everyone. And it's just that he's come in new to the family, as he knows, and he looks at it from a more objective point of view. Whereas me, you got to remember, I come from 14 years of pent-up aggression on this subject, and 14 years of lies, deceit, and everything. And Sean isn't like that when he looks on it. So I just want to say out there, whilst you got your big, your biggest audience, Sean,
biggest
fair
audience
play.
ever. Biggest audience
Fair
ever. It's because
play.
of you, Brian. It's because of you, Chris. It's because of Mr. K. It's because of Kuva. It's because of Benny Boy. It's all the boys.
Fair play to you. So I just wanted to say, whilst you and me were on camera, Sean, that obviously you know I love you. We have our debates, but yeah, people need to realise that Sean isn't Levy in at all. He's just he sees something that I refuse to see and always find an argument for. But that's because I just have blind rage when it comes to the subject.
I really appreciate you saying that, Brian. I really appreciate you saying that.
My pleasure, brother.
And I'm not I'm definitely not a Levy in. I'm more than happy for the fucker to go. I always want to know if people want someone to leave.
Let me answer your question, Chris. Let me answer your question. I believe, this is what I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but since 2015, we've been saying these magic words. We're only 2-3 players away.
Yeah.
Right. Did I just hear you say that a little bit earlier, or did I hear someone else say that a little bit earlier?
Yes.
Every year. So what do you think prevents us from getting those magic 2-3 players?
Oh, so we're getting
little fraud Levy.
Okay, so we're going to get into it. Okay, perfect.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Before Mr. K, just before we're going to get into it, okay? Because I love it. And now I've got the boys. This is a fucking prime time.
Yeah, but I'm going to have to refrain because you and me have promised someone to have it out properly.
Yeah. It's not going to be a full debate. It's going to be a temporary. Because Brian, I know
it's going to be entertaining.
You got to be on another chat in a little while. So, but first, more important than anything else is I want to just shout out to everybody that was on the chat. Kuba's coming back in. He wants to come back in. I just see him on the stream. So I just want to, first of all, Brian, mate, I fucking love you to pieces. I've always said you and I can disagree about things that are irrelevant in life. Naturally, like, at the end of the day, Daniel Levy he's relevant to our lives because he affects something that is important to us. But I'm not here to defend the guy. I could give a fuck about him, and I appreciate everybody on their various levels of the spectrum.
Sean, I'm going to take a leaf out of your book.
One sec. I appreciate it, but I just want to say that Brian took the time just now to kind of to respect my view, and I want to respect his. I am absolutely on board with so much of what you say, Brian. When it comes to transfer policy, when it comes to the frustration, when it comes to all those things, I agree with you on so many things. The only thing that I ever want to do is bring perspective to people that are 100% on the Levy out thing. You can stay on the Levy out spectrum. I'm on the Levy out spectrum. I'd rather he went. If there was someone better to come in, I'd love him to go. My only role in this Tottenham community is to bring perspective. and that's it. And so me and Brian are we might appear like we're always doing this, but actually there's a lot of love in the background. So that's
100%.
I just want to say
Chris has just fainted with the love.
I know. Tell me about it. Jesus Christ! You need to give me a heart attack there, Sean, man. Jesus Christ!
You were doing 360s, Mr. K. You wanted to say something,
I know.
and then Cooper's back in.
No, what it is,
back.
basically, I just want to take a leaf out of your book and try to explain this in a non-passionate, non-personal way. Okay, as a chairman, his ups and downs. When we watch a football match, we want to see, if anything, the bare minimum is effort. Okay, so from our chairman, we see him doing plenty of effort for the club, and there's plenty of fans out there that really appreciate like the effort that Levy puts in for the betterment of the actual club itself, the sustainability, having new stadium, having things tied down, property investments, and so forth. And this will basically ensure that there's longevity of our club. So yeah, I understand the fans out there that say, you know what, he's working hard. Compared to other chairmen who hardly ever appear in their club, he's doing a good job compared to that. Fully. Now, in order to get top 10, realistically, unless everybody falls down right here and everyone like breaks a leg, we're not magically going to get into top 4. We have to win matches, we have to concede less, right? And we have to be consistent. And this is so. My answer is.
But Mr. K, quickly. The point of what I was trying to get to with all of the things I was showing, all this stuff, 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 is that it's not just, let me get rid of it. It's not just about what we do. It's about the teams we're competing with, right? Like you can.
So the answer to your question.
You've got to be better than the least.
So to answer your question, the best way, right? None of us have got an insight into the actual club, the training, what the individual players are like, what the coaches like, what the technical and the medical background, how they're being supported. We don't have a proper insight. We've got a lot of clues because we've got a lot of people that are connected everywhere, and some of us being Spurs fans over here for life and so forth. But what I believe, the only solution to get top 4 is, like I said, without magic accidents happening to other teams, is we have to up our game, or rather we have to be consistent. We deserve, look, the table never lies, all right? We deserve to be where we currently are. Yeah. Okay? We've got 4 games in hand compared to Hammers, and they're only 4 points away. So we can secure top 4, but then we have to sustain that top 4 for the rest of the season. And this is where the squad depth comes in.
Mr. K, if we finish top 4 with the squad that we've got, right? I'm going to hypothesize again. I'm going to create a little spark here. And Cooper's come back in, so I want to hear his opinion. I want to hear Chris's and Brian's.
So basically, my answer is whatever Conte wants. Whatever Conte wants.
If Conte gets nothing, right? But we get a little bit of luck with injuries. We get a little bit of luck with timing. We get a little bit of luck with other teams getting COVID. A little bit of luck with other teams getting injuries. Just like Arsenal have had, right? The reason why Arsenal are where they are is, you know, a lot of people that are on the Levy out spectrum, they seem to say when Tottenham over the last 20 years have outperformed, they seem to say, well, we got to the Champions League final, but that was luck. But everything that's bad about Tottenham, they put it down to not luck. It's not unlucky. That's just where we should be. But when we did well, it was luck. And so what I'm saying to you is, forget about the past. What I'm saying to you, and I'll put it out to all of you, is if we finish top 4, whether it's by hook, by crook, by luck, or by fuck, if we get to the top 4 at the end of the season, May the 15th, if we finish 4th, not only is Brian Daigle going to have to put 50 quid into his charity on my behalf, not only is Brains McLeod going to have to put 50 quid in because we outperform Arsenal, but is everybody going to say, like, there's still a problem with where Tottenham are? Or are we going to accept that shit happens? Lucky or unlucky, the table doesn't lie.
I mean, you watched the Chelsea game, the first game. There was a gulf of difference in class, but we were unlucky with many of the decisions. They were very split. Like another few more inches this way and would have been onside. A few more inches that way, it would have been a penalty. So there was an element of luck that Chelsea had. But the gulf of difference between quality of players and how they played was shown in the second game, okay?
Correct.
Even though we played better. Personally, I think to myself, we have as a team.
If there was no VAR in the second game, we'd still be
Look,
in the competition.
let's face it, we have got into top 4 many times before.
Yeah, we have. Yeah,
right under Levy. Under
Levy.
his recruitment policy.
Thank you. Under Levy, exactly.
Yeah. So it's not an impossible task that we can't do it. The problem that we've had, right, is we've always hamstrung the manager in order for him to get that done, right? So somehow Poch worked his magic in 2015 to 2016, built a team.
Was it luck?
No. No, I don't buy this crap from other people that say that we were lucky to get into the final. I'm sorry, but we went 11 men versus 11 men. We beat them. Where's the friggin' luck? I'm sorry, but the way is when we get something, when we get something, people call it lucky. It's like when Liverpool played against us, right? Yeah, nobody gave us any credit for drawing against them, but when some other team drew against Liverpool, all of a sudden that team was fantastic.
I'm sorry.
The media narrative.
I'm gonna have to come in here.
Brian, I know you are, but before you do, let me amplify your rage. Let me amplify it before you speak. If there was luck involved in our Champions League mission, it was bad luck. It was bad luck within the first 3 minutes of the Liverpool game in the final.
Yeah, listen, exactly.
What I want to say, mate, there's no luck. What I want to say about these two managers that got us into the Champions League, being Harry Redknapp and Mauricio Pochettino, what happened every time that person asked for investment to take the squad to the next level? To the next level. Not just to get into the top 4 and get Champions League money, but to seriously put heat for a title challenge. Serious heat. Not we've got there, we're doing it. Okay. Right. We haven't got there. We're trying to get to that level where we are. Look at the Leicester. Every time we've tried to get there, the chairman's fallen short and they've got the sack. So
But Brian, the difference with Harry Redknapp, I'll accept it to a degree, but he laid his own bed. He made his own bed on that one when he tried to fuck off to England. And Daniel Levy said,
I agree, Sean. I agree.
Fine. But when it comes to what happened with the rebuild following the Champions League, there was a stadium that needed to be paid for. Hang on, Brian. Hang on. I know you're going to come back on me on this, and I'll let you come back. But just briefly, the only thing that I need to point out is if you remember a period before all of the good times with the Champions League, Tottenham finished 10th, 12th, 13th, 8th, 7th under all those previous managers, and Arsenal were finished. Do you remember St. Tottingham's Day? Do you remember St. Tottingham's Day?
Very much so.
Right.
Very much so.
That happened every fucking year between February and May, right? We haven't had to worry about that for a long fucking time, but we had to worry about it. 5 years compared to their 20. Yeah, but the difference being that Arsenal had to rebuild. Arsenal has built a new stadium. They put a lot of money into it, and they went from being the third, second. I know they had the Arsene Wenger thing, but they had the rebuild. They went down from here to here, and then slowly but surely, that financial impact has been whittled away, and now they're in a position where they are a threat again. And people that say Daniel Levy is a toxic element, like under Daniel Levy, we went from always finishing below Arsenal to always finishing above Arsenal, and now we're going through the rebuild of the stadium. It happens. It's an impact.
So I'm happy you mentioned the stadium we had to build, because I think you'll remember, and I think Kuva will remember very well, because it was his channel. You and me got into quite a lively debate, so lively that I got a placemat and started whacking it around my head. And I sent you a document. I sent you an article saying that Daniel Levy said building the stadium would not impact transfers. Would not impact transfers.
He might have said that, but that's
But that's what he said. That's what I'm a man of my word. I say I'm gonna get a We Are Tottenham TV tattoo. I get a We Are Tottenham TV tattoo. I say I'm gonna be at the protest. I'm at the protest. I say I'm gonna come home from my friend Bob when I haven't got a job, and I find that somehow get over here, and I've been over here. I was only going to be here till the 13th of January. I'm now here till the 20th of February.
And I respect your word.
Yeah, everybody goes into the team.
I don't respect Daniel.
When you've gone on record saying this, and you're not just saying this to people on YouTube or to friends or to people on Twitter or whatever, you're saying this to the whole Tottenham Hotspur fan base.
Yeah.
if you don't back it up, especially when you have the audacity to charge us the highest prices for tickets, the highest prices for kits, the highest prices for this, the highest prices for that, and there's nothing to back it, then you bet your bottom.
Hang on. He also said it, just for clarification space, when he made that comment, that was before the total cost of the stadium was factored in. And as much as you want to say, well, it's poor on Daniel Levy to not recognise that what he thought was a £400 million investment became $1 billion, and that looks badly on him. Maybe it does, but I promise you, I was in the stockbroking and the commodities market when that happened, and nobody foresaw the commodity boom. So what happened was the £400 million investment became a £1 billion investment, and all of that 600 million. Like, I get it. He should have come out after the fact and said, I said this, but actually this happened. The biggest problem that I acknowledge about Daniel Levy, not the biggest, but one of them that I actually 100% on your side with, is his lack of communication. But he said that thing, but then there was other factors that came in to change the status quo.
I'm going to give you two examples right now of his lack of communication. First of all, Daniel Levy may not have seen the business commodity go up, but what he would have seen, being a businessman that knows quite a lot, apparently, and actually any of us could have known, that stadium was not going to get built in a year. Don't say it's going to be built in a year. Tell everyone it's going to be built in 2 years, and if it is built in 1 year, you look like a fucking saint, because you've got a stadium that size built in a year. Don't say a year.
I agree. Yeah.
And then it's 2 years, and then give yourself a huge bonus for completing it, even though it's a year. But then, when we were meant to have our first home game against Liverpool,
I agree with you on that, Byron. I agree with you on that.
And then when it comes to the Liverpool game, that was meant to be our first home game, but it got called off because the stadium wasn't ready. First of all, he apologised to the NFL before he apologised to Tottenham Hotspur fans. Actually, he didn't apologise to Tottenham Hotspur fans. Yep. Then he had the fucking balls to refund everyone the price for the ticket, but charge people more to go to Wembley. That's what this man does.
I agree with you on that as well.
So when it comes to these things, this is what gets me, because people. This is the thing on those 2 points. Why say a stadium in London, mate? Even if I was building Barnet's home ground, I wouldn't say it was going to be built in a year, because I know what happens with building here and weather problems and whatever. Why say it's going to be built in it? Look at the size of that behemoth, and it's a behemoth.
It is. I agree with you, Brian. The problem is, though, right, is that people want him to communicate more, and he's probably looking at, well, the last time I communicated, I said it with best, whether he did it or not, with best.
Well, no, the last time he communicated, Sean, what you got to remember as well, which riled people up, is that Potsy interview that he did on Spurs TV, where he said we're going to play attacking progressive football, where we're going to do. We hire Nuno.
The only person who's got worse PR is Prince Andrew, right? Like, I get it. I get it.
This is the thing. So even when he does communicate, I mean, what you'll remember, two other examples I'll give you. So when Daniel Levy, when we finished second and we finished our home game at White Hart Lane and everything was all happy and we finished second, it was a great season, undefeated. Daniel Levy goes on Sky Sports to do an interview holding the keys and giving it to the builders. Oh, look, you're going to have the keys. You're knocking the fucking stadium down. Yeah. There's no point in that apart from fucking PR to look good. And then when we sacked Nuno, it was Fabrizio Paratici who sacked him. Paratici who had to do the donkey work and went on record and doing it. But once we hired Conte, who's the guy doing this is the changing ground, and let's just smile and laugh at what you're saying for the cameras? There's not Paratici that's got the glory. It's off you go, mate. Fuck off. You've done your bit. You've done the ground work. I'm going to stand there and I'm going to do my PR start and think, look what I've done. I've got Conte.
Brian, I agree with everything you're saying, mate.
Kuba's holding in. Kuba's holding in.
No, I want to get Chris and Mr. K and Cooper in as well. But Brian, I actually agree with everything you just said.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sitting here defending Daniel Levy in its entirety. There's just little things I want to clarify as we go along. But Brian's great chat so far. Let's start with Chris. Chris looks like he's got his hand up, and then we'll come to Cooper, and then we'll come to Mr. K. How do you feel, bro? Let's just go for it. Say what you want.
How How do I feel when I know our chairman is the highest paid chairman in the fucking league? He's taking the fucking piss, mate, to be fair. Now, we can't have a chairman who's getting the highest paid in the fucking league for him to do fuck all. Sorry, that can't be right.
Well, it's not fuck all, though, mate. It's not fuck all.
But it is.
He's not doing
Hold
fuck
on,
all.
what's he actually done for the club in the last 5 years, apart from get us into debt, build more houses, and build a nice little, have a nice little planning bit mission for a cinema.
The only okay, well, let me clarify. The only reason that he got the ability to rebuild the stadium, and you might not have wanted a rebuild of a stadium, but the rebuild of the stadium was entirely necessary, and I'll explain why. But
for what?
Well, if you wanted to have a 36,000 seater stadium for the next 25 years, kiss goodbye the ability to be able to pay the wages of Harry Kane. Kiss goodbye the ability to pay the wages.
Yeah, but Sean, hold on. Whoa. Sean. Let's get it right now. None of the supporters asked for that 60,000 seater stadium. The only reason that stadium was actually built was for his NFL commodity.
Lady
Go. Come on, man. We all know the truth.
Chris, no, you don't know the truth. Let me educate you, bro. I'm just being honest with you right now. There was, when we had a 36,000 seater stadium, there were 65,000 people on the waiting list, right? Then they organized the rebuild of the stadium, and by the time that it was commissioned and built, there's now an 85,000 person waiting list. So anyone that argues that the season ticket prices are too high, the prices of the tickets are too high, the prices of the beer are too high, I understand the frustrations of the working class who don't want to be able to pay that, Chris. But at the end of the day, if you want to be able to pay the salaries of football stars, that are the sorts of stars that are going to be able to deliver the sorts of successes that Tottenham fans demand, which is winning trophies or qualifying for the Champions League or winning the Premiership, you have to have a team. Hang on.
It's what we were promised. It's what we were promised.
Hang on, Brian.
Exactly.
Just one second. Because I'm not talking about. I'm not trying to take it off the point. I'm trying to bring it back, right? But if you want to have a team full of £200,000 a week stars, you have to be able to finance it. You have to, right? And unfortunately, as much as everyone gets pissed off with the idea of paying the highest season tickets or paying for the highest shirt prices or paying the highest price beer or paying for the Sky football or whatever it is, it all goes back into the coffers that eventually get paid to the salaries. If you want to be able to afford, Vlahovic, right, you've got to be able to afford it. And as much as you don't like the concept that the salaries of the players are paid for by you and I going to the game every week, that's just the fucking reality. It's just a reality. And I don't know how else to say it in a nice way that makes you feel like your opinion is listened to. But there's just realities of economics. If you want to pay for this, you have to finance it by that. And the financing part comes from me, you, Chris, Brian, Kuva, Mr. K, everybody else. However you want to do it, whether it's you paying for Sky, whether it's you going to the game, whether it's you buying a beer, a fucking shirt, whether it's whatever it is, right? It comes from our pockets at some point. It's just the way it is. And if you have a problem with that, then you have a problem. I can't argue with you if you don't accept that Harry Kane is paid for by me and you. That's how it is. And if we had a 36,000 seater stadium, you might not have wanted a 36,000 seater stadium. You might have been happy with White Hart Lane. But you know what? I'll ask you, like I ask everybody else, find me somebody who plays for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Find me someone who plays for Southampton. Find me someone who plays for West Brom who gets paid 300 grand a week. They can't do it. They can't.
Sorry. I've got, first of all, I just got a couple of things because then I'm going to have to go. First of all, it's not, we understand that the stadium needs to help pay for wages and do these things, but we were promised this stadium will deliver things, and we're promised that this club would invest, and they haven't lived up to that. And then secondly, when you go on about Wolves, it's not that Wolves can't pay that salary, because they can. They can't attract a player
they can't.
Of that class.
They can't. Sorry, Brian, they can't afford it.
Sean, they can. If you check Wolves owners and you check what Wolves are about, Wolves can afford it.
No, they can't.
They are sitting there. Sean, they can.
Brian, they can't.
They can.
I can show you Wolves financial statements if you want, mate. I'm sorry, bro. They can't. or even if they can afford 1, they can't afford 10. And if you want to,
Yeah, but that's not the debate. But Sean, Wolves aren't Tottenham Hotspur.
You want Tottenham Hotspur to win the league.
Wolves aren't Tottenham Hotspur.
You want Tottenham Hotspur to win the league, or you want Tottenham Hotspur to win the FA Cup.
Mate, see, this is it. Wolves aren't Tottenham Hotspur. Of course, I want Tottenham to win the league, and of course, I know that comes at a cost. But when you're comparing Wolves to Tottenham Hotspur, you might as well say Wolves to Swindon.
Swap Wolves. Look at Everton.
You might say, well, mate, we are Tottenham Hotspur. Do you know what? Listen, Tottenham Hotspur are a huge fucking name in world football. A huge name. They may not be a huge. They may not be a huge club in world football right now because of where we are, but I guarantee you, most of the world know who Tottenham Hotspur are, and most of them know, and that is based on our tradition, our class, our history. You think Vlahovic is going to come to Tottenham? And let's imagine we were still in a 36,000 seater stadium. But to Chris's point, right? Let's say we didn't build the stadium, right? Because the money that came to pay for the stadium was in infrastructure debt. It didn't come out of the running costs. It didn't affect financial fair play. Right? These are things that you guys may or may not understand. And this is the reason I'm here. I'm not here to defend Daniel Levy. I'm not here to say that he's the best chairman ever. I'm just here to bring perspective from my knowledge of how finances work. And if you can take it or you can leave it, but that's all I'm here to do. But if we were still in a 36,000 seater stadium, right? If you think that the name Tottenham Hotspur was enough to draw Vlahovic to Tottenham in this summer, and we could only pay him 80 grand a week because we didn't have enough money coming in to the club, versus him going to Man City, who haven't got a bigger name than Tottenham, but have got all the money in the fucking world. If you think that the name Tottenham Hotspur is a draw, that means that a player of that caliber that's going to result in Tottenham winning cups or winning qualification to the Champions League, if you think that a 36,000 seater stadium that requires... Sean, that's not what I said, though. That's not what I said.
So let me stop you there. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is this, yeah. Okay, he paid the 60-odd, we got the 60,000 stadium, fine. But the investment that come out of it afterwards, what has he actually put into it since the stadium's been built? We've had we had 18 months of zero signings.
Yeah, what did Arsenal do?
Arsenal moved from... Mr. Case just piped in. I just want to address someone, and his name's Ishak. I haven't bought anything in that club or to do with that club since the summer we signed no one. When I'm in the club in the concourse, I don't buy drinks, I don't buy programs, I don't buy anything. The reason I get tickets when I come over is people kindly gift them to me because it's the only way I can get to see Spurs. I flew over from Toronto to London a couple of years ago when we had the last North London derby at Arsenal, at Wembley, sorry. And I was flying over to watch it with a mate who's an Arsenal fan. And I was offered tickets. And I said, are you giving them to me for free? They said, no, they're £30 a pop. I was like, nope, I won't pay to go in that stadium. I don't, not a single penny of my money goes towards that club. Not a penny. I'm very lucky in the place that I'm in and the people that I know now and the people I've got to know through YouTube, through the people like Ben and Simeon, whose dad and grandpa aren't going to games right now because of COVID. And one of the guys that Ben and Simeon sit with actually live with me in Toronto now. Not live with me as in me and my wife, live in Toronto. He has his season ticket standing there. So he gives it to me. So I go into that ground and don't pay a penny. I will not give that guy. I won't go into the club shop. I won't do anything. Even if people have said to me, I'm in London, can you pick me up something? I'm like, hell no. What if I give you the money? Hell no. Because I'm not going in that club shop. I will not, like I say to people, not to buy, to carry on renewing their season tickets, because one day they will go. They will go. And people have had seasons after seasons, generations.
Sean, you did say that you're going to let people talk, right? Yeah? So far, every time someone said something, you've jumped in straight away, right? Let me finish the question that you asked, right? Yeah? Which was basically, if Conte gets what he wants, we'll get top 4. If he doesn't get what he wants, we'll be extremely lucky. Like a lot of things have to happen in order for us to get top 4, and we'll have to big up the team for doing so, especially all the players that we slagged off in the past. look, I think we need another perspective, right? Kuva.
I've got to go anyway, guys. Sorry, Mr. K. I've got to go. I said
Oh,
I'll
you gotta
join. I'm joining
Same here.
Tommy.
Tommy.
I've got to jump out as well.
Yeah.
Sean,
Yeah, I've got to
listen,
jump out as
love
well,
you to
lads.
pieces. Love you to pieces.
Love you,
I've
mate.
got to hit this. I've got to hit the dust.
Drop your speak to everyone about your channel, mate. Just go.
Yeah, my channel. If people don't know, it's Tottenham on Tour, and it's the home of me, obviously. And it's me, Brian Ireland, Adam Clark, and Danny Kiriakou. Danny Kiriakou. So yeah, we've got lots of stuff coming up. Just keep an eye on me over the next few days because Levy Out is going up a notch and people will know why and where, and it will be very clear to see where I am. I'm just not saying it live. And Ishak, no bother, brother, no bother. I can understand how it looks when you see me at the ground. Yeah, trust me, not a single penny goes into that club. And I go to this extreme as my final thing. I've got 4 nephews and 1 niece. And there's a tradition since my first nephews were born that the very first thing they wear is a Spurs baby grow. As soon as they go into their bed, the very first thing they wear, once they come out of whatever the hospital put on, is my Tottenham Hotspur baby grow. 4 of them were born, so Levi's 4. So no, Levi might not have been, but Sophie definitely. Sophie was born in 2020, and I refused to carry on the tradition and buying her a Spurs baby grow because money would go to him. So that's the extent that I go to when it comes to it. But on that, I will say good night, God bless. Everyone loves Sean's channel. Everyone loves Kuva's channel. Everyone just love Mr. K and Chris because these two are 2 of the nicest guys you'll ever see. And guys, I'm going over to Tommy's channel, but you can find me on Tottenham on Tour. And as always, Levy out.
Yes.
Brian's gone. I want to apologise to the 3 of you. Whenever I'm in a chat with him, it gets so like one and back and forth, and I didn't mean it to be. I apologise. So I did intend to come round, and I'm so sorry. I'm so very very sorry.
Sean,
for that way.
on that note, I've got to jump out as well. I've got to jump out because I've got an early start at work in the morning, man. So
I'm
going
sorry,
to jump
Chris.
out.
I feel terrible.
But Sean, one thing, I want your fucking chair.
You can have it, man. It's fucking horrible. I'll send it to you. I'm going to create some better chairs.
It'll be like my old one. It'll be broken at the sides, mate.
I'm so sorry, Chris, mate. I'm so sorry you came on, and I feel like I feel terrible about. I get caught into arguments, and I do apologize. I'm so rude, man. Mate,
Sean,
please come on again, Chris. Please come on again.
I will do, man. When I'm not working, I'll jump on and see issues lot. But as Brian, the Bagel said,
where can everyone find you, Chris? Are you on a channel? Are you on?
No, I'm not. I'm on every other person's channel. You'll find me there anyway. Mr. K, I'll be on your channel again soon. Kuva, no doubt, I'll be on Tottenham Tangent Gold. Sean, I'll be definitely back on yours, and you can also
Chris,
find me on that.
11 o'clock, mate. Tuesday, 11 o'clock, Chris. You're going to jump on as a guest at the beginning. Just let me know. Get in touch, okay?
Yeah, I will let you know, Mr. K. And Sean, no doubt I'll be back on your show again, but just next time, let me fucking speak, all right?
Oh, mate, I'm so sorry, man. I feel fucking awful. I feel terrible.
I'm only joking, man.
I'm learning. No, it's right, man. I'm trying to learn how to be a host, and I end up being a guest, and I'm like being a dickhead. I'm so sorry, mate.
But you'll also find me on that Irish Hotspur as well on a Monday night as well.
Yeah, I'll see you on that, man. I'll be there.
All right, lads. Take it easy. Have a good night, lads.
Harris Army.
Boys and girls, I'm so I feel terrible. I've been a horrendous host.
No, you're a wonderful host. Listen, Chris. I'm saying, Sean, you are a good host. It just takes a little while to try to handle all the different things. So I know what's going on with you. You're focusing on this, and this, and you're trying to listen to what people are saying, and you're trying to think of what to say as well, and you're trying to be fair to the rest of the people inside the panel. You know, there's a ton of things that you're trying to do all by yourself. This is one reason why
it's really hard. It's really hard.
It's not easy. You tend to lose focus on what people are saying. If your eyes start to focus on reading the comments, your ears cannot hear words because you're making words in your brain. It can happen. Don't worry. It's new. You get used to it.
I'm going to learn. I apologize to anybody who is left in the panel, and also by anybody on the chat who was hoping to hear more from Chris or more from Brian. I'm so sorry if the debate gets heated. I'm figuring it out. But now there's three of us. I'm going to sit back now. So let's start with Mr. K and Kuva. Both of you just go back and forth with each other. I'm going to sit back and listen for the next.
I'm not saying anything. I'm sulking.
No.
Kuva.
Listen, Kuva, you go first, mate. Kuva, you waited a long time.
Bro. Don't make me feel bad.
Come on, Kuva, go first. You waited a long time, bro. How do you think we can get top four?
Cheap.
Do the Arsenal thing.
Brown paper envelopes. Oh no, we haven't got any money, have we? Mouldy meat pies to directors at other football clubs and things. Sabotage their plans. We've got to ride our luck because I don't see Levy investing at all in the January window. We'll be lucky to get loan signings. The fact it's gone half the window and we've seen nobody going out is more than alarming because we know that's how we do business is players go out before we get players in and nobody's left. I don't believe any of the rumours. Vlahovic is just one big smokescreen, same as it always is. It's all these players, we tried to get them, but we couldn't. It's happened all over again. Every single year we get this crap. If you take it back, I'll do what our channel does. I'm going to take it back to the 1980s. Beginning of the 80s, win the FA Cup to celebrate us coming back from when we fell away. We got relegated a couple of seasons before that, fought our way back up, won the FA Cup, established ourselves. We were back. Followed that up with another FA Cup win. Did we just sit back on our laurels? No, we didn't. We invested on players like Gary Mabbutt, another club legend. When we start investing in players like Paul Allen coming in, another club legend. We didn't just stagnate. We didn't just let it say, this is okay, we'll sit at this level. We kept pushing. We did the same in the 1960s. Win the double in 1960-61 season. What do we do then? We don't just go, this is a good level, we can coast around here. We buy Jimmy Greaves, legendary striker. Now, bring that forward into Levy's era. We get into the top four. It's a big deal. Well, let's face it, that is a big deal. It was a good achievement to do that in the first place.
Correct, yeah.
But that becomes the sole objective. It's just hitting that top four. We're not pushing further. When we do achieve it, and we achieve it on a regular basis under Pochettino, then the funding just goes because we're happy to sit there. It follows the MO for Levy and Enoch. Happy to sit in there in that bracket, getting the money.
Do you think that, Kuba? You have to remember, people that go, we got to top four consistently under Pochettino, and then you could sit there, you could argue that when that happened, Daniel Levy went, fuck it. Now we've got the money coming in. But actually, there were other things that were happening at that time, right? There was the stadium. There was a £1 billion investment.
But we were separated from that. He said it himself. They're separate entities.
The financial entity was solely separate, self-contained. Yeah. And this is a myth that keeps getting propagated all the time, that basically the footballing has got something to do with the stadium. The only issue that the stadium had was that by the time they built it, which was a year late, by the way, so therefore you lost a year's worth of revenues, because you have to spend money going into, Wembley to play the games there. The only problem was, let's face it, we were a bit unlucky. COVID hit. Just when you're about to get thousands of people coming in.
That was before COVID, right? The reason why the stadium was a year late was because of a construction boom. There was an inflationary market that hit the concrete industry, that hit the steel industry, that hit the wages of people that work in those spaces. It wasn't COVID that delayed.
No. What I'm saying is. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is one thing after the next has happened. And because of those things, it has not allowed this stadium to start to generate lots of income.
I'm already
right. So basically, that's why I think that if we didn't have COVID, then there would have been a lot more going on with our
I agree with
portfolio in terms of making money.
COVID fucked us. But I'm just going to bring Dermot in. Dermot, how are you, mate?
Sorry, my name's not Dermot. It's Barney Rubble.
Barney?
I believe that's what I believe Levy will spend money.
I'm going to speak Fred for that.
How are you, mate? You okay?
Yeah, I've just been watching you, Sean. I agree. As I said to you earlier, I agree with your thing that top four is important, but you got to put it into perspective. Top four is a stepping stone to the next level. We're also about winning trophies. That's what every fan base is about, and every club in the country. Not every club's going to win a trophy, but
most clubs don't win a trophy, right?
Yeah, but Sean, you've got to, from my perspective, as I said, I've been a fan for a long time.
Put your camera up, Dermot. Put your camera on it. Can you?
No,
put your camera
I'm
on?
all right. No, I want to stay off camera. I'm like,
okay,
sorry.
okay, mate. Okay.
We can hear him really clearly, so it's not a matter at all. Carry on, Dermot. Please do.
You look at the times of Arthur Rowe. You go back to Arthur Rowe, Bill Nicholson, all them great players we had, all the great sides we had, the Super Spurs of the 60s, the push and run side of the 50s. You got the 70s side, successful side. You then got the early 80s under Keith Birkinshaw. We haven't, and then you got Terry Venables. Saying not, he had a few good seasons with us, won us the FA Cup. We've had one manager that came in for a season and a half, won us a League Cup, not even the full season, because he came in, I think, who did Ramos come in for? Was it Ramos or?
I know Ramos came in for.
Oh, I can't remember.
You know, this is when I started supporting Spurs, like, full on.
Yeah.
Before I used to watch them. And when Ramos got
Martin Yole, was it Martin Yole?
Yeah, I think it was Martin Yole.
Yeah.
There's been no passion for that side of our club when Enoch and Levy brought over. They are an investment company to see Tottenham as an investment. Nothing more, nothing else. That's their perspective. I'm a football fan. I support my club. I want us to win FA Cups. Cuva Otelia, we owned the FA Cup. That was our trophy.
Dermot, I asked you earlier, and I'll ask you again because I know you.
The question you asked earlier, Sean, isn't a proper question.
For anyone that didn't hear, the question was. So I know that Dermot prioritizes trophies above top four. Right?
I never said that. Actually, Sean, do not put words in my mouth. I never said that. I said to you, minimum is top four plus a trophy. I never said I prioritize cup. The question you asked me, Sean, was would I have picked a lesser side,
a weaker team?
Yeah, for Southampton, and that for the cup game against Chelsea. And I said
the only reason I asked you that question, Dermot, before you give the answer, just for clarity, so everyone who didn't hear it, on previous debates that we had one on Friday night I was so drunk on it, so I apologize however I came across. But generally speaking, Dermot, you and I have had debates about this, and your opinion, your view is always that we haven't won any trophies, right? And so you prioritize trophies over top four. That is I can if you want me to, I can go and get like clips of it, but you have said that. Kubo, you've been on most of the streams. Come on, you might.
I will say that I definitely do.
Right.
I want silverware. I'm quite happy to sacrifice top four if we win both domestic cups every season and don't get in top four. I'm going to be quite happy.
Exactly.
But how? And that's fine. And listen, I'd love to win the FA Cup every year. I'd love to win the Carabao or whatever the cup is. But my question to you is, how do you do that when you come up against the Chelsea in the semi-final?
It's quite simple.
The only way you can actually beat them is by investing into a team that can do that. And the only way you can generate the money to be able to pay the salaries or whatever of the players is by either finishing top four and getting the revenue from the prize money of Champions League, or by overcharging people at the fucking ticket office. And both of which you're not happy with. You know, so
again, that's the financial solution, isn't it? That's the push money out.
It's the reality. Come on,
no, it isn't.
What do you mean?
Get your infrastructure in place first, which is what we haven't done. We change it every couple of years. new director of footballing, new manager of footballing, new footballing style, back to the old.
So you want
style.
to be the Ajax. You want to be the Ajax of the Premier League.
Guys, very, very quickly, right? Yeah. Listen, I've got to jump off the stream like right now. Ish, my wife's giving me dirt. Apparently, she cooked dinner much earlier. I only ate a little bit, and I didn't eat the rest. Probably wondering what's wrong with her cooking. But I don't want to have like a lovely debate inside the family home right now. So listen, I'm going to jump out from the video stream right now. I'm going to be in the comments itself, right? Yeah. And then in a little while after I've had something to eat, I need to pop onto Tommy's channel. So one thing we can all agree upon, right? Yeah, is all of us, whether we have this opinion, whether we have this knowledge or that knowledge, we all care about this club deeply. We all love this club. We want it to succeed. Now, we all have differing opinions of how it's going to get there. Some people think that if you build 1 million homes, that will get there. And some people believe that you put the money into the actual players who are actually on the pitch. That might get there. Now, I don't know. I'm a simple man. I don't know. You know, maybe chimneys on houses might actually make that happen. But
different things, Mr. K.
No.
Don't even go there.
No, Sean, you're right. Sean, you're right. Look, the points which I will pick up from what you guys have all been saying to me, what I've been listening so far, these are the valid points which I've heard. Finances and money is a lifeblood, right, of a business. Fans are the lifeblood of a football club. Okay? So there's a split between who do you satisfy? Do you get the business to go up, or do you get the club fan base in terms of the footballing to go up? And sometimes there's a compromise between the two. It's just that the fans sometimes have seen things year in, year out, and they've heard the same things again and again. And, you know, they start to get frustrated with that because they keep hearing the same old narratives year after year, and it begins to hurt after a while. And sometimes it will start to create a psychosis of the mind where you feel that, you know what, you're saying it, and no one's listening because everyone keeps talking to you about money. You know, we're going to keep having these debates, and I believe that over time, things will become more apparent. Levy, if he cannot do something with one of the world's best strikers on the planet, if he cannot do something with one of the world's best managers on the planet, with one of the world's best stadiums on the planet, then would you consider that to be a business failure or not? Because everything's there. Now, it could be that maybe in 10 years, we're going to finish our rebuild that we started 21 years ago. Maybe that might happen. But for the time being, some of us are losing friends that have supported this club for a very, very long time, and they never got to see us win a trophy again. And that hurts, and it's very sad, considering the history of our club. Dermot and Kuva, they run a channel, and they are specialists at looking at the history of our club. Where did we come from? Who are we? That's what makes us who we are. The motto, I've always gone on about this in all my streams and in all my shows, to dare is to do. I believe that motto has been discarded by management. They have dared to do things. Yes, the stadium was important that they went from a 36,000 stadium, 7,000 stadium to going to where we have now. You know what? That's a really fundamental shift. That's a really, really fundamental shift. You do need to do that if you want to compete against the top clubs. At some point, you have to do it. When are you going to pick? You know, you can't keep delaying it. So, Sean, I fully understand your point. I just believe that sometimes when people are giving you a tissue of lies, it's very difficult to stomach it when a chairman turns around and puts on public record that every penny goes into the team. It's very hard to see that in reality. But then again, we don't know the proper finances of things because things are not very transparent with our club. But anyway, I'm going to let you guys go.
Mr. Gay, I'll let you go. But one thing, the last thing you just said, is something that I do want to clarify.
Go ahead, please.
When you say we don't know because the finances are transparent, like there's 90% of Tottenham fans don't look at the finances. They listen. Maybe we should do
it, Sean. Maybe you need to bring that type of information.
That's what I'm doing. That's the only reason that I have the opinion. I don't have the opinions that I have because I want people to dislike me. The only reason that I say the shit I do is because I take the time to look at the shit that no one else has the interest in looking at, and I bring to you the people a perspective based on financial understanding, which is like I was an investment banker for 10 years, right? So it was my job all day to read through balance sheets, to filter through the nonsense, to find the truth. The reason why I do what I do, the reason why I take the view that I do, isn't because I want to convince people that are Levy out, that are closed-minded. If you're closed-minded, then have your opinion. I don't care. Like, I don't give a shit about Daniel Levy. I don't like the guy. I'm happy for him to leave. I'd love him to leave. It's just, how do you find a person who's going to buy the club that's going to satisfy the same people who want this devil out? They're going to want the next devil out. They don't know. So
you're right. It's better the devil you know.
I understand. When you say we don't know the finances, you don't look at not you personally, but people don't look at.
Okay, no. Let me give you one example. No, John, let me give you one example, right? Yeah, Lo Celso, right? Yeah, we brought the player in on initially the first year was a loan, right? And then after that year, the option was necessity to buy. We bought the player, but what we're doing is we're paying X amount every single year for his contract.
Yeah, but you also know why? Do you know why we did a loan obligation to buy?
It becomes easier to get the players, and just in case there's something wrong with them in the first year. Go ahead and tell me.
Well, here's the thing, right? So you're a Levy out guy, right?
I'm a Tottenham guy in.
So you're a Levy out guy, right?
I think that guy needs to go.
No,
yes.
First of all, we're all Spurs fans.
Yeah, but there's Levy out, and there's people that are like, oh, let's. I'm open-minded. Let's hear what the reason why you do a loan to buy is not because you're trying to not pay someone. When you do a loan,
no, it's financial sense.
Yeah,
you're spreading out the cost. You're making sure that your operating costs are there and that you're able to meet things. And at the same time, because you've got that little bit of cash surplus in your pocket, in case something comes up, you can respond to it. It's a perfectly good business strategy. The only reason I brought it up.
It's not just that, Mr. K. It's not just that, mate. It's because of the financial fair play regulations, right? When you have
400 million about to spend. I don't understand where we messed up. We weren't even close.
Because you're not. I'm just hear me out, man.
Go on.
When you take a loan to buy obligation and it's 25 million, right? The reason why they do loan to buys, and it's a part. It's like let me try and find an example. If you're trying to sell your house, right? Would you rather a cash buyer, or would you rather someone who paid you 20 grand more for your house, but they were in a chain? Right? And you go, and the chain is, well, it depends. When the person who wants to buy can sell their house, but they're waiting for the next person to sell their house. And the
domino effect.
Domino.
Yes, a domino. No, I accept it. I accept it. Domino. You can't sell one of your players without getting a replacement.
No, that's not the point. The point I'm making is within the FFP. I'm giving the example of house prices to justify, just to give an example. With FFP, every single year, the previous 3 years, when you deliver your financial results in June, Tottenham do it in June, right? It has to balance the books of the previous 3 years, okay? But when Tottenham moved to the next year, the third year, this last year, 2018, 2019, gets wiped off. But whatever happened in that year is going to affect how you perform in FFP in 3 years down the track. So the reason why things like loan to buys happen is not because you don't want to pay the fucking bill now. It's because on the FFP, on the balance sheet, it affects you. So what Daniel Levy's doing, which nobody gives a shit about, which no one's even aware of, no one thinks about, is he's playing 4D chess. He's worried what the fuck happened 3 years later, or 3 years ago. What business did we do 3 years ago? When is that money coming in? Because 3 years ago, he might have done loan to buys then on the sell basis or on the buy basis, right? So he's thinking about that. And he's also trying to do business with other companies, other clubs that are also doing the same thing. So when people go, oh, it's a loan to buy, they're simplifying. They're oversimplifying the madness, and nobody gives a shit about that. Nobody, nobody, whether you're Levy in or Levy out, nobody cares. It's massively important. It's so important that people don't give a fuck. But it's the most important thing, because look what happened to Everton. Look what's happening to Everton. Tottenham
Sean,
Okay,
I get FFP and I get the loan to buy. I understand it makes
Mr.
more
K,
sense.
can I just say
There's only
something?
one thing that I just want to quickly leave, but before I got Sean, I do understand this, and thank you very much for letting me know. I've never complained about that. My issue here is that if you limit the amount of options that you have to buy a player, say that, for example, the club that you want to buy the player from says, no, we don't want to do a loan thing, right? You want to pay the money, otherwise you can't have this player. Now, instead of buying one player, we'll then end up buying an alternative player, like maybe, for example, Emerson instead of Tomiyasu. I get that.
I get that. But when people go, why don't you just fucking pay the 3 million? Just pay it.
We don't have it.
Right? No, but but the conversation that's happening at a boardroom level is not, is he worth 25 or is he worth 27? It's not that simple. The conversation that they have to have is, well, what the fuck have we got coming in via installments from sales that we made 7 years ago that are going to still be coming in now? What's the conversation that's happening around loans that we've made that are coming in installments from 3 years ago? Who have we sold, and where's that money coming in? Who did we buy? Romero. Why did we buy that guy on a loan to buy? What did we buy? How did we buy Sanchez? Have we paid that debt off? There's more to it. There's more to the conversation than just Sanchez's, than just Adama is worth 27. But
I think it's a blessing. I think it's a blessing to have you, because of the experience that you've got. Listen, my show's going to be on Tuesday night, right? Yeah, and if I can get you on that show, right? Yeah, to explain matters, right? Yeah, and maybe we can look into this without the without the emotion overboiling. Yeah, sorry. Because when that happens, people close their minds off a little bit, and they repeat certain things, and then they close their ears to certain things. Look, Sean, you love the club. There's no doubting it. We love the club too. There's no doubting it. We're all the same. Now, there's a lack of education. There's a lack of things that we don't know. At the same time, there's years of hurt. And when people are in pain sometimes, they're going to go into a sound chamber which echoes things around for them. But at the same time, there's ridicule against people who are upset as well. And that kind of double impacts upon it. Sean, I think you're right. The information you're giving us is absolutely valuable. It might help clarify certain points that we don't fully comprehend, right? And then maybe we can all come together as a fan base towards the summer with Conte at its head. That's what I want. I want the fan base to love one another and support the club. When they're in the stadium and our team is doing shit, instead of us booing them, I want us to rally behind them. And I want there to be hope in our heart that we can nick that goal at the end. Remember, under Poch, we used to get that. We used to get that goal on the 90th minute, the 91st minute. I want that back. But Sean, viewing audience, Dermot, Kuba, I'm very sorry, but I have to go. But listen, like this channel, because I believe that someone like Sean is absolutely necessary with his background, especially with financial, to explain certain matters which have always frustrated me, probably led to half my anguish. But personally, I would take that information on, and I would still probably say Levy out. Probably because he's hurt me so many years. Primarily because he's sacked Poch.
That's okay. Hey, Mr. K, I know you got to go. I feel absolutely awful that Kuba has been waiting so patiently.
Kuba, bless you. Dermot,
I'm a terrible.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Mr. K, I know you got to go. I know you got to go to Tommy. Just before you go, I appreciate you so much for coming on. So just plug your channel, and then after that, hopefully Kuba will forgive me and allow me to.
It's more than Tommy's channel. George is right. I need to finish off the food that my wife made earlier. It's like almost 11 o'clock. She made the dinner at 8. But listen, guys out there and girls out there, and those who are in between, support your club. Support all these channels. Tottenham Tantrum Gold. This particular channel over here is new, and it's really, this debate is really, really informative, because we've actually got somebody who actually knows what he's talking about, right? And at the same time, we got people who know the history inside out. And if we can bring these type of different fan bases together, right, then maybe we can come to a certain harmony and start to heal some of the years of hurt that we have with one another. I don't want to see the fan base split. I don't want to see animosity between one fan and another. I went to a game recently, the one that happened on Wednesday, my first ever game. And trust me, it was one of the best experiences I ever had because I got to see so many thousands of fellow Spurs fans. It really brought a joy to my heart. We lost the game, but don't worry about it. Listen, God bless. Oh, I'll plug my channel. Right. Okay. I have a show called Talk to K. It comes on Tuesday nights at 11 o'clock GMTV. Only lasts for 2 hours from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock. It's on Will Stewart's THFC Rants channel, which is a North American channel. And the idea is that we can bridge between the UK and Europe and that of North America. So make it a bit more of a global, sending information out there. But it's more of a chill channel. It's not too much of a debate channel. It's more of an information channel where I'm trying to learn from people. So I don't argue with people and I don't have people arguing with each other. Instead, I try to get information from people so that we can become better educated. Just like what Sean is trying to do right now. And just like what Kuva and Dermot are also trying to do as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's just like what Kuva and Dermot is also trying to do. They're trying to educate us on the history of our club. And Sean, brilliant. Big up your show, mate. Honestly, I love... You know what? Mate, we need more information like what you've got to give us. No, listen, Mr. God bless everyone out there.
I know you got to go, mate. I just want to say, Mr. K, thank you so much for joining me. But I feel I'm ashamed of myself. Not drained. I'm not drained. I'm so bad at being the host. You're
learning. You're learning. Look, you're going to make mistakes. Listen. You're going to make mistakes. Also, as someone getting into this, you need a little bit more training, a little bit more prep, and a little bit more exercise to be able to fully function. It's going to take time, bro. Just like Conte said. It's going to take a little bit of time.
It's unacceptable.
Come on, you Spurs.
Mr. K, thank you so much for joining us, mate. I love this man. Kuva, I am so fucking sorry, bro.
No worries, mate. It goes two ways, Sean.
And Dermot's in the chat as well. I'm so sorry, boys. I feel like a fucking idiot.
What have you done?
I get caught up in conversations, man.
Do you know what the only thing I would say down this loan to buy? Right? Do you know the loan to buy thing?
Yeah.
They really messed up with Galini, didn't it? Can we give him back?
Yeah.
Can we cancel that loan to Brian Galini, please?
Yeah, we can. But let me just put it out there because you guys have been like, first of all, you're my day ones, like from the very word go. Before I had a single subscriber, you guys were there, and I feel absolutely awful. I'm so bad at remembering that I'm the host. I'm not a guest, and I have to. I'm so very sorry, boys.
You're not the host. You're a bad man.
Well, I feel like I'm a bad man, not Batman.
You're a bad man.
Like, when people say "leave it out," I feel like I should be like "leave it out" because I'm like I feel like I've been entirely unprofessional in bringing people in. I'm so very sorry.
It works the other way around as well, though, Sean, because a lot of the times I've learned since hosting shows, sometimes you just got to take a back seat and just, if the conversation is going great between two people, just chill out, let them go at it.
That's true, isn't it, Kuva?
You do that regularly. So I'm happy to just stay there and just wait for a turn to jump in.
Me and Kuva do that, don't we?
I'm so sorry, boys.
We just get our popcorn out, just start eating up popcorn and let it flow.
It's unacceptable. I need to learn. I need to write down reminders on my.
You need a co-host. That's what you need, Sean. You need a co-host.
100%.
We're not nicking my Kuva. Kuva's not for sale.
Co-host with a hammer.
No, I'm gonna go and find some smoking hot 23-year-old bird who's out of control with her looks and doesn't know fuck all about Tottenham, and I can just give her the runs.
Channel.
Yeah.
It's the one thing that the Tottenham community doesn't have, which is a smoke show female compadre.
Well, Kuva's the sex symbol of our channel, so we're doing something right.
Well, you got to make an effort, mate.
Listen, boys. Before we can carry on, and I know that a few people are going to go or left or whatever to go somewhere else. But to everyone that's held on, I'm going to apologise to you guys slightly less than I'm going to. Well, actually, equally as much. I'm forever sorry for. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm learning as I'm going, but I do talk too much, and I also get stuck into debates with whoever the guests are, and I somehow forget to include everybody. I'm trying my best. I'm so sorry. But anyway, Kuva and Dermot, my two favorites, my day one boys. Let's talk about what we were talking about before. How do you feel? How do you feel, boys? How do you feel about, like, you know? I know how you feel about Daniel Levy, but let's bring it back to something more.
Oh, all right. Well, we can sort of put a line under that if you like, because
I want to know where my Betty Rubble's gone on my avatar.
Well, it was my one, mate. You stole it.
Well, I was Barney.
She's mine.
Okay.
I
got
was
the
going to
thread
say,
then.
Sean, it feels like sometimes we're arguing for the values of different sides on the same coin, doesn't it?
Yeah,
you're looking at the economic side to generate the success on the pitch, and I'm looking at it's the failure within the playing side of things, the organisation there. The economic side I'm not bothered with, because that's been done well.
Yeah.
But that's where we always get into these different conversations, because then there's people that argue about, you know, there's a lack of investment, which clearly there isn't. It's just bad investment, which would be my argument. Yeah, and it's the infrastructure on that playing side of things that I've got the biggest problem with Levy about, because he doesn't seem to know what he's doing there, and he's proved it for 21 years with the constant shopping and changing. It's because if you give him a project to do business side, like say he's going to build the stadium, he aims to take over this certain section of housing and, you know, build a cinema and things. He's focused on it. He doesn't get sidetracked. He doesn't suddenly change his mind and change to a different project halfway through. It's there. He goes through with it. But when it comes to the playing side, if the manager's not doing exactly what he wants, it's a complete veers off at an angle. He doesn't keep ploughing ahead with that same style or that same vision.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not there.
Okay, great take.
That's the problem. Yeah.
So let's go on this path, because this isn't going to be a debate. This is probably going to be an agreement, and I bring Dermot in. So, I think that there's an absolute massive amount of credibility to the argument that, I think, who was it that made it? Kirian on your channel. Kirian, I'm not sure. Kirian, right? He said that Tottenham, like, you can put aside the lack of investment, put aside the financials, put aside the stadium, put aside the inability to attract the highest quality players. And his argument, ladies and gentlemen, was that where Tottenham can perform without splitting the audience on how to finance it, is just to do what Ajax do, to do what Leipzig do, to do what Leicester do to some degree, right? Which is to have an incredibly secure, well-developed and thoroughly built-out structure around coaching of young talent, academy through, and also scouting, bring them in and develop them up, and then have this kind of like turnstile system that like how Leipzig and Ajax and you know, a few other German teams have, where they develop these players, they play well, they create success for the teams, and then they become awesome, and then teams like Chelsea or Man City buy them, right? So, and I absolutely loved what Kieran was saying. I thought it was phenomenal. I had no argument with it. He thought it was a way to create a debate with me. I thought it was fantastic. I didn't disagree with a word he said. Do you think that is something that Tottenham can do? Because, this is how I'll posit this to both of you, is, do you think that Ajax have an ecosystem? It's not just a thesis. It's not just a theory. It's not just like a model. They have had, like, Erik ten Hag, for example. He has his cousins as part of the scouting network. It's more than just a theory. It's more than just a model. It's like a family that navigate that, right? And they churn them out like Ford models. You know, do you think that Tottenham can do that? What's it going to take for Tottenham? Because I would love it. I would love Tottenham to do it. But what's it going to take for Tottenham to be able to create that kind of system? Bearing in mind and considering that Ajax is the top draw place for Dutch footballers to come through, whereas in London, there's 3 or 4 clubs that are that all have the same, if not a stronger draw than Tottenham.
Dermot, do you want to go, mate?
I think you have to look over the years. You have to look at the 92 kids that came out of Man United, their youth academy. Tottenham doesn't have a good youth academy. You have to look over the years. Manchester United, you look at Chelsea now. You look at probably Liverpool as well. Some of their players that come in, Gerrard that came through their system. We don't have a good enough academy at the moment. And I think that's where the money has to be spent on as well. It's okay buying houses and cinemas and infrastructure in the stadium. Yeah, that's great. But you also got to do the football inside, including the youth academy, proper scouts to scout the players. Bill Nick, when he was manager, he personally went round looking at younger players to bring them through. You look at the great Steve Perryman. You look at Pat Jennings. You look at other players like that through the 60s and 70s, all because we had a good youth academy. Mickey Hazard, another come through the youth system. You look through the years at Tottenham, we've had great younger players, but that's gone now because we don't have a good youth academy, and the money has been put into better scouting for youngsters. Also, you've got to have them trained correctly. You look at the great Manchester United sides of the class of 92. All them players went on to be top international footballers for England, whoever. They've won many trophies themselves because the system was right there for years at Manchester United. That brought through the likes of like Georgie Best, Bobby Charlton. Tottenham haven't had that sort of a system in Tottenham for a couple of decades. And I think it's been neglected, and I think that's where he has to put the money in as well. It's okay, as Cooper says, having your infrastructure, but you also got to finance the football side. They do go hand in hand. And there's no point having one system that works and not another system. You've got to balance the books. You've got to balance the football club. Tottenham, I'm not saying this, Sean, and then the other way. I'm just trying to make it as an example. Tottenham are a football club, not a franchise. And Levy seems to be turning it into a franchise, and we need to get it back to being a football club. The spirit of Bill. Okay. Hang on, can I just very? I want to say the spirit of Bill Nick has not been in that club for decades, and that hurts. The spirit of Arthur and Rowe. So you got the likes of the DNA was Bill Nicholson. That's our DNA. And we has not been in that club, I think, since Scholar. And I remember us nearly going to the wall. And I think that scars us. That still scars us Tottenham fans. We nearly went bankrupt. And
I just want to jump in for 1 second, Dermot, because I don't want anyone else to leave, because I think we're going to have royalty joining us in about, hopefully in 10 minutes. Mr. Dave Harris, the Irish Hotspur, is going to make his debut on my channel.
Oh, our mothership.
Yeah, he's going. I hope he's going to come on. I'm not sure if he's still listening. He's just texted me 5 minutes ago saying I've been going for hours. I'm just having dinner. If you're still going on, I'll hop on. So I've just texted him saying we're still going. This is the longest debate, the longest chat that I've ever had in my life.
It's good. It's good.
It's good. But that is the thing, Sean. My passion comes from my passion comes from Arthur Rowe, comes from Bill Nicholson, comes from them players like Pat Jennings, Martin Shivers, Jimmy Greaves, up to Glenn Hoddle, up to Chrissy Waddle, up to Paul Gascoigne. We've lost our soul. We're not a Tottenham Hotspur football club. I said it before. We died in 2001. The club I love died.
Okay, but
it's not the same club.
Let me ask you this, Dermot. I'm gonna posit it based on your comments. I'm actually I've got to bring in Kuba, and then I'm going to ask Kuba, and then I'm going to step back again and sit back. Right. So,
sorry, I'm just away from the keyboard for a minute. I can hear you though. Okay.
Okay. Can you talk as well, Kuba?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I wanna ask is, according to Dermot's perspective, he's saying that he wants to see the Busby lads, like that kind of like the old system, the young 1990s when Alex Ferguson brought through, eight kids, and it was the start of something beautiful. Dermot, are you? I'll start with you, Dermot, and then hopefully Kuba can chime in. Dermot, are you willing? Is your patience? Are you willing to see that through? If Tottenham were to pivot and try to become that, that's not a like a 6-month project. That's a 5-year thing. Are you willing to be patient? Because that's the problem is that, like, for me, it's like the impatience of fans who demand everything yesterday versus the desire of clubs to create an ecosystem where these things can come through. I don't think you can necessarily run with the foxes and hunt with the hounds. You have to pick a system, and Daniel Levy has picked his system, but I'm not suggesting it's the right system, but there's 2 other systems. One of them is to throw money at things, and the other system is to go, well, let's build a youth system. Let's invest deep and thoroughly into generating youth from wherever they come from, sort of what Liverpool does, kind of like what Leeds do, but you can't do both. You can't do everything. So what do you want? What would you rather have? Would you rather have Tottenham spend all their money in developing and going out and buying, 13-year-old kids for 500 grand and hoping that in 5 years' time they're going to be the next Wayne Rooney? And you can't do that with just one kid. You have to go and speculate, right? You have to go and go, well, I'm going to throw 10 million quid at 10 teenagers that are 14 because they're the best, the creme de la creme. And then you've still got to sell them on the Tottenham ideology because their parents are going to be more, interested by a Barcelona scout than they are a Tottenham scout. They're going to be more interested by a Chelsea scout than they are a Tottenham scout. They're going to be that. So you're still going to have to kind of find a way to win over the parents if you want to go down that path that Ajax do. And the reason I mentioned Ajax is because Ajax don't have much competition. In the UK, London's a draw, but there's 5, 6, 7 teams in London that are all fighting for the same talent. So if you want to go down that path, are you willing to do it and pay the fees and pay the money to kind of create that? Or do you want to spend that 20 million on a player that's ready now?
To be honest with you, we should have done this 21 years ago. That's the point.
Okay, but we haven't. So let's focus now.
Well, you have to focus because this is one of the things Levy should have done. It's one of the first fundamentals when you take over a football club. You make sure that you have a proper youth system. Now, if we had done that, we've got great young players now like Scarlett, White, the goalkeeper that had a great pre-season. We should be playing them now. Ollie Skip, another product of our youth system, went out on loan last year, having a brilliant season this year. We have got youngsters there, but a proper scouting youth system should have been put in 21 years ago when Levy and Enoch took over. Then we would be benefit from it now. To answer your question, I think you can run it. I think you can run it side by side. I think you can do a youth system to get the players in and through the system, but also you can buy players for now and let it sort of run through its system. Man United did that as well. Man United bought in players and waited for the right time to bring in the kids of the Ferguson, your Beckhams, your Paul Scholes, all them, the Neville brothers, in at the right time. This infrastructure should have been done. You're talking about infrastructure. The football infrastructure should have been done 21 years ago. This should have been done. And this is the point. It can run side by side. But Kuva is right. You cannot disagree about the financial infrastructure. I've never disagreed with you on that, Sean. I think you're spot on with that. And I think you know what you're talking about. You've been in that business. That's grand. My business was construction. So I know a lot about building houses and all that. But on the football side, Kuva hit the nail on the head. We haven't had, it's just chop and change. And it's the same with the scouting system, same with the youth academy. it hasn't been built. That's been discarded for 21 years. And that side of us is a shambles. And that's where it should have been done 21 years ago. It's okay having a brilliant stadium, brilliant training facilities, a pub, houses, a cinema where they will play Spurs talk show and TTG concurrently for 24 hours a day. Dave House on the weekend in the cinema. No problems. But 21 years ago, that's where money should have gone. You can't build a house without foundations. We haven't got foundations. The house Nick built, and I said it before and I say it again, they took down, destroyed it, burnt it, broke the foundations. That's why we don't have a soul or identity or a DNA. Levy and Enoch have destroyed that, and that's the bit I'm angry with. Because there should be something. And Bill Nick, Arthur Rowe, kids. Bill Nick brought in loads of kids because he had infrastructure there, had the youth academy there. Keith Birkinshaw, the same. Terry Venables was bringing the youth in. We had it there. Under Sugar, it weighed a bit. Under Levy and Enoch, it's gone. This should have been started 20 years ago. Sorry, I didn't mean to waffle. I apologise, Sean. Sorry.
No, man. No, I've been waffling all night, mate. It's great, mate. It's a great waffle. It's been fantastic. It's been, I love the fact you're getting things off your chest. And I agree with listen, mate, I agree with everything you say. The only thing I disagree, I agree with everything everyone says about the problems with regard to the transfers. I just think that there's context. I think sometimes it's not as easy as people make out, and that's the reason I'm here. It's not to defend something. It's just to develop a conversation. Kuba, mate, you've been waiting for fucking 4 hours. And the show's only going for 3.5, but for 4 hours you've been waiting to get things off your chest. Talk to me, bro. Talk to me.
Go on, Coop. I do get it off my chest, mate. I'm happy for people talking away when it's good stuff. I really am.
But mate, I feel awful, man. I feel so bad about the fact you. It's
right, yo, Goover.
He does this to me on the phone all the time. You've got a serious problem, Dermot.
It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird.
No, it's going back to this Ajax model because I am a big fan of the way Ajax do things. I'll follow them as my second club. I've done all my life near enough. Got a lot of Dutch friends who are mad Ajax fans. Have Spurs as their second club, and we've swapped stories, information, swapped videos over the years, all the time, keeping up on each other's what's going on at each other's club. And we've all agreed this would have been such a good thing to implement at Spurs as well, the same system, because they're looking at it and they see the same things I'm seeing. It's the flip-flopping between different approach to the way you play football all the time. You build half a squad one way, get a new manager in with a different style, get in players for that style. It conflicts. We don't have the same direction, focused direction. That, like I keep saying it, there's lack of vision. The vision that Levy has got is great for the business side of it, and he's done superbly well. For the football side, he needs to relinquish that control to somebody else, and he's been unable to do that. Whenever it looks like he's starting to at times, it's always drawn back, and you start thinking, this was never about that director of football. Take Baldini, for example. I heard people call him the Don as well, but he clearly wasn't. Then we swapped to different director of football, no director of football.
Yep.
Then we got a counter-attacking game. Then we got a front foot, high pressing, possession-based game. Then we go to a counter-attacking game.
Yep.
Players coming through the club at youth level, they've got no sort of set sort of goal of how they're going to be playing when if they get a chance to break into the first team. And in a lot of cases, they don't even get the break into the first team. We're scared to let them get into that. Is it because of Levy's intervention? It could be. Is it because we've just literally hired the wrong staff for the jobs for so long? We mentioned Hitchin all the time. Is he as bad as he seems? Probably, but he's still there. The youth, the really interesting one for me is one of the people in the comments section the other day on Tantrum Gold. I've forgotten who it was now. They had the Spurs in the title. I'll have to check on the actual person themselves. And they were saying about they go with their lad to the different academies around the country. And
Oh, that was
it was Tottenham or Spurs something.
No, it was your mate.
Not spontaneous.
It was the lad on the chat today, wasn't it? Simon, whatever his name was.
Was it? Or was it?
He said that he used to live in London and he moved up north to.
Perhaps it was. There's quite a few people with Spurs in their title, to be fair.
Premier Hotspur. Premier Hotspur. Simon at Premier Hotspur, the guy today.
It could have been. There's a few with similar sorts of names. Anyway, I'll check on it. But whoever it was really interesting. They were saying the academy set up at Spurs is shockingly behind even the likes of Everton. I mean, we're not talking Man City and Liverpool. The likes of Everton are even a long way ahead. And that, if alarm bells don't go ring when you hear that, you realise why we're constantly going for these big punts on, players nobody's heard of in the hope that they develop and they got sell-on value. We're not getting these players through the academy properly because the academy's failing compared to other clubs. Why is that the case? Why has it been the case for this long? It's this. You've got to look at Levy for these failures because he should have got the people in to do the job in this amount of time. That's why I'm saying to you before, Sean. It's like we're on different sides on the same coin because you're looking at the investment side and financing, buying the teams in, and I agree. You can't just spend stupid money constantly and expect to get away with it. It won't work. That's why I'm saying we've got to have this playing infrastructure in place so you can bring in youth players. But we are in a position that Ajax aren't because we're in an incredibly rich league and we're a very rich club. We can afford to buy in some quality players to go with these players coming through.
Yeah.
Whereas Ajax might say, they re-signed the likes of Tadic, for example. It's a modest fee compared to the sort of money we can spend on a player. He's done fantastically for them because it's exactly what they need. They've identified a player that fits in with their system of play. We consistently fail to do that. We chop and change, flip and flop constantly.
I'm not sure. I don't think you. I don't know how you. I agree with you. I agree with you that when you look abroad, there's certain teams, certain clubs that have a certain system. I don't think you'll find a system that's akin to Leipzig or Dortmund or Ajax in the UK. I don't think you find them, right? That you might find Chelsea have a system where they basically buy everyone that has any talent and they'll pay the £500,000 fee for a 15-year-old and see what happens. And then 2-3 years later, but they do all that stuff. And I don't even know how that affects FFP. I should go and research how that stuff affects it. But I don't think that there isn't an Ajax in the UK. And
but Chelsea's a good example. Then look at their team. Yeah, they bought in all these players, huge amounts of money. But then also look at Reece James. Look at Mason Mount. Where did they come from? But you're picking the superstars out of their youth systems. I mean, we could pick Harry Kane as one of our own, or on the skip, right? Like, so there's always you could always pick the extreme. What I want to find, I want to trim the extremes on both ends. I want to find a team that has and look, he's back. Well, like Southampton. He's back. But yeah, I want to trim the Harry Kanes or the Mason Mounts or the Declan Rices. I want to trim that shit off of the admiration or the audit, and I want to trim all of the the Kyle Walker-Peters or whatever, all the people that are almost there but didn't quite make it, and I want to find who's got the best 60 percentile, who's got the best team that churns out players year after year that might not necessarily be superstars, but that sustain. I'd argue Southampton then. Yeah, maybe. In the UK, certainly, there's not very many clubs that do it. In Holland and Germany, there's tons of them, but in the UK, there's not many. And
John, can I just make a slight point here? These things go in cycles. You had West Ham in the 60s had one of the best youth academies in England, which produced some great players like Bobby Moore, Jeff Hurst, people like that. Then you had the Busby Babes in the 50s. You had then in the 70s Liverpool bringing on their great youngsters. You had Leeds as well. I think you can say that from every Premier League team, apart from 3 or 4 or maybe 5.
Yeah.
None of the rest of them have great youth academies. They're trying to buy in players.
No, I get you, Derbo. This is what we're trying to
the
figure
problem
out,
is
right?
you do have to look at the Manchester United of the late 90s or the 90s and the 2000s, because they got it spot on. You look at Ajax a couple when we beat them in the semi-final, that Ajax side had a great young side. And I thought that already personally at that time, I thought Ajax would dominate the Champions League for the next couple of seasons. But you've got to put the money in the right places. It's no point. We spent more over the last since Poch on managers' redundancy payments than we have done on buying players in, or setting up a proper youth system, or setting up a proper scouting. Steve Hitchen, what the hell is he still doing at the club? Seriously, that man as useful as Mr. Blobby going to find a job in the supermarket. To be fair.
No, listen, I agree.
Do you know?
I've got anyone who wants to criticize the man. I've got no issue, but as the guy who plays devil's advocate, I'll always just point out the thing that needs to be pointed out, that some players. Let's look at Juan Foyth, right? Steve Hitchens sold Juan Foyth over to Villarreal. Whether it was right to sell him or not, I don't know. But the guy was an absolute shit show when he played for Tottenham. And we loaned him out to Villarreal. He goes and wins Villarreal? He goes and wins the Europa League, and then of course, because of Steve Hitchen, because he took the role of handling the sales side of the business, we sell him for 15 million. Now I don't know whether he's worth 15 million or not. Right, this is where speculation comes in, and this is where Tottenham fans can come in without any due reason and say, well, he wasn't worth 15, he was worth 5, or maybe he should be worth 35. But either way, Juan Foyth was useless at Tottenham. When he played for Tottenham, he was terrible. He went to the Spanish league and he was superb. And so I'm always someone that I'll always throw up the counter argument, whether it's necessary to do it, whether it's a fruitless point to do it, or whether it's just, for the purposes of playing devil's advocate. But some players work, some players don't, in certain teams, in certain leagues. But Steve Hitchen was responsible for signing Liverpool's arguably best striker in
It doesn't bother me what he did at Liverpool. It bothers me what he's done at Tottenham.
No, I know. But
and that goes back to my point as well. That goes back to the point as well where Levy should be accountable for the people he's hired. It's like me having. I ran a family construction business with my father till he passed away, right? And we had people working for us. If they didn't do their job properly, it fell on me or my father to get rid of them, because we're responsible. We run the company. We're responsible for them people doing their jobs.
Yeah.
Levy is responsible for picking the right manager, picking the right footballer director, picking the right scouting network. It's down to him. He is the managing director. He's the CEO. He runs Tottenham Hotspur. So the responsibility lies on him.
Yeah.
You cannot have a culture of, as Shaggy said, it wasn't me. And that's what he's been doing for 21 years. It wasn't me. It was him. It was him. Nothing to do with me. I'm spending money. Look, we're doing this, we're doing that. This is why the fans are so up in arms, because he doesn't take responsibility for his own mistakes. Mistakes where he hasn't put proper money into the footballing side of the business. As I said, we're a football club first and foremost, not a franchise. He has to take responsibility for the mistakes he's made and come out and apologise. and admit he was wrong. Admit, sorry, I didn't mean to sack Poch. He should never have sacked Poch. Poch deserved time.
Mate, I'm not gonna accept that, mate. Poch came out on the day before the Champions League final, and
I know what he said. I do know what he said.
So now, mate, you can't. Pochettino rolled the dice. He is the ultimate. It's basically gone up to the boss. If you were the boss, if you were an employee, an important employee, but an employee of a company, and you walked up to the fucking CEO and said, which is basically what he's doing, and said, I'm too fucking good. You need to fucking back me, or this is what's gonna fucking happen, bro. Basically what he did in front of the world media.
Yeah, fair play to him.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm just saying that he cast a rod for his own back.
Yeah,
I'm not defending the decision, but he didn't make it. He was. That was.
May I ask you a question, Sean? I've always wanted to ask. I would love to ask you this question if it's okay to ask you.
Anything at all, mate. Anything you want.
Do you think it was right for us not to spend money in 3 transfer windows? Do not back them at all. Or do you think it made financial sense in Levy's eyes that we did the right thing? Where do you stand on that?
It's a tough one, mate, because with the benefit of hindsight, you can always say, playing Monday morning quarterback, you can always say, well, obviously we should have replaced, Dembele. And no one talks about. Everyone talks about replacing Eriksen. Everyone's like, oh, Eriksen, we never replaced him. For me, Moussa Dembele was and he didn't leave straight away. He was around after the final. He stayed for 6 months, and then he turned around and said in January, he said, I don't want to sign another contract. And so Tottenham sold him for 12 million to a Dubai company or somewhere in China it was, I think. And that had more of an impact than I think that anyone predicted, because he was a monster player for Tottenham. So to answer your question, is it right that we didn't sign anyone? Like, of course it fucked us up, Dermot. Of course it did. Of course, right? Of course you'd like to sign someone, but there's variables, and people just go. There's a statement. There's a like a title. Tottenham didn't sign anyone for 3 windows. And it's like everything in life now. Everybody only looks at the headline, and they'll read the first paragraph, maybe the second paragraph, and maybe the last paragraph. But no one reads in the detail. And when you've got when people are aware of that, they'll hide the truth within the fucking detail. The devil's in the context. And when it comes to Tottenham not signing anyone for 3 windows, it's a very easy statement to make to people that want to blame certain people. And I would say, I get it, but there's variables, there's context to that, there's nuance. If you want to dive into the minutiae, then let's do it. But most people don't. Most people don't want to go into it. Most people don't want to wonder why we didn't sign 3 players. Right. Most people don't care why we didn't sign 3 players. But it's important to know that. We can talk about it if you want to, but if you don't,
no, I just didn't get the answer. Yes or no? Do you agree with Levy not spend? Do you know what? Do you remember? Do you remember that? Do you remember that program, Kuvi? Yes, Minister. What was his name? The fella. What was his name?
Yeah, there he is. I'm sorry.
What was his name? Humphrey.
I know what you're saying, like Humphrey. Yeah, I know.
We've got a Humphrey here.
Yeah.
Right. Let me ask you again. Yes or no? Do you think, right, when we didn't sign anyone for 3 seasons, was that right or wrong?
It wasn't 3 seasons. It was 3 windows.
3 windows. Right or wrong?
It was wrong.
Hand on heart, be honest. I'm not going to slag you off for your answer.
Bad. It was bad. It didn't help. Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, it's terrible. Yep.
Yeah, he's definitely Humphrey out of Yes Minister. I'm telling you.
I just agree. I've told you what you wanted to hear.
I know. I'm joking.
It wasn't good, but there are things that you need to. There are variables to the chat, but in overall, should we have signed someone? Fuck yes. With the benefit of hindsight, fuck yes. But nobody knew at the time that Dembele was going to leave. Nobody knew at the time that Wanyama had an injury that was ruined his career. No one knew at the time that Danny Rose was going to turn into a mental breakdown and hate football. At the time, no one knew what we know now. So everybody that calls out the 3 transfer windows and says we didn't sign anybody and that fucked us over. Well, Daniel Levy, as much as he might be the prick or the cunt that everyone thinks he is, at the time didn't know what he was working with. And no one has the benefit of yesteryear when they're making decisions. Danny Rose was the best left back Tottenham have ever had, but he was done. 6 months after that Champions League final, he turned around and said, I fucking hate, I'm losing my mind. He's basically a mental health issue. 6 months, we lost Kieran Trippier. We lost Wanyama. We lost Eriksson. We lost Dembele. We lost so many of our players, and only a half of them we knew we were going to lose. So when you make the point that we didn't sign people, should we have signed people? Yes, looking back, we absolutely should have done. But at the time, Dermot, it didn't look as bad as it did. And no one offers that context. So yes, we should have signed people. To answer your question with a one-word answer, yes. It was silly that we didn't sign anybody. But at the time, the things that played out as they did were not easy to know. And I don't blame Daniel Levy for not predicting some of those realities. That's all I'll say.
Got to disagree with that. When everybody that has followed football for any amount of time knows the same in most sports. You've got to keep injecting new blood into the club to keep things fresh, keep things growing. When you don't, you stagnate and you start dying. That's exactly what happened to us. It's very predictable that was going to happen, and a lot of people did.
To that degree, to where 8 of our first team players are
3 transfer windows is a long time to be shutting up shop.
But we had a stadium to pay for.
They're separate entities. We've already agreed on this.
They're not separate entities.
They're not.
No, they're not separate entities. They're separate entities from the FFP perspective. They're not separate entities from the running cost perspective. I've explained this to you. They're not separate entities from the running costs. From the overall cost, the balance sheet, they're not separate entities.
Did Daniel Levy not say that the transfer fund for players was basically ring-fenced? Ring-posted it.
He said that. He said that
it was protected from the rest of it.
He said that before the cost of the stadium went from 450 million to 1 billion. He said that before. No, he did, Uber. He did, right? So that's again, people grab a screenshot of him saying something and forget the context.
So we have to suffer as a fan base because Daniel Levy decided one day woke up. Well, hang on, let me say we have to suffer as a fan base because Daniel Levy decided to wake up one morning. I tell you what I do. We build a new stadium, and then we had the big bubble in the construction industry, where the prices went sky high, as you said. But I tell you what, I leave the football side, let it stagnate, let it crumble. But I'm okay. We're an investment company. We're making more money now because we can have NFL, we can have concerts. We can have... Now, hang on. We can have this, we can have that. He's making more money out of that. None of it's going into the football side. I agree with Cooper.
Let me just correct
you. We've been stagnating.
If we're going to analyze things, let's analyze.
Hang on, I just want to say this point.
The truth, not the whole.
I want to. We've been stagnating since before we went bust, which I remember very clearly, very, very clearly. So does Coover, very clearly.
I've been there with you, man. I'm not young.
Yeah.
I'm 37. I'm not young. I've been there with you, boys.
Well, I'm 45 next month. So,
okay. Yeah.
We've been stagnating since the 80s. We've had our cup wins here in there. Coover will tell you, the last Super Spurs was the 80s side. And we've been stumbling ever since.
No, we're getting off the point. Let me bring it back to what Coover said was when Daniel Levy said all the money would come back into the club, right?
Yeah, I agree with Coover. He did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. Okay, but you said we're a victim of, and then you went off onto a rant. And I'm going to tell you right now, what you are a victim of is people reminding you of snapshots. people reminding you of quotes, people reminding you of things that were said, but not delivering context. They're not delivering...
I have my own mind, Sean.
No,
Nobody tells me. Nobody tells...
Hang on, hold up, mate.
This is me. No, hang on. I just want to get...
I'm not aiming this at you. I'm not aiming this at you, bro.
No, I just want to make this clear. Nobody tells me what I should think or what I should do about my club.
Okay, good.
Now, hang on. Just want to get that clear. I have my own mind. I have my own brain. I have my own eyes. I see what I see. I think what I think. I say what I say. And I say it's how I feel. And not you or Kuva or nobody's going to change my mind how I feel. I would listen. I would dissect. And then I would take everyone else's opinion into consideration. As I've always said with you, Sean, the financial side of Levy, I agree with 1,000%. The footballing side is a shambles.
Dermot, let me say this, right? What you base your opinion on, how frustrated you are with what's happened is based on not just what you're seeing on the pitch, but what you've heard in various formats that facilitate the opinion that you have. So when you hear someone who happens to be on your side about Daniel Levy tell you, do you remember, like Kuva just did? Kuva, I'm going to throw you under the bus here, but not deliberately, but just to make.
I got your back, Kuv.
Just to make a point.
All right.
Kuva just said, Daniel Levy said that every single penny is going to go into Tottenham Hotspur. Right? And everybody remembers that who cares to look. Everybody will hear that and will go, oh, that's another justification. Yet another reason to say that Daniel Levy's a prick. And listen, once again, to the 27 people that are listening and the two people that are on the stream, I love you all. And thank you so much all for listening to this. We've been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes. And I was drinking at the fucking start, so I apologize profusely because I'm now like, it's Sunday night.
I'm on my 4th pint of rum and coke, mate.
Yeah, we're all like, so we're all smashed now. So please don't take what we say. Gospel.
I'm not.
Well, okay, but okay. So first and foremost, anybody that's still listening who hasn't already, I would very much appreciate a like. I would very much appreciate a subscribe on my channel, but also, more importantly than my channel, because I don't really like my channel is just a fun for me. But the boys that are here, Dermot and Kuva, they're my day one boys. They supported me from day one, and I've been on their channel from maybe day 2. And these guys are my best friends in the online community. I fucking love them. So if anybody who's here hasn't managed to find their way over to Tottenham Tantrum Gold, please go over there and subscribe. I'm sure you all have. And I really appreciate you hanging around whilst we're drunk, because I'm now drunk. But what I want to get across to you, because this isn't drunk talk, this is actually fact. But what I want to say is when people say things like, do you remember Daniel Levy? And they show the fucking clip, the little video clip, and I can get it up. If you want, I can get it up and put it out there. And him saying every single penny is going to, from the stadium rebuild, is going to go into Tottenham Hotspur. And people use that as a reason to say he's a liar, he's a cunt, he's a devil, he's a parasite, he's a cancer. That was recorded 2 years before the final cost of the stadium came out. Right? Nobody records anything since then, and Daniel Levy doesn't show his face much anymore. But that particular content, that particular detail was based when they thought that the cost of a stadium was going to be 400 million. And people criticize him when the final cost was going to be 1 billion, because they say, well, it's 2.5 times more expensive than it was supposed to be. And you might have an opinion. You might have an opinion that's valid when you say, well, he should have known. But you know what? Nobody fucking knew. And if you want to have a conversation when I'm sober about whether or not that he was a good architect, he hired good architects, I'll take it on with you. Because people like Chelsea and Everton right now, teams like Chelsea and Everton, they are fucked up. They can't do what we done. They can't.
Can I just say something? You couldn't even have this argument if he was sober. So, do you know what I mean? He's just the same as he is drunk as he is sober.
I gotta stop this. I gotta stop this. Or rather than stopping it, let's double down. Does anybody want to jump on the fucking chat and keep going? Because
I tell you one thing, Coover. I think Levy's turning him to drink. You know, I think Levy's making him drink. You know,
I've been drinking too much.
Come over to the light. Come over to the light side, Sean.
You know what?
Please come over.
As long as nobody holds me, as long as no one holds me accountable for the things I say, and
no.
This shit doesn't count.
All you got to say is, "I'm Levy out," and come over to the light. All will be forgiven.
I will never do that. I'm not Levy in, but I'm not Levy out.
Spirit of Tantrum Gold Friday night free for all.
Yeah,
I don't have Levy out. My flag is Levy doubt.
Right, Sean, I've got to correct you, mate.
Okay.
I got your back, Coover. I got your back.
I forgot what it was about.
Dermot, help me out, bro. I'm drunk. Help me out. Don't just hold. Have my back too.
Hang on.
I've got a tip for you. Don't get drunk on stream. There's a tip for you.
You said I said that Levy said that all the money goes back into the team, into the squad. And I didn't say that. I said there was an amount. He said there was an amount going to be ring posted.
That's what he said.
There was an amount going to be ring posted that was secure for the squad.
Yeah.
No, that didn't happen because of the you were saying because of the extra cost of the building. That's a fair point, but also you've got to then look at we were getting Champions League football season after season after season. So does that equate to no funds going into the transfer windows? Because I don't think it should, but that's what we saw.
Can I say, could you put Shamu's comment up? Because I love Shamu's comment.
Or was that?
It does make sense, Coov.
You made a lot of sense. You made a lot. Okay. Listen. At this point in the evening, Coov, you're going to make a lot of sense. Before I agree with what you're saying, it's going to take me at least 3 or 4 times a longer period than I would normally do to understand what you're saying before I agree. I'm not going to say anything now because I know Cody's watching. I know Cody Mack is going to clip shit. So I'm not going to... Cody, get on the stream, bro.
Say Levy in. Levy in.
I'm not going to say I'm not going to agree to anything unnecessarily. I'm not going to... Someone asked me something. Someone asked Shamu. You want Shamu's comment?
Yeah, Shamu's comment before... Who the hell is my...
Dermot speaks from many years of experience there, Sean. Saint Dermot.
Yeah. And he's a whippersnapper as well because I've been supporting for even longer.
I think do I need to cancel the stream? I'm stumbling here.
No, we just can't. Don't worry. You can go to bed. Me and Cooper will take over. We'll carry it on.
No, fuck that.
TTG take over.
If you're carrying on, I'm carrying on.
I tell you one thing: the world domination of YouTube is happening, Cooper. We're getting there.
Listen, I want to just thank everybody because you know what? There's 30 people watching, but I've got 60 likes. Which means that everybody's liked this show twice. Everyone's liked it twice. How have you done
seen
that?
it twice?
How have you liked it? How have you liked it twice?
You've seen double. You've seen double, Sean. That's the problem. You've seen double, man. Where's Mr. Harris anyway?
Oh, he said he was coming on. I think he's going to avoid me. You know what he's like? He's professional, isn't he?
You leave my Irish brother alone. I stick up for my kind, and you leave my Irish brother alone.
He's not professional, then, Dermot.
He is professional. He's my Irish brother. I said, you leave him alone. He's my Irish brother.
Yeah, Shawnee, picking on him for being professional.
Well, I didn't mean that. He's going to kill me now.
Derek Hutchins is saying, Sean, have a cup of black coffee.
Yeah.
I certainly will do at some point. But until then, I got my last drink of the evening.
I tell you one thing, Levy's just turned him to drink. That's what's happened. This Levy thing, Jesus.
It's a good trick.
It is.
YouTube user, whoever that is saying, don't get drunk, a piss, a stream, or on stream.
Correct.
Yeah, we're gonna round this up. We're gonna round this up soon.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is that I don't know what I'm going to say now. I'm totally been put off my mark now.
No, the street it's run its course because I no longer can necessarily cogently talk, let alone construct an argument because I'll probably forget what we're talking about. So this is the perfect time for me to say Good night
morning.
to everybody, and good morning. Yeah, we've got 9 minutes till midnight. I'm happy. You know what? We can keep going for 8 minutes, but after that, I don't want to embarrass myself. I'm enjoying my time being a little part of the community.
Luckily, no chance of that. Phew.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not showing my face.
Sean, you've done a 4-hour stream, mate.
Yeah.
That's kudos to you, mate.
But I said I was drinking from the start, and I've been going. Since I've started, I've had like 2 or 3 shots of vodka, a bottle of red wine, and at least a beer of Stella. So I'm out of control.
Just be careful going to bed. Don't fall over.
Let's call it. Let's call it a day. Let's call it a day.
Shamu's saying David's John Cena. Can't see me. Never mind.
Right, Mr. K still watching. My moderator in chief. Although I thought you were Mr. K. I thought as the moderator in chief, you had the ability to to throw up, to do the job of a comment guy. But all you're doing is watching. All you're doing is pointing
Sean,
out that I need to take a break.
if you're around in the morning, come and join us in the morning. We're on at 11:30 in the morning. If you're awake,
no chance.
I'll be there. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful time. It's been a wonderful time. It's time.
Definitely.
I love your backgrounds, by the way, Sean. You're going to have to send me them on email if you can.
What do you want?
I love your background.
My guitars.
No, your thing on the screen, the Tottenham and the.
Oh, this background. Oh yeah. No, but...
this bit, I'm pointing at it.
So was I actually, Cooper. I was doing the same.
This is madness. I'm sitting in front of 30 people who I don't even know, and they're looking at me drunk as a skunk. This is ridiculous. Listen, guys, thank you so much to everyone that has watched. I gotta call it.
I thought I wind down for long, but this is unreal.
This is fantastic. It's been 4 hours and 24 minutes.
Sure. Love you, mate.
Before we go.
Yeah.
I have to say thank you to everyone that's watched, but I also want to give some time to my friend Kuba to start with, and then Dermot behind that. I know you're coming from the same place, but tell everybody where they can find you and tell them why they should go there and subscribe.
Right. Tottenham Tantrum Gold. We do the old school stuff, celebrating our heroes. The past, the history of the club, the glorious history of the club. Not this plastic rubbish under Levy, but proper football with proper players and man's game when it used to be really good. Now, we had an interview with the legendary Steve Perryman just the other week, on Friday before last. And if you want to go into our channel, you can check that out. 2 hours of Stevie Perryman telling us about all the anecdotes, all the things going on at the club during his time, what's coming up in his new book, which is well worth a read. And just celebrating what we're all about. What is our club without its history? Nothing. It'll just be some plastic entity. We don't want this. Let's bring back the good old times. Let's get that spirit back in, as Dermot always says, spirit of Bill Nick, the Steve Perryman sort of drive and grit behind the club. Let's get things done the right way. Let's get Levy out. Dermot, take it away, mate.
Dermot,
right.
Go.
You can come also on Tottenham Tantrum Gold, your home of your classic matches, your classic debates, the home of Bill Nick, the home of Arthur Rowe, the home of the Super Tottenham, the Super Spurs. And to dare is to do, and Mr. Harris is here, I'm going to shut up, I'm going to let the king talk.
Just when you think it couldn't get any weirder, just when you think it was game over,
Good.
guess who comes back to smash the stream apart? Guys, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, because Dave, the Irish Hotspur, is in the house.
Get your coffee on, Sean. There's 2 more hours yet.
Sean, go and make yourself a cup of black coffee. Me and Dave and Cooper look after it for a while.
Let me say hello to him first, and then I am going to go and get myself a coffee.
Hey, Charlie, mate. How are we?
You know what would have been really funny is if this wasn't actually David. It was like Shamu or something mucking about.
No, it's me. It's me. I just having my cigarette after my dinner.
Are you going to put your
As you
screen
do.
on?
I will in a minute. Yeah, just finishing my cigarette after my dinner, lad.
Okay, for the 27 people that are still waiting, I'm going to go and get myself a black coffee because I need to sober up because I'm out of control. But I can't close it off without having at least 5 minutes with Dave because he's a legend for stepping
Well,
by.
Sean,
So
just be careful walking to the kitchen.
I'm fine, bro. Fine, bro.
If we hear a crash and a bang, we know you fell over.
All right, I'm gonna be back. I'll
Get
leave
a
you guys
Bugsy
in-
Malone walkies.
Oh,
how
Lord.
are
Not. Oh, he's gone, look. Oh, how are you, Dave?
all good, boys, all good. I heard you talking about the transfer windows, the three transfer windows under Pochettino.
Yeah, you have to say Levy's been a complete twit. Do you know? This is a Levy out show, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
No, look, like I can understand where Sean is coming from with the stadium and stuff like that, but I mean, and like what he was saying that like with the amount of players that kind of took a downturn, but I mean, surely it's Levy's job to like foresee these things coming. You know what I mean? He should always have plans in place for these sort of things.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you know yourself, Dave. I mean, we didn't really ask for the stadium. It's here. I would prefer the old White Hart Lane. You know how I feel about that. But I just think it's been Levy doesn't care about the football inside. All he cares about is getting an investment back for him and the old fella on the boat. That's all he cares about, and that's all he will ever care about.
No, look, the thing is, like, don't get me wrong. I mean, I missed the lane. I deeply missed the lane. I mean, it was old school stadium. It was absolutely bouncing, you know. Absolutely, I do miss it. But like the thing is, I can understand the new stadium. It is the best stadium in world football. I can understand it in terms of, to try and get more fans into the stadium because, like, at the end of the day, more fans want to go and see the club rather than the 36,000 that White Hart Lane could hold or whatever it was. You know what I mean? And then, like, I can understand it in terms of it's like the NFL and the concerts and stuff like that bringing in money. But my problem is where that money, where is it going to?
Exactly.
That's my problem with it. Like, I can understand everything behind it. I understand that. I mean, in hindsight, it's wonderful. But the problem is what you're seeing on the pitch. Like, we have to remember now, right? We're paying the most expensive season ticket in all of Europe. The English season tickets are the most expensive in Europe, and we're the most expensive in England. I'll get it up now. Just give me 1 second. I'll tell you. We're paying for the most expensive replica jersey in Europe. So the season tickets that we're paying for, right? It's ours is 1 second. Ours is 2,223, right? And you look in comparison to Man City's, which is 1,410. So ours is 700 pounds dearer. But you look at what City are delivering on the pitch compared to what we're delivering on the pitch. Then you go into the replica jerseys. Now West Ham's is £46. Over the last two seasons, you say West Ham are probably on par with us, right? With the way we're performing in the league. But ours is £70. But like the away one this season is even more expensive than that. It's upwards to £80-90. So like even the replica jerseys, again, ours is the most expensive in England. You know, they've upped the food and beverage stuff at the stadium again for the second time this season, which is a 7% increase. It's just kind of like they're getting all the revenue in from the concerts. They're getting as much revenue in possible from the fans in all aspects. But like what we're seeing on the pitch just isn't adding up. And for me, I mean, you can't deny that. No,
you can't deny it. And you can say, as I think I've said, I think Cooper has said, the football inside of the club has been left to rot for years. And there is no excuse for that. It's okay. I've said it and I'll say it before and I stick by it. The football inside and the financial side can run hand in hand. It's been done. And Levy is too short-sighted to see the football inside. He's chopped, he's changed. As Kuva said, we've got no identity. We haven't even got a proper scouting system. We haven't even got a proper academy. But we've got the best stadium in the world. We've got houses. We've got a cinema. We've got this. We've got that and that. Great. Well, what about the football side? Keith Birkinshaw said there used to be a football club over there. I tell you one thing. He was right then, and he was. If he saw it now, Bill Nick, Arthur Rowe, all them great managers of our past will be spinning in their graves in the club they call Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, because it ain't a football club, it's a franchise, and I want my club back, not a franchise.
I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. I've had a coffee. I've got a
God bless the Lord for getting you back safely. Bless you.
I managed to avoid all necessary obstacles. David Harris, the Irish Hotspur. He's come on wearing a giant towel. And
no, it's a Sherpa hoodie, lad. It's a Sherpa hoodie. Those who know. Trust me. Those who know, lad.
Those who know may well know. Those who don't are learning. This is the way.
Trust me, Shawnee. This is the way forward. One of these bad boys in 10 out of time. Trust me, my man.
You know what, mate? This. You are right now. I'm going to screenshot you. I'm going to turn you into an NFT from the crypto world, because you are the epitome of the football finance message that I'm trying to provide. Those who know, and those who don't are learning.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. But Shawnee, I don't know if you heard what I was saying there, though, man, about the finances, like the way fans are paying top dollar, no matter what aspect it is, to support this club. But what they're seeing on the pitch, it's just not adding up.
Yeah, but listen, mate. We were supposed to do this tonight on your show. You were bringing out the detail about. And I can turn this into PDFs. Anyone that's still watching who wants to.
Sean, I've got to pop off, sir. So listen, I see you in the morning. I see you in the morning. Cooper. Dave, I talked to you earlier. Thanks for coming on our show later, Dave. I'll see you tomorrow night for the fan show. Sean, you're an absolute legend. But I'm sorry, you're never going to take me over to the dark side. I'm not going over to the dark side. I'm sorry, I'm staying where I am.
So, will you do me one favor? If I can't convince you to support Levy, will you at least tell the crowd that the English may at one point beat the Irish?
No, because you never beat the Irish. And I've got backup here now next to me. So there you go.
Dermot couldn't beat us in 1960.
Exactly. You couldn't even beat us on the 76 game we showed on our channel. You couldn't even beat us then. So let's face facts. Ireland are the best footballing side in the world. England are useless. We're going to win the World Cup one way. We've beaten you in so many times over the centuries. So we may be a little country, but we're the best in the world.
Either way, Dermot, I love you to pieces. Thank you so much for stopping by and holding court with me whilst I've been drinking.
That's okay.
All night evening.
Yeah. It's a pity you can't pick out a winning Spurs video from the collection.
Cheers, Dermot. Love you, mate.
Yeah, you never beat the Irish. Woohoo!
There you have it.
What a legend.
Right. So listen. I don't know how long we're going to go for. Dave, it's a pleasure, mate, to have you, man. Like, this is you're breaking your cherry to be on the show. So everyone in the chat, there's 24. There's still 24 people watching. It's insane. It's insane.
And I do apologize, to be honest with you. I should have been on before this, so that is my apology. I do apologize.
No need, mate. No need. Things happen.
You were meditating to get your force powers up to optimum.
You have this like fucking some sort of like Star Wars thing going on. I get it, mate. It's been a wonderful night. It's been a wonderful night. Like to people, it doesn't bother me either way. But just for what it's worth, there was like at one point there was 42 or 43 people in the stream, and like there's more people that have liked this show than have been watching it. There's like 70 likes and or something like that, and 30 people watching. So I'm very grateful for everyone. But this is what I wanted to say. The one thing I spoke to Dave earlier, we were going to do a show on Dave on Dave's channel.
We'll still do it. We'll still do it next week. But
okay, but I do want to get it out now. You were going to come at me with Sean. The prices of beers have gone up. The prices of a burger have gone up. How do we justify that?
And Sean, for a big man like me, I mean, that's not cheap, man.
Right. But I've actually figured it all out. I've figured it all out. I've got all the details. I've got screenshots galore. I was going to send them over to you for your show. It's going to be difficult for me to get it live. But just so you know, that Tottenham Stadium is, when you go into the stadium and you're part of the experience, whatever you're going to experience there, people are like, well, the price of a beer is too high. The price of a pie is too high. And it's going to go up by 7%. But you know what? I've got all the details. And actually, the price of a beer in Tottenham Stadium is 27% lower than the highest priced beer you'll pay in London in an average pub, in an all bar one, like a creme de la creme. All bar one is like a franchise of bars that you'll find around the city. I know that a price of a pint in London is higher than it is in Manchester City, but within the London realm, then you have pubs where you go in there like an old. What are you laughing at? Is this going to be? This is going to be hard. This is going to be hard.
No. I put on my flat cap, lad. I was missing it
underneath the hoodie.
Okay. So listen, all I'm going to say to you in advance of the conversation on your channel, Dave, we began for 4 hours and 40 minutes, so I really appreciate you stopping on, but there's not much there's not much need for me to do this drunk. But
I was enjoying it, lad. To be honest, I've been enjoying it. I was having my dinner, man.
But all I'm going to say is that when you tell me that Tottenham have put their price up by 7%, they are still below the average price of a pint in London, right? And their price of a pie is 50% cheaper than the price of a pie at Man City Stadium. And you can even find clubs in the Championship. I've got all the details. Do
you know what, Shawnee? I hear that. But are they forgetting what area they're in and where they come from then?
But
Tottenham's not exactly the most loveliest of areas. I mean, great people there. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the people are absolutely excellent. Going to the game, I've only ever been very well received. I see people walk around with smiles on their face and everything else. But compare that to the price of what they're paying along Tottenham High Street, shall we say?
Well, for a beer.
Compare it to the area it's in.
Yeah. Well, listen, you can make that argument, but I'd argue that 80% of people that go to the Tottenham are not from Tottenham, right? They're coming in from somewhere, whether they're coming from overseas, whether they're coming from corporate gigs, whether they're coming from around the surrounding area. All I'm going to tell you is that, and I've got the detail. If you want to have it, should we have it now, or do you want to save it for your chat? I'm happy to save it.
You know what, Sean? I know how difficult it is, people coming on and having these strong debates 4 hours in. So it's whatever you're comfortable with, my man.
You know what? Well, you know what? Actually, I think it will be, because I'm going to do it a disservice, because I think it's a very important conversation.
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to do it a disservice tonight. So I'm actually not going to do it. And I actually think it's probably better to round it off, actually. Dave, I really appreciate having your face on, but I don't want to, because like the prices of beers, the price that you want, it was important to you to bring it up. I think it should be given the due courtcy of a proper conversation. No, and I'm not in the right state to give it due. I'm smashed. I'm so drunk. I've smashed. Look, this is a bottle of vodka here, and I've done this much of it. Plus I've had like 2 of these, so I'm not in a good spot. So.
Go on, Shawnee, go for it, lad. Tank them into you.
Oh, good.
What you want?
Hold up, Kuba. Show that again, bro. Did you start the conversation with us when you? Oh my good God. Okay. Hold up.
Shawnee, you got to be catching up to do that.
Start run, mate. Can drink it all night. Easy.
But I'm a lightweight. I'm a lightweight. I can't.
I'm not going to suffer tomorrow and the day after, but it's worth it now.
Yeah, but I don't want to embarrass myself too much on a live stream. I did it already on Friday night on your stream, Kuba. But honestly, Dave, it's a really interesting point that you bring up, right? Like the cost, the increase, all that stuff, and I think it deserves a full debate. When I'm at my best. I'm not at my best right now. So
no, that's fair. That's fair. What's the mixture in the vodka, Shawnee?
Diet Coke.
You got to whack some Club Lemon into that, lad, or Fanta Lemon, I think it's called over there. couple of cubes of ice. Bang it down, lad.
Have you had a drink? Have you had a drink, Dave?
Me, no, lad. I'm not too long back in the door, lad. I had to go out and rescue the sister. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, Dave. I appreciate you coming on because it's amazing to have your face shown. But it has been a near 5-hour stream.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And it's madness. And I'm only gonna embarrass myself. So I think it's better to stop.
Sean, there's one important question people need to know. Have you had a pie at the ground?
Yeah.
How would you rate it out of 10?
You know what I'm going to say to you? It's whatever the pie that you have at the ground is going to be the same pie that you have at Manchester City, yet Manchester City charge you 60% more for their pie than your pie.
How would you rate it out of 10?
I'm not a pie man. I'm not a pie guy. I mean,
Not the question.
It's a 6 out of 10, I guess, right? It's probably.
Nah, everybody knows pie's 3.14.
Is that the average?
IR squared.
Very good. Very good.
Oh, it was worth it. It was worth it.
That took a lot of time out of me, didn't it? It took a lot of time. I wasn't seeing where you're going with
just giving you valuable content, mate.
All right, listen. I'm gonna stop it here because I'm embarrassing myself both on the banter level and on the content level, and the fact that I've invited an absolute genuine legend on, and I've wasted his time. Because
No, you haven't wasted my time. I'll be back, man. I'll be back.
Cool. Please come back again, Dave. But listen, to everyone, there's still 27 people watching. To everyone who hasn't left yet, you wonderful, wonderful people. I very much appreciate you all.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know what the fuck you're doing because the value left a long time ago. But listen, I'm going to hand it over to Kuva over here first. We already know where he is, but everyone who hasn't already, please, Kuva, get them over.
No, let's big up David's channel because the Irish Hotspur is like the inspiration for a load of us. I wouldn't be doing YouTube at all if it wasn't for David and Jack. Got a perfect blend of personalities on stream and passion for the club. It's funny, it's informative. There's lots of content. There's lots of originality on the channel. Bloody love the place. Bloody love the blokes on it. And the great crowd on there as well. And you recognise all the names I see here. You see on David's channel as well. Top place to be. If you haven't subscribed there yet, do so. Otherwise, subscribe Shawnee's channel because he is well worth it. He keeps putting himself down, saying he's not here for the likes and everything. But he bloody loves it, really, and you can tell. You're a natural, Sean. You're just a good talker. It's fun. It's entertaining.
No, not at all. Listen, everyone, Tottenham Tantrum Gold. This man, I can't think. This man here, Tottenham Tantrum Gold. He's a superstar. He is an absolute natural. He's the comedian of the entire group. Yeah. He's a fucking wanderlust. That's Cody. Dude, get yourselves over to Tottenham Tantrum Gold and like, share, subscribe, everything they ever do. They are going out. They're going after it. They brought on, who was it? Steve Perryman, right? Yeah. If you haven't seen it yet, get over there and watch that chat. It was their big moment, and it was an absolute sensation. These guys are
our channel for Stevie Perryman, David's channel for Mickey Hazard. That's the way, isn't it, David?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna come to David in a second, but if you haven't already, make sure you get over to Tottenham Tantrum Gold because these guys are my best friends. I love them to pieces, and I wouldn't be not that I've got anything going on, but these guys are a monster. The guy below me in the fucking
Chopper hoodie.
See, he's elevated himself above you already.
Yeah, he's got a house coat on, but he's come out of the bath. He's wearing his fucking warmie. He's letting his hair dry. This guy below us, ladies and gentlemen, he showers before he goes to bed. And the reason we know that is because nobody would wear the shit that he's wearing at midnight unless he had a shower or a bath about half an hour previous.
He's got curlers on underneath that.
Yeah. He's a legend. Oh. This guy's David Harris. I know for a fact that everybody in the chat knows him. And if by any chance, there's no chance, but if by any chance any of you haven't gone to the Irish Hotspur then you shouldn't go there just because you're going to find him in his house coat. You're also going to find me there more days than you won't. So make sure you get over there. Dave Harris, Irish Hotspur, he's the legend. He is the fastest growing YouTube channel in all of the YouTube kingdom. And that's the reason why you need to get on board it. But
no, look,
let's get it right there for David.
That's better. I've missed that. But look, since we're jacking each other off, no, look, honestly, when it comes to Tottenham touch and goal, I mean, look, I've made it no secret. I absolutely love Kuva, Dermot, and Phil. I absolutely love them, and you can say it, Ben, as well. Benji's always chipping in as well. I absolutely love the channel. I mean, I'm so proud to see what they're doing, and look, Kuva was saying, that people wouldn't like the likes of him or that maybe wouldn't be doing YouTube without me. All I'd say is everyone has it within them. They just need that little bit of a push, and that's maybe what I provide. But apart from that, absolutely great channel, and it's only going to keep growing. So please do get over there and check it out. And then when it comes to this absolute nutter as well above me, Shawnee boy, look, he'll never actually really take credit for anything. He's just that sort of guy. He's just like that. But look, I think what everyone can agree here, he provides value for money. He's very, very entertaining and probably brings unique views, which I personally love. And his laugh is a bit wicked as well. So make sure you smash the subscribe button on this channel, guys, most importantly. And look, all I'm going to say about my channel is if you love Harry Kane's hair, Harry Kane makes he gives you Twitch down below that only your missus can give you. Well, then, get over and smash the subscribe on that channel.
Only channel that predicts matches based on Harry Kane's hair. Literally nobody else can do that.
Not just matches, but score lines. And they've been known to be right. This guy can watch someone with his fade and go, that's a 3-1-er. That's a fucking 3-1.
Do you know what? This season I've been a bit off form with that. But last season, lad, when I was doing my Matty's channel, I was absolutely knocking them out of the park, so I was.
Right, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry that today was not supposed to be game day, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And instead, you got me, you got Dave, you had Kuva, you had Ben, you had Chris, you had Josh, you had Brian, you had the whole fucking works. If I've forgotten anyone that popped on, I apologize.
Mr. K.
Oh, Mr. fucking K. The new what does he do? What does he do on the thing? He's an accommodator. What does he do? Is he accommodator? What's the word? What does he do? What do they do?
Moderator.
A moderator. He's moderating the You should be moderating me right now, Mr. K, but you've gone somewhere. But I love you anyway. Everyone that's been on the chat tonight, whether it's a contribution or it's been in the facts, in the comments, I love you all. Thank you so much. It's been a 4 hours and 15-minute fucking stream. New record for me. New record for most. Thank you so much. I love you all. Come on, you Spurs. And let's...
Levy out.
No, I'm not ready yet, mate. I'm not done for that yet.
All right. Ready?
No. Now I know what you're going to say. I'm not going to give you the option. I'm just going to do this instead.
Levy out.
Ah, no!
Leave me out.
Listen, Dave, thank you so much. Kuba, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone in the chat.
Cheers,
love you
mate.
all. See you again.
Pleasure.
See you all again.